In a world where our friends call us not us united and our enemies call us midnight rain, two dudes must learn to podcast as the Fremen do in order to survive the desert planet of endless content. We don't care how many enemies we have. They'll never be prepared for us. Not us united. So this was a quote Griffin sent me from because Across the Spider-Verse is now on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I tell him, I was like, dude, What Up Danger is still the best song. I was like, there's a line in there where he's like, I like swimming with sharks that ain't feed yet. I just think that's the hardest line I've ever heard in the song. I was like, I want it to be in every bio I've ever done. Shut the fuck up the whole time. He just hates it. But then we were talking about Across the Spider-Verse. And there's I forget if it's Calling, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But it's the guy, he starts, maybe it's Metro, I can't remember. But he says, waking up, feeling like the thankful one, count up my ones, lacing up my favorite ones, like Air Jordans. One of a kind, one of one. Got one shot and one chance to take it once. Kiss my mama on the forehead before I get code red. And he goes, he's like, dude, that's the hardest line. I'm just like, bro, I ain't swimming with sharks that ain't feed yet, bro.
Dude, that's good. There's just so much one in that, man.
I know. Lacing up my ones is pretty. While you're rolling up your ones.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
It's all time.
Well, then I'm going to kiss my mom on the forehead.
Hey, you got it.
Shout out to mom.
Shout out to all the moms.
Yeah.
Are we recording?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so you can start whenever you want.
Okay.
A little sippy sip, a little choky. Nick, it's not a podcast episode if we're not talking about something stupid that I ultimately cut out of the episode. But
Except for that. Don't cut that out.
Maybe.
No, you probably did. Dude, I've been thinking about this night for a long time. Because who would have ever thought that you and I were going to record 100 episodes of a podcast?
Yeah.
Not me.
Not us.
Not us. Dang it, that was a way better line. Not us. Not us united.
Hey. It is incredible.
What an achievement.
Yeah.
Like, this is the one time where I'm going to be like, we did a good thing.
We did good.
We did good.
Yeah.
We did. It was awesome.
Not many people can say that they even have a podcast.
Let alone
got to 100. That stat you threw out a while ago, you said to me,
I think less than 1% of podcasts make it to episode 100.
which is crazy.
And we did.
That's like 2 years of consistent podcasting.
We're counting up our ones, but
Yeah. Yes.
lacing
You
them
may
up.
get that, you may not, depending on how I edit this video. It's just, yeah, I think it hit me now. This is 100, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
Yes. And to think about the people we were when we were recording A Quiet Place 2 review.
Yeah.
Episode 1.
Yeah. Shout outs.
Count up my ones.
Count up my ones with Quiet Place 2. I think we've seen some highs. We've seen some lows.
Yeah.
And I look back and I'm like, I forgot that we did that movie. I forgot that movie existed and that we talked about it. And my thoughts are on the internet about it. And I can't even think about it.
And it doesn't feel that far away, but it also feels like
It just happened.
Wait, what? Like, why did that movie air when it did?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it was just such a weird time to start a podcast.
It was post-COVID when things were just slowly starting to come back.
Yeah. It was like we're kind of shooting from the hip a little bit.
Yeah, it was
like summer. People were like, yeah, you don't have to social distance as much. There's the sun.
Yeah.
I was like, cool.
The sun kills COVID. Got it.
Let's go.
No, I got married in this time. You had a child in this time.
Yes. Yeah.
Those are two big life events. And also, we got to episode 100. I'm not going to tell you which one of those three things is better.
They're
but
ranked in the top 3. Those 3 things are ranked up there.
I'm very proud of us, and I'm thankful for you, Nick.
Hey, and I'm thankful for You, Michael.
Yeah, like I'm also thankful for me.
I'm also thankful for me. Yeah,
I think it. Thank you for Nick is the planner of the group, I would say.
And this is the only context where someone's ever said that about me. But go ahead.
You always like, okay, we're doing this episode and we should probably do these movies, and I'm just like, yes.
You're the yes man.
I'm the yes man.
And that's why I used and abused that
Yes.
probably too much.
Yes. I'm just kidding.
And yeah, so
And every thumbnail you see is from Nick. He's
true.
done an incredible job.
It's true.
Stepped up that game too.
Yeah, I'm the graffiti artist while Michael over here is the rap
I'm the
man
DJ,
himself.
yeah. Yeah. Listen to my ones.
Dude, dropping some bars.
Yeah. Wow. When am I not?
Always.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But please,
Nick.
transition.
I was gonna say the people we would like to thank are all the guests that have come along on this journey with us.
Exactly.
And we thought it would be the best way to honor this podcast and honor all those who have come before. Would be a top 5 from every guest that we've had on this podcast. Now you might say, wow, that's going to be a long episode. And guess what? We didn't really think about that when we came up with the idea. And then
That's what makes it great.
That's right. We started recording, and boy, howdy.
We knew this was going to be an extravaganza
Yeah.
of some kind. Like, that had to be the theme. The word extravaganza had to be correct.
Yes.
And there were talks of live stream, which would have been really stupid. Because, like, we don't stream. And so who would have watched
Our
it?
first ever time. Yeah.
So that would have been stupid. But we're like, maybe they should see our faces. And we're like, nah, they've already seen our faces.
Everyone who watches this and listens.
Plus, Batman says something about wearing masks to protect the ones you love.
Yeah.
And so we realized, what if we did something even crazier and just try to get as many of the guests that we've had on back on, or at least communicate with them in such a way that they can get us a top 5.
Yeah.
That's like thought out why they chose those movies. And we achieved that.
We did. This honestly was probably one of the longest endeavors of like projects that I've ever done.
Yeah.
A multi-layer project. 15 or so people in the making.
Yeah,
Over 70 movies.
We were both Kevin Feige.
Yeah.
And this was our multiverse.
Yeah.
Like, this was our Infinity Saga right here. We did
Mhm.
it. We brought everyone back together
Yeah.
through portals, whether it be online, text messages,
In person.
or literally in person.
Yeah.
And you are going to get, I think, at least 70 unique films.
Mm-hmm.
You might get some overlap.
Yeah.
So maybe slightly less or maybe more.
Yeah.
Because there are a plethora
Yeah.
of guests.
This is Not Us United truly in our community of people. This is the Not Us United
Assembled.
top movies of all time.
Yeah. Not Us United, assembled.
Ooh.
Or Not Us Assembled.
Not Us Unassembled. I don't know. That's worse.
That's probably worse.
Yeah. I'll cut that out. It's fine.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But what we're going to start off with first are the people who submitted their top 5s in, just over text or message or something like that, just to honor those folks, because they took some time for us. We want to take some time for them. And then you will hear from the people that we got to record with us. And a lot of people recorded.
Yeah.
I think over half. And so it's about 50-50.
Yeah.
And
Shouts to them.
if you can stick around, there will be maybe a special little surprise that happens after all of the recordings, where we'll come back, we'll tune back in, and you'll hear from Michael and I about something pretty crazy.
Something special.
Maybe a top 5.
Maybe a top 5 from both of us.
Maybe.
Or just...
But you'll have to either skip ahead or listen to the whole episode and then get to that part. So anyway, do that. But let's do this.
Where we starting?
Let's start with Olivia. You remember Olivia?
I do.
She watched Doctor Strange with us.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Olivia, wishing you the best.
Yes, Olivia, you're the best. She was super unique because, remember, she told us she never watched a movie twice.
Just about to say that. That's probably
was awesome.
one of the most unique opinions I've ever heard about movies in general.
I think she probably broke that rule with some of these movies because there were some childhood ones probably.
But overall, it's like...
But I think she probably has, like, unless she loves a movie, I think she just goes and sees a movie and is like, all right.
That's it.
That's my experience with the movie.
Which is respect.
Oh, yeah. The self-control.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's awesome. But yeah, she moved, and so she is sending hers in remotely. But she's got some good list.
She's got the good.
Here are her top 5.
And these are ranked.
These are ranked. So we'll start with 5. She picked the original Jurassic Park.
Incredible choice.
Great choice.
Yeah.
This is a movie that you love more than me.
Yes.
But we both love.
Yes.
And it has dinosaurs in it.
Yeah, what's not to love, dude?
Exactly. Spielberg.
Dude, every time that... Spoilers for Jurassic Park, I guess, if you haven't seen it. But near the end when the T-Rex like roars and the banner falls.
Whoa, there's a T-Rex in this?
No, whoa, you telling me there's dinosaurs in the dinosaur movie? Well, every time that happens, like, man, I'm like, I gotta watch this movie again right now. Just let me watch it again. I love this movie. And every other Jurassic Park is fine.
That's true. The only scene that I think can kind of live up to original Jurassic Park is it either the cornfield?
Oh, the second one? That one's pretty good.
Where the raptors are like hunting?
Yeah,
it's all time.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I thought you were going to say anything from Jurassic World, and you would have been wrong.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Great pick, Olivia. Number 4, you picked The Proposal. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with it.
I thought you were going to have a hot take or something.
No hot takes.
No, Proposal's great. That's Ryan Reynolds and...
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, okay.
This is a classic. It is the definition of the rom-com that we didn't know we needed, but definitely the one we deserved.
Amen.
Ryan Reynolds kind of had a weird stint of like funny comedies. Then he had like
Green Lantern was also around this time, right?
And then he just kind of like kept doing a lot of things. And then I feel like this was kind of when he did this movie. He did like, is it Definitely Maybe? No.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And a couple of these where it started to like cement, like, all right, he's kind of figuring out what he's doing. And this was just a classic.
Yeah.
You got Betty White in here, who's just popping off.
B-dub.
Great movie. Great movie. Yep, that's what we call her. I forgot.
Yeah, come on, dude.
That's right.
Betty Dub.
Betty Dub. I forgot.
The Eternal Dub.
That's on me. The Eternal Dub.
Oh, that might be one of the funniest things I've ever said.
You're insane.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Number 3, one that's very close to both of our hearts. Olivia picked Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, it's literally tattooed on my heart.
Yeah. You know what, Olivia? We love this 100 because it's episode 100. Yeah. And it's a great pick.
Reference to the movie.
It is. I don't know if there's more that can be said about Avengers Endgame that hasn't already been said on this podcast, but it's a correct choice.
It is a correct choice. Like, I cannot fault you for Avengers Endgame.
No, you can't.
I don't think it's the best Marvel movie, but it is the best experience at a
100%.
at a cinema, not a Marvel movie.
Yeah, I think it. The argument against it was like, is the story or the plot the strongest of all of the movies? And I would say, I can see why people would say no, but I think it finally reached a point where it earned a little bit of a, hey, let's take back like what this story has to do, and let's just high five the fans for 3 hours. Yeah, and that's what it felt like. Dude, it was awesome.
Cap and Mjolnir, top 5 moments in cinema history.
100%.
So,
yeah, no Cap, that was insane. God. All right, we did it. Number 2.
I can't even get mad at you.
Another superhero. Yeah, but it's not a superhero movie. It's called The Greatest
Zac
Showman.
Efron. Singing to Hugh Jackman.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is an excellent choice because it's a movie I've always wanted to talk about on this.
Yeah. Surprisingly,
podcast.
Hasn't been brought up.
I think it is one of those films that has something going for it that is a 10 out of 10. And then there are just parts of the movie that like aren't a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
And it like holds it back. So like the plot is just like barely there sometimes.
Oh, so you're saying the plot and everything that's surrounding the movie not great. That's interesting.
All of the music
is just so much
It's
better
so good.
than like the
Everything
movie,
else
like deserves.
Yeah.
And it's so good.
It's like just like I don't think I can think of it. It's just a piece of poop, but like surrounded by like just the incredible like icing of a cake.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And so I don't know exactly Olivia's thoughts on it. She's like, hey, the music is amazing. Maybe she loves like all the stuff.
Yeah.
Because like it's packaged pretty well. Hugh Jackman does no wrong.
Oh yeah.
Zac Efron popped off. Zendaya's in this. Michelle Williams plays like a kind of a small role, but like still pops off.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's doing awesome stuff. And the music is just incredible.
It's so good.
It's incredible.
Yeah. I think at first I was not a fan of The Greatest Showman.
Yeah.
But then the music, I'm like, oh, the music is great. The music is hands down like just really good. The last song, like, and we will come back home.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, so good.
Dude.
Absolute banger of a song. But yeah, I think the plot is lacking. But dude, who cares? Who cares?
Yeah, it's our 100th episode. Who gives?
Who gives?
Like, whatever.
Who gives
Yeah.
a Zachy F, dude?
This is her top 5, and that's all that matters.
And I'm saying yes.
Yes. Queen. All right. Number 1, The Lion King.
The Lion King. Now I just thought of this. Are we assuming the original animated, or did you?
Yes.
Okay, you asked her.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
it was clarified. Good.
Because there's only one right answer for
Okay,
a
cool,
Lion
cool,
King
cool, cool,
submission
cool,
here.
cool. That's a great choice.
Here's a movie that has great music and great everything.
There it is. Yeah.
This is it.
It's like frosting, but wrapped in more frosting.
Yes, this is just double frosting.
Yeah. Oh.
What? This is probably our generation's just like,
Everyone loves this movie.
this might be it. Like, if the IMDb top 250 lives long enough,
yeah.
maybe the Shawshank Redemption gets dethroned by The Lion King.
I wish you could see it by like age range. That would be really interesting. If you could get like a gap of like, here's the millennial.
I would guess
here's the Gen Z.
Yeah, Lion King's got to be like a top 10 for everyone like 35 and under.
I'd imagine.
I feel like.
I don't know about top 10 for me, but like,
No,
it's
it is.
definitely like great.
No, it is.
Okay.
Wow, that was easy. Grace isn't here, so
You have no one to defend you.
Oh no!
Oh,
He
my
unplugged
mic.
himself.
Oh, okay, we're good. We're back.
Oh, now I can't hear myself.
Oh,
Oh no, what's
we're
happening?
in it. I think my mic messed everything up.
It's all good. There we go. We did it.
Okay,
Not
staying in. I'm
This
not
is a
mad at it.
great. No, it's fine. This is a great top 5. Olivia,
Yeah.
thank you for sending it in.
Yes,
And
thank you
even if
for-
it wasn't a great top 5, it's a great top 5 because it's
yours
your top 5.
Oh,
we did it.
Olivia, thank you for joining us at Honest United. And thank you for being our friend.
You're the best.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Spencer, who is going to join us tonight to record, but is sick and ill. So best wishes to you, Spencer.
Rip.
You are now immortalized as a sick person on our podcast.
You're the official sick person that couldn't make it to the top 5 recording of this podcast.
But we love you, and we're here to say your top 5. He said in no particular order.
Oh, okay.
So that just means
Movies.
no particular
5.
order.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome. Oh, man. We're on it.
Yeah,
We got it. So
100.
good.
I think we finally hit our stride.
Yeah, we're here.
It took 100 episodes.
All right. His top 5. I'll start from the bottom as well.
Yeah.
He picked The Lion King.
Oh my gosh.
So we're not going to say anything.
We're just
about it.
repeating
But
Olivia's
yes,
list in
The
backwards
Lion
order.
King. Yes. 4th pick, or whatever pick, Avengers Endgame.
Oh wow! Oh, we really are.
We literally
Is
are.
Greatest Showman in this too?
No. So those are the two that overlap.
So
with
far, the two most popular movies
Great.
out of the Honest United.
I do think there's a trend we're going to see with people close to our age. Those two movies were just pretty iconic.
Yeah.
3rd pick, The Prestige.
Great choice.
This is excellent little Christopher Nolan film.
Chrissy Noel, yeah.
But it does have Hugh Jackman in it.
Oh.
So it's not a Greatest Showman, but it is a Greatest Showman.
Man. So far,
Movie.
Honest United loves Hugh Jackman.
We love Hugh Jackman. He's a big dude, and he's awesome.
Yeah.
And I would argue that he might be the most talented actor
Yeah.
we've ever seen.
Whoa. Jonathan Cruise.
No, I think Hugh Jackman's just truly the whole package.
Yeah, he's got the singing, he's got the dancing, he's got the charisma, and he's not like crazy.
But he also can play crazy.
Yeah.
Really well.
Yeah.
And he's pretty much in everybody's top 5. Yeah, I think he might actually be in well, hold on. Okay, no, he's not in everybody's top 5, but he's in a lot of
He's
top
in a
fives.
majority of top 5 movies.
He's made it up there.
Yeah.
Great pick with The Prestige. If you haven't seen this, Christopher Nolan, Magicians, Scarlett Johansson, Christian Bale, Hugh Jackman, David Bowie, question mark? Figure out where he's at. Kind of weird.
Electrifying role.
A very electrifying role.
Say.
Let's just leave it at that.
Is this your favorite?
It's
Nolan?
up there, man. It's a good, but I sometimes forget that it's Nolan.
Yeah.
Because I think of like Inception, Interstellar, and
it does feel the
Departed.
least Nolan-y.
Or no, not Departed. What am I thinking of?
Inception, Interstellar, Dark Knight.
Yeah, The Dark Knight.
Memento.
And it's just like, oh yeah, but The Prestige.
Yeah. That's a good point. I do kind of forget it's a Nolan movie.
But no, The Prestige is like...
She is good. Good choice. Good job, Spence.
Yeah, great pick. Second pick. Interesting choice here. Avatar 1.
Ooh, this might be the most controversial Not As United selection yet.
Hey, you know what? Spencer's top 5? It's a top 5.
Yeah.
However...
We respect it. We don't like it, but we respect it.
I'm guessing he's a spectacle guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember him saying spectacle a lot on
He said, I think he was the most, like, word for word.
Yeah,
he knocked it out of the park.
Articulate person that we've had on the podcast,
Yeah.
perhaps. He loves spectacle, and so I think he would agree with everything that we have issues with the movie.
But
And I
it's
think
just
he was like,
overruled
but
by...
damn, dude.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
Yeah.
And
that's
it's a
fair.
movie experience.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
I would like to pick his brain about Avatar 2. Like, why? That felt like more spectacle to me. You know?
Maybe he was more impressionable.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was just more effective
Yeah.
when we were in high school.
Yeah.
Because that's when it came out.
I mean, Avatar 1 is better than Avatar 2. So.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And then his first pick, well, I shouldn't say first pick, but just his last,
The last
choice
pick
here
that was right at top.
is Remember the Titans.
Oh, dude. That's a good movie.
Not a lot of sports films in the top 5. This one is good.
Wow.
Couple reasons why it's good. It makes a racist town not racist in about a month.
Yeah, but because football.
Pretty heroic. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, racism's really strong unless your team's 4-0.
And that's your team's 4-0, and then it just... They did it. But no, this is like quintessential Denzel Washington movie. And, dude, I mean, when I think of fall, I think of two things. I think of pumpkin spice lattes
And the Titans.
and Remember the Titans.
Yeah.
It's just, it feels like a fall movie.
Yeah.
Feels like
Football time, you know.
it's also the least sportsy sports movie because they just kind of like do almost like highlight reels
Yeah.
and then there's just really plot going on and it's not a lot of sports stuff and hits you in the feels.
Yeah. Dude.
But again, it solves racism in like 6 weeks. So 10 out of 10. It's a really good movie. they're all just like, you know, it's like, I'm pretty prejudiced. Wait, we're undefeated? They're like, whoa, that's pretty incredible.
That's pretty good.
It's a good movie.
Now, if only this could be, you know,
Yeah,
just shared across the whole whole
exactly.
world.
Yeah, if we could all just watch Remember the
Everyone,
Titans,
yeah.
and we could just do it instead of 4 weeks. It's just in 2 hours of watching this movie. Game over. Don't be a jerk.
That's an incredible movie.
It is.
Yeah.
Great choice, Spencer.
Yeah.
And thank you for submitting to us.
Yes.
Not
That's
as
right.
Perfect. All right. We're going to go with my little bro, Griffin.
Griff Dog.
Griff Dog, G Dog, G Daddy. All right. Here it
G
is.
Daddy and the Hazzy.
He actually sent me a list of his picks that have a little explanation to them.
Okay. Let's hear it.
So let me get my notes pulled up here.
Griff Daddy writing it out.
Oh, yeah. Griff Daddy. All right. His top 5, starting with 5, are Captain America, Winter Soldier.
Excellent
This
choice.
is, just statistically speaking, one of the best written Marvel movies.
Oh, hands down.
To date.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is a better written Marvel movie.
No.
If you're picking just purely like quality of the whole thing, that was the right choice.
Yeah.
Does it have as much spectacle as like Endgame? No. But it's by far like just the highest quality.
Pound for pound, kind of like, yeah.
Here's his explanation. This is my second of 2 Marvel movies. So there's a little spoiler there.
Wow.
Just because Marvel is my favorite franchise. Best written Marvel movie without a doubt. I just literally said that.
What, you
it's
brothers?
like we're brothers. Introduces 2 of the coolest characters in the MCU with Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Nice.
I agree with that. And the whole movie is a masterpiece. Like, I can't think of a flaw, is what he says.
Wow.
And I would agree with that.
The flaw is that it ends.
That's true. The fight scenes are crazy good. The knife fight between Steve and Buck.
Iconic.
Incredible, he says. The elevator fight with Cap and all the Hydra agents will forever be iconic.
Whoa. Wow. Get this man a job at a newspaper.
That's right. We need to get him on here again.
Get him
The
right.
plot idea of the fact that Hydra was secretly in and a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. the entire time was a really cool twist.
Incredible.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So, great pick, Griff. Couldn't agree more. Number 4 is It, Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. Yeah.
So this is one of the most recent iteration of It, with Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise, and yeah, it's really good.
It's really
I would
good.
say it is better than Part 2.
Oh,
Part
hands
2,
down.
they do a good job of at least getting adults that
The
play
casting of
character.
Part 2, wow, incredible. I don't think it like story-wise, execution-wise, doesn't hold up,
Yeah.
but I think Part 1 is really, really good.
I just want to say too, you kind of resemble to me. I grew up watching a lot of David Letterman.
Yeah.
And your just comfort pose right now just looks very David Letterman-esque.
Thanks.
Like you're kind of like getting ready to say something
Yeah.
a little maybe cocky, maybe a little like,
That's what happens when you
I don't know,
get
you're just feeling it.
when you give me a maple glazed creamer in my coffee right now. That's what happens.
You do, yeah. Things change
When you give me a glizzy glizz dog
glizzy glizz.
on the rocks.
All right.
Anyways,
All right. So Griff,
Chapter 1.
It Chapter 1. This came out when he was in 8th grade. So him and his friends were all the like ages of the same of the main
that's cool.
characters. He said the opening scene with Georgie literally just getting eaten scared the shit out of me. And you'd be lying if you said it didn't scare everyone the first time. With like how scary it is and just the thoughts of clowns and like Pennywise himself in that movie is just terrifying. But the movie's also got some comedy as well. With all the kids in it, cracking jokes and cussing, also trying to figure out how to kill Pennywise in the end is just terrifying and hilarious, which I think is true. That movie is so scary that like you
have to laugh it off.
you
kind of.
have to figure out like what would you even do?
Yeah.
Because it's the insurmountable odds
Yeah.
that there just almost had to be some like stupidity thrown
Yeah.
into it. But I thought it was just a really well done movie. So great pick, Griff.
Yeah, hands down.
Number 3 is Prisoners. Our boy
We've talked
Denny.
about that one before.
It's been on here quite a few times. Let's just see what hit.
Let's get a fresh take from Griff Dog.
I think the idea of it just being just how terrifying and hopeless it is kind of the theme of what he's saying
definitely.
here. What it would do to a dad with a daughter that was kidnapped, and he really loves how Jake Gyllenhaal played just a great detective throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
So just both of those characters, and
Sold it for him.
and he still can't get over the cliffhanger ending.
Yeah. He has
It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
You ever hear a faint whistle? Oh, it's so dude, that gave me chills. That was
really
that was a really good whistle.
Thanks. All right, number 2. I mean, yeah, this makes sense. The Dark Knight.
What are you gonna say?
So Griffin and I, it's really cool. I kind of have this fun relationship with him where my dad got me introduced into like superheroes and all of that. And the first time, like so I've gotten to like show him like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I got him to, like, we grew up together when like Andrew Garfield switched over, and we watched all the Dark Knights, and we did all these things. And so we still quote like Dark Knight to this day. Like, we will look at each other and just say, "Where is it?" And like we just love Christian Bale's take of the Dark Knight. So here's what he said: best Batman ever made, in my opinion, even though that can now be debatable with Rob Pattinson's Batman.
Okay.
So he gives props to Rob Pattinson. He said this movie is ranked third on IMDb's top 100 movies ever. That might be true. I think
it is.
Okay. The movie has really became a pretty big meme with me and all the Batman quotes, but that doesn't take away from how good of a movie it is and how good Heath Ledger's performance was. The plot of the movie and just portraying how crazy the Joker really is. I mean, Heath did an incredible job, ending with the Joker turning Gotham's White Knight, Harvey Dent, into a slept-on, very good villain, and just the city coming together to stop the Joker's madness in the end. Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Well said.
The fact that like you can make fun of this movie, but also like it's also one of the greatest films of all time. Like,
yeah,
without a doubt.
Yeah, I think it reached that like that masterpiece status so fast that you
had to kind of dog on it.
Well, you were exposed to it so much that eventually those things just start to come out.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh yeah, like Christian Bale really went for it in a weird direction with this. However, the previous iterations did like far different versions where it was like, I'll be the stoic Batman, but I'm going to have like nipples on my suit. And it's just like, okay. So his was just so clearly like badass, but there's just a level of it where you're just like, wow, all right, changing the voice. And some of his quotes are just incredible.
Yeah.
And he can't twist his neck half the time, so it's just funny. All right, number one, seeing a little pattern emerging. Avengers Endgame.
Whoa.
Couldn't have seen that.
Yeah.
Third
time, 3 lists.
That's right.
What's Griff say?
Favorite franchise, as he said before, but this movie was just at the time. But this movie was just at that time of release. Maybe the most like hyped movie I've ever seen. You had a 10-year stretch of overall amazing movies and a couple speed bumps in there, but just an amazing string of movies coming to an end on a grand finale, and it did not disappoint. The portal scenes will forever give me goosebumps when I watch it. I mean, just seeing every superhero in the MCU in one wide-angle shot going to take on an army, or an entire army, was just all-time. Nothing will ever beat it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll never go to another movie ever and feel like I did at that movie for the first time. He might answer to our question of, do you think you saw your favorite movie in this lifetime? And I think he would say yes.
Yeah.
I think he peaked.
I think he's right, though.
It's true.
Like, the feeling you get when watching an Endgame is unique.
That was wild.
Yeah.
That would be, I don't know what movie's going to probably do that for me again.
I don't know.
Maybe Dune 2.
Are you going to be like, yeah, he's on the sandworm. Woo!
Are you really asking me that?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I'm going to do it. That's like literally what I'm going to do.
I just want to wake up every morning and do.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. All right, Griff.
Well played. Man. Masterful gambit.
Thanks for those 5. Great choice. All right. Now for a guest who hasn't been on here in a little bit, but still had an incredible episode when he was on here, and that is my cousin Tyler, who you may remember from our Midnight Mass episode.
Yes.
Perhaps one of our favorite recording experiences, just because that show is so good. I forgot to watch it this Halloween, but I think I'm going to go back and watch it.
I want to watch his new show, The House of Usher.
I'm halfway through it. Spooky.
Ooh.
But I still think Midnight Mass and Haunting of Hill House are better.
Okay.
I'm sticking with it.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen the end, so maybe I'll change my mind. All right, Tyler had some interesting takes here. He had no particular order, but here are his 5. All Quiet Along the Western Front, which is a brand new war movie that came out.
Okay.
Won the Oscars.
The German one. Okay. Because there's like the old All Quiet.
Right. No, this is the one that just dropped last year. That was the big Oscar.
Did not see it, but it won a lot of Oscars.
Yes, I haven't seen it as well. I was like, I saw 1917. Do I need to see another war movie ever again? And apparently I do, because he said his favorite genre of movie is war films.
Oh, okay.
His favorite series is Band of Brothers. And so this is the best war movie he's ever seen. Wow. Incredibly real. Best war movie at getting you to understand how crazy it is. How everyone is just a regular guy put into an insane situation. And both sides are really just human in a terrible predicament, trying to support their country and not necessarily being brought in on a cause. Hard recommend to watch.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. I need to check this out then.
Yeah, I agree. You sold me, Tyler.
All right. Number 2 is Whiplash.
Dude.
He's a big actor guy.
Yeah.
He likes when performances like pop off, and so this is a 10 out of 10 of acting for him.
Well, I think you have 2 10 out of 10 acting performances in this movie.
Yeah.
With J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
Dude, I'm right up there with you, Tyler.
Yeah. You really like this one.
Yeah.
He put a comedy in here. Third one is The Other Guys. This is a good one.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yeah, we reviewed this one.
We just reviewed this one.
Is this something that you showed him?
No.
Okay.
He would have. I think we're pretty close in age. We're only like a few months apart, and so when the Will Ferrell assance happened, I think we all just collectively watched him.
Yeah.
This one I think was not on the top of our list to like we have to go see this, because I don't know if Mark Wahlberg like did it for any of us until this movie, and then it's like, okay, that's not the combo I would have chose, and it worked. And this is an incredibly smart and fun movie. And I think it's because it wasn't just trying to be a funny movie. It was also trying to tell like a story about how greed like just corrupts to unknown levels. Because even at the end, it starts talking about like banks that just like do all these evil things, and he went on to Adam McKay went on
Big
like
Short
Big
and
Short
all that.
and all that stuff. So
that's like him gearing up to do his stuff like that.
This was like him and Will Ferrell have been teammates for however long, and then it was like Adam McKay's like, I'm ready to do Vice, Big Short, and then he did the Don't Look Up, and like all that stuff. So this was definitely like the start of that like turn. So I think that's what made it help it feel smart, but still hilarious and stupid at the same time. All right, his 4th pick was Inception. I think this one's more of a visual thing for him.
How can you go wrong?
It's great. What are your? Do you have any good memories about Inception? Did you go see it in theaters?
I don't think I did.
No.
I think this was one that I saw at home and still was blown away by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Inception is, I mean, I think a lot of people always had Inception was an introduction to, I don't know, just a deeper level of movies. And like, oh, movies can just make you just think and like, it kind of came out at a time where I was a teenager. I don't remember exactly, was it 2012? Sure. When it came out? That sounds about 2010, something like that.
Yeah.
And like getting from like advancing your movie like knowledge. And so for me, it was like, oh, movies can be like this and make you really think and ponder on it.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that. This felt like kind of like the movie that forced you to have to become a smart viewer. Or I guess I shouldn't say smart, but just like a intentional
thoughtful
viewer. Thoughtful viewer. And I think this, alongside, at least in my opinion, alongside catching so many things that happened with Marvel and how they would just hide so many things in their movies, I think audiences just in general, you would like go see a movie and then you'd go get on the internet like right after to be like, did I miss anything? Or that ending needs to be explained. And then there's just like all these viral things of like people wanted to know like what any of it means. And so I think this was one of the first real examples, at least for our generation, of that movie where it's like, whoa, I don't even know like how to handle this. What do we do?
Yeah. That's a good point I think people in general are more thoughtful when it comes to movies. And sometimes to like the detriment of like, oh, they messed up here because they like didn't make the correct cut because she's like nitpicky. But also in the fact of like, oh, like directors and people put things in movies that they didn't notice.
Yeah.
But people have noticed because they could just watch it over and over again now. And like the internet and just like groups of fans of a certain movie just love that movie, talk about that movie, and find out more things about it.
I think too the one thing that Christopher Nolan at least does in some of these more like thinky movies that he makes is he doesn't help himself by making these really complex plots, because if you are missing an ingredient, none of it works.
Yeah.
And so I feel like he has to at least give you everything, and that's what's fun about it. It's like if you miss something in Inception, that's okay, because it is in there.
Yeah.
You just might have to look for it.
Right.
Because if something hinges on your understanding of it, he had to have put it in there.
Yeah.
He's not leaving anything up for like your interpretation, except for, do you think he made it out of the dream?
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And he gave you enough information to go, you could probably make an educated guess, but I also left it just vague enough that you don't really know.
Yeah.
And that's why I decided to do it that way.
Yeah. And that's hard to make a movie like that where there is, which way did it go?
In some of those movies, when they get
answer?
too gimmicky, it is hard because like they're going through levels and levels and levels of dreams, but it doesn't ever feel like I'm just getting explained too much. Like I think the use of the scene where Leo is teaching the prodigy character, and he like basically explains all of the rules right then and there, but because it's so visually just cool to watch, you don't feel like you're getting told how the plot's supposed to work. And so they use it in a good way instead of, like blah blah. Like sometimes some of those lines that come out that explain things are like people who have been working together for 4 years, and then they tell each other how they've worked together for 4 years. Yeah, and it's like you would never say that to somebody that you
kind of just got to.
You have to. This was the perfect way to do it because you're the new person coming in is you and this character. So now it can be explained without it taking away from the plot. Yeah. So Inception, I think, just holds your hand enough. Yeah. At least where it doesn't sacrifice quality to get to the gimmick. So great flick.
Well, that was our review of Inception.
There you go. I don't know if we've talked about it though.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
And then his last pick is Memento, which he kind of just says is Inception before Inception. Yeah. And it's like,
I think that's Nolan's best film, so.
There you go.
Yeah. Dude, this is a good list.
It's a good list.
I respect this list a lot.
Wow.
Whiplash all alone, and like, I love Whiplash,
You have a soft spot for Whiplash.
Yeah. Oh,
and
it's
Memento,
so good.
I guess.
Yeah. Tyler, you and me.
Tyler, thank you for sending us your 5 and for doing it tonight when I needed you to. So, God bless you.
You're always prepared for the call.
That's right. All right.
Who's next on our list?
Next on our list is Colton Carr, our boy.
Colton Carr. Room.
Best part about Colton is I asked him for 5, and he's like, I don't do favorites. I was like, great. So give me 5 movies. And he's like, oh, yeah, I need to do that still. And I got him to give me 5 movies. Right. So here we go. Here's his text, word for word. I said, send me your top 5. And he goes, pressure is on. Dang. And I said, you got this. He goes, okay, The Benchwarmers has to be on there.
There's one.
So there's one movie.
Dude, what a choice, though. That's great.
It's a great comedy.
Yeah.
The Benchwarmers feels right because it's funny enough that I can see this being somebody's, like, that's their comedy.
Oh, yeah.
That was it. What a weird choice of like movie make though.
Yeah.
Cuz
just a concept.
It's just wild.
Yeah.
3 adults just on smoking little league kids playing baseball for just like, I don't know. Like, unknown reasons, but it's perfect.
Yeah.
One of them eats sunscreen. It's perfect.
Oh, I haven't seen Benchwarmers in a hot minute.
It's great. Great film.
Yeah.
Great film.
What a choice.
All right, his next pick was Warrior ? Like maybe.
Should I have it on this list?
Got to. I believe that's a boxing movie. Fighting movie with Tom Hardy in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen it, so I have nothing to speak on it. Yeah. But if Tom Hardy's in it, I'm sure it is, no matter what, at least an 8 out of 10. I don't know. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
His third pick was The Grand Budapest Hotel.
Yeah, we love that movie.
Soft spot. That one's for us.
Yeah.
Not us United.
Thanks, Colton. That's so good.
What a lovely,
what a wild,
perfect movie.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, that movie is just like, what's the guy's name? How you say Wes Anderson?
Wes Andy.
That's just like Wes Anderson to a T, man.
Amen.
Dude, you got Benchwarmers. You got a comedy, just off the wall comedy. Then you got like a hard like sports movie, and then you got like a quirky. This is perfect. This is Colton.
Then he said Good Will Hunting.
Well, how can you not?
It's perfect.
Yeah.
The best part was he sent Goodwill and it auto-corrected as the company and not as just Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
It was perfect. Yeah, we've talked about this movie.
Yeah. Catch our Good Will Hunting review.
We did a full review. Yeah, we did. That's right. And yeah, like this is the movie where I would say at like 20, I felt like if I wanted to make movies, it's possible. It inspires you to remember that like if the story's good enough, people will go and see it.
I mean, that's it. This is just like the Hollywood success story.
Yeah, it's great, and part of the Matt Damon verse.
Yeah,
so check that out.
Very important. Very important piece of the Matt Damon verse.
And his last pick was Prisoners, which I just love that like some of these were like maybes on there and they're just Prisoners.
Yeah,
right
Prisoners
on there.
for sure. Man, that's a great list.
Also a great list.
Yeah. These people got good lists.
We got a lot of Hugh Jackman. This is the 4th out of 5 lists that have Hugh Jackman in it.
That's insane.
He's incredible. Let's see, what else? I'm trying to think if there's any other
Who didn't
patterns.
have Hugh Jackman?
Tyler didn't. That's okay, though.
He had a Nolan film, though. He had 2 Nolan films.
2 Nolan films. Yeah.
A few Marvel movies in there, but only 1 Benchwarmers.
It's only 1 Benchwarmers. That's true. All right.
Man, Colton, that's a good list. I love that list.
Your 5 is great, and thank you for coming up with it.
Here's a high 5 for your top 5.
Nice. All right. And then the last person we will be talking about here, and then the rest you will hear interviews on, is Brandon. Brandon did the book review with us.
Yeah.
Mickey 7.
Yeah.
He also did Top Gun.
Oh yeah.
Episode with
Maverick.
us. Yes.
I thinking of that Mickey 7. I read the second book, and Brandon, if you're listening, don't read it.
Oh,
it's bad.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Mickey 8 didn't make it, huh?
Mickey 8.
Or what's it called?
It's like blue.
It's not even called
Blue
Mickey,
Matter.
So yeah.
Something Matter Blues. Like Astro Matter Blues.
Just so
Space
bad
Matter
that you don't
Blues.
even remember.
Yeah. Antimatter Blues. That's it.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyways, that's made me think of you, Brandon.
Perfect.
A bad book.
A bad book. All right. Let's start with some of the similarities. We have Lion King and The Dark Knight on his list in no particular order. Both
said before. Or 2 people have Olivia and Spencer have Lion
Olivia
King.
and Spencer have Lion King. So that makes Lion King have 3. I think that's the lead, at least so far.
Yeah.
Dark Knight's been mentioned a couple times. One unique pick to his that is a Marvel movie but hasn't been mentioned yet is Avengers Infinity War.
Oh, okay.
He prefers the darker side of that story, which I would agree. The Infinity War has more of the plot and really does change up the MCU and the fact that nothing is safe.
Yes.
Whereas Endgame, you're like, I think we're going to have resolution.
Yeah.
It's like Infinity War is like, I don't know.
The swings that Infinity War takes is just, I mean, the end, just like having the snap happen.
Yeah.
Like, that's awesome. And I love that they even did that.
It's perfect.
And I think, like, comparing the two, Infinity War and Endgame, I think Infinity War is just a better movie.
Sure.
While Endgame is just like a payoff.
The better experience.
The better experience, for sure. So great pick, Brandon.
Great pick.
All right, yeah.
All right. Another one that I just want to give a shout out to because it is one of my favorite movies. It's not going to be in my top 5, but it is one of my favorite movies. Is Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Wow.
Great pick.
Yeah.
This is phenomenal.
That is a great pick.
It is a comic book.
Yeah.
That is a movie.
Dude, that's so good.
A lot of early talent, like before they got huge. We got like a Chris Evans in here before he was headlining everything.
Power, yeah.
Brandon Routh made a nice little cameo in there.
Right.
Brie Larson's in here. Michael Cera, Kieran Culkin, and then Mary Elizabeth.
Winstead, yeah.
And she, I would like to, if we could do an episode on somebody, I would like to do an episode on her at some point because, like, she just does all these like fun. I feel like I don't know what the word is. She just had a very unorthodox, like, I'm in a scary movie. I'm in this movie. I'm this, she did the Thing prequel.
Oh, yeah.
And that was like I love that movie. So anyway, her being in this was just also fun because she was perfect.
That movie is awesome. Scott Pilgrim.
It's really good.
I love that scene where it's like, where like Scott's girlfriend is like knocking at the door. And she's like, "Is Scott home?" Oh, he just left. Oh man, that's just like comedy gold.
So good. I think they're making an animated series, and they got everyone to come back to voice it.
That's crazy.
That would be fun to check out at some point. Brandon's last pick is a Star Wars film, and it is Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Wow.
The movie that everyone crapped on for years. And then you
Everyone
saw what
loved
came out, and then you're like, wait a second.
Actually,
I'm
it's
sorry,
not that
babe.
bad.
Come back to me. And now Revenge of the Sith is actually good. And that is correct.
I've always held that Revenge of the Sith is good.
Oh, yeah.
But did you ever dog on Revenge of the Sith?
Never.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
I love it. I've always loved it.
To be top, though, that's
the music and the final like 45 minutes of that movie just like it just obliterates anything that was stupid about the prequels to me. I'm just like, all right, well, you stuck the landing. Don't care.
Dude, that Mustafar fight scene?
Correct.
Are you kidding?
No,
Are you kidding?
I'm not. Like, not at all kidding.
Let him cook.
He
in
literally
the lava.
cooked. He cooked really hard.
Wow, to be the best Star Wars film, I respect that a lot.
Yeah, or just his favorite.
That's true.
We have to remember. Top 5. And
to him, it's the best.
Maybe.
You know?
It's his favorite.
Yeah.
You're right. All right. Well, guess who's not the last person that we're going to talk about? Because Caleb
we got some text messages.
Sent me a text message.
Caleb.
So we're live, and we're doing
live
this.
reaction.
He sent me a top 10 because he said 5's too hard. Well, it doesn't matter.
Well,
I'm cutting
you cut off 5. Are they ranked?
They are ranked.
Okay, well then, sorry you wasted it.
All right, so this is it. And he gave me 10, but 1 is 2 movies. Cheater, pumpkin eater. So I'm gonna bring it down to top. So he's going 1 through 4, and I'll take care of it. All right, Caleb.
Number 4.
Number 5.
Number 5
is Terminator 2.
Oh wow, yeah, great movie.
Which you'll hear
someone
about
else
another Terminator
had the
film
first Terminator
later on,
movie,
and they thought that Terminator 2 was probably the better film, but the first one just deserves to be the best.
But we got T1, T2 in our top.
That's true.
United.
Shawshank Redemption.
Another Shawshank.
Classic dad movie.
Yeah.
We've talked about our opinions on Shawshank Redemption. You can check out episodes, all of them. All right.
Whenever we talk about Doom, we also talk about Shawshank.
It makes its way in there. Number 3, The Dark Knight.
Wow,
that now makes The Dark Knight up there.
Okay, that's 3 times.
And then number 2 and 1 that are like tied together are Memento.
Wow.
And Star Wars.
OG Star Wars.
Just OG
well,
Star
we had him
Wars.
on for Star Wars.
We did.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. If
What
you
else?
go back to that episode, we did say like, "What's your favorite movie?" And he said
Star
Star
Wars.
Wars. So,
Yeah.
Star Wars for enjoyment, Memento for creativity.
So wait, how does he have his list? He has 1, 2, or he has 1?
No, he went 1 through 10, so he has 11. But he says these 2 are tied for 1.
Oh,
so 2
boo.
8.
It's Star Wars. It's Star Wars deep
It's Star
down.
Wars is his favorite. Memento is
Man, Memento really showing up.
putting in the work.
Putting in the work.
Yeah.
Memento. Mementoing the work, man. Wow.
I told Michael before this podcast, like, let's bring some energy, and he did.
I'm here,
but
dude.
Like,
you were not ready.
I was not.
You're
ready.
not ready. I was about to mento this line, dude.
We've also like burned through 35 movies, and
Yeah.
incredible.
If you had to pick a top 5 from these movies that
Don't
everyone
make
get, do it.
I would do calculating carry the one. I would do Prisoners, the Endgame,
He's blinking so many times.
The Dark Knight, Lion King, and It Chapter 1.
Oh, that's a good choice. Let me see this.
All right.
I'm doing it too. Obviously, Whiplash. Oh, Whiplash, Good Will Hunting, Prisoners, Winter Soldier, Jurassic Park.
Jeez. Okay. What's your name? Oh, Chad. Nice. Got him. Great. This is excellent.
Wow.
I'm excited for you all to hear what's coming next because we got some nice in-person interviews. You're going to hear some really buttery, smooth voices.
Yeah.
And
Then you're going to hear ours.
And you're probably going to have to do this in like multiple sittings because everyone took about a half an hour to 45 minutes to get through this.
Yeah.
So just so you know, like, look how fast we went.
Yeah.
So don't get mad when they take a little bit slower. But we will catch you at the end of this episode.
Yeah.
All right. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Dude, this looks pretty good.
This is it. This is nice.
This is, I dreamed about this.
Yeah.
It didn't look exactly like this, but close.
Was it a good dream or a nightmare?
Well, I mean, I was podcasting with my best friends. You tell me.
Fair. Nightmare?
Bit of both. Nervous because I didn't want to say anything stupid, but excited because I will.
Say something stupid.
Yeah.
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 Cool.
You guys, we should probably say what your names are.
Did you hit record? Are we doing this?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
hit
cool,
record.
cool,
Yeah,
cool.
100%
I'm glad.
hit
I'm
record.
Been recording for like last 5
Oh,
minutes.
cool.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Well, this is a little bit special because typically, or at least thus far in recording for our top 5 movies for the 100th episode have all been solo endeavors. But this time, we got Aaron and Chris to join us.
Some would say united.
So
True.
look at us.
I feel united. Yeah.
Not us, United.
You just sound so good. Oh my god.
He had just that little bit of, I don't know.
It's the depth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice.
I bring
warm.
you guys down an octave.
Yeah, and we love it.
If
I've never been
cinnamon
so
was
low.
a voice, it would be you.
Oh my gosh, chocolate rain.
Cinnamon.
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 Does that sound about right?
With a little bit of sugar. Yeah.
Just a little bit of sugar.
Some would say cinnamon sugar. Like,
Sure.
You know.
That was good. Thanks
I
for
was
adding.
debating on how to.
Thanks for adding.
Yeah, thanks.
That was good.
I bring it together, you know.
Yes.
We're all serving our,
Yeah, you know,
Purposes.
there's 4 parts of this podcast, and some of us are heavier than the others. Let's just say, I'm here, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, so I don't know how you guys want to do this because this is our first time doing it, but would you guys like to do like one pick and alternate, or would you like one person to just go for all 5 and then the other person comments on it and then the other person goes for all 5? What are you guys thinking? Tell me what your guts say. Aaron, what's your gut?
Oh my gosh. Why
This is
did you
perfect.
ask me first?
I'm looking at you.
I think it would be kind of fun to do every other, maybe.
That'd be kind of fun.
Chris,
Sure.
how do you feel about that?
Sure.
Okay, and then it's just as long as at the end we do a nice little like recap, probably just so it's not confusing.
Yeah, sure.
These do not have to be ranked in any way. You could just say 5 movies. But if you also feel inclined, you could say this is the
Number
fifth
5.
greatest movie
Yeah.
of all time. This is the fourth greatest movie of all time, so on and so forth, if you'd like. So some people have felt it was too painful to number it and have chosen just to say, here's my 5 favorite movies. Keeps it nice, keeps it clean. But if you want to do a bloodbath right here on this podcast, then that's totally fine. just tell us what the best one is and what the worst of the best is. So, without further ado, Chris, why don't you start us off with either number 5 or
a number movie.
your first pick of your top 5.
Man. All right. Let me get my list.
Do you think you'll be ranking or will you be randomizing?
I definitely randomizing. I don't think I can
Yeah.
give you top 5 and
Okay.
feel confident in
It's
that.
too
It was
difficult.
hard to get down to the top
Yeah.
5. I actually have lists of 15 here, but I narrowed it down.
Okay.
Okay, so you okay.
I've been meditating on this all day. Like, what of these that I've thought over the last few days
Yeah.
is my top 5? And I'm going to go with the obvious pick
Oh.
in the room because I'm sure people remember me from Lord of the Rings. You know?
So The Hobbit.
Enjoyable. Not up there. But I'm picking the Fellowship of the Ring.
Picking the first one. All
Yep,
right.
Going with the first
Great
one.
choice.
Good choice.
It's no Two Towers. I know that.
Yeah.
Amen to that, brother.
Yeah.
But,
World famous review of the third podcast episode of Not As United. Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah.
With our own Chris Blankers here.
It's just, yeah.
What do you think happened quicker? Frodo getting to Mordor or us having you back on the podcast? Because there's a good gap.
They're like solid
And you're like,
year.
hey, don't wait.
solid,
that long
solid year.
It's got to be pretty close.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like
like
a-
a tie. I think I'm probably quicker on getting the podcast
Just a
than
little
Frodo
bit.
getting to Mount Doom.
That was close.
It was close. He's probably getting into Mordor. Then.
Yeah. But you probably had a more enjoyable year.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't ride any Eagles.
That
so,
was
you
like
know.
COVID and whatnot, wasn't it?
Oh, that, well,
No, that was a little.
that was a little
after.
post.
June
Yeah.
of 21.
It was when we were kind of like vibing because we were all like newly vaxxed.
Yeah,
and
that newly
bulletproof.
There you go.
that newly vaxxed vibe.
Newly vaxxed, no
It
mask.
was like no mask. It's hot outside. That means it doesn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind.
Absolutely.
And then September hit or something, and we're like, oh, good Lord, help us.
So
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lord of the Rings.
Okay, not a surprise, I would say,
See? Yeah.
but I'm glad it's on the list. And why specifically the first one?
Because it's not a surprise. I thought I'd just get this out of the way.
No, that's totally fine.
Don't want to step on any toes, I guess.
Yeah, don't
Yeah, if you
stepping on
really want a
toes.
clear explanation, there's a whole episode on it.
that's fair.
Yeah.
That's true, too.
Yeah, I really couldn't stop talking, so I apologize for
Oh, no,
2
we're
hours
fine.
That's
of
literally why we had you on.
to
Yeah.
drag on. But yeah, Lord of the Rings, the first one, I think is just a great start to a wonderful adventure, and yeah, I love it. I love it. It really just brings you into the world,
That's right.
Yeah.
and is well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
A lot of friends made on the way.
Time to dive back into the archives and listen to that one again. Probably
If you want.
listen to your podcast
If you want.
and watch the trilogy.
At the same
Yeah.
time.
I would
Yeah.
suggest that over the podcast. but
You
yeah.
know,
to be fair, I would as well.
I think I think colder weather sometimes does bring about like a Lord of the Rings rewatch.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
something about like Thanksgiving and Lord of
Yeah,
the Rings
for
that just
sure.
kind of hits.
Every time.
You know what I
It's
mean?
cozy.
Every time. In
Maybe it was like
college,
TNT,
marathon.
just always had them on. I don't remember what it was, but there was like holiday Lord of the Rings marathon.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mhm.
so I'm feeling it. So I'm saying like invite me over if you don't mind. Maybe a
Let's do
plate
it.
plate of chili.
Pop some popcorn,
I don't know
Ooh,
why you'd
chili.
serve it on a plate,
chili,
but let's do
cinnamon rolls.
it. Yeah, let's make it happen.
Okay. The director's cut. So like 10 hours straight of
Yeah.
movie
That's fine.
watching, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm not a
yeah.
coward. All right, Aaron. Why is your pick also Fellowship of the Ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Do we think
mean-
we're gonna have any similar movies?
It's the cinnamon and chili roll.
It's the I don't know. I was talking to Chris before
Yeah.
this. I thought maybe we have some same, but I don't think so. I feel like my list is pretty wild because
There are some
I don't
bangers
feel
though
like
that
I
are
have
coming.
like classical taste in movies, but we're gonna find out. We'll see.
It's okay.
And are yours ranked or are they random?
I do. The list I have is ranked, but I don't think it's necessarily actually ranked.
Okay.
It's
in
more-
a
it's
in
more
a
kind of
rank.
Wild rankings.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have one that I think is the most
Just superior.
emotionally I'm connected to, but I won't say. Maybe I'll say that one last.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Build it up.
I'm like scared if it's like, because I know what
one
some
of them
movies
is
are
on
going to be on here, and I'm just wondering if that's the emotional one. I don't know. We'll
It's
see.
gonna be the latest Flash.
It is, Nick. It is going to be the one. Yeah, the Flash. Yeah. Flash. The most recent Flash just hit me
Please.
so hard.
Leave.
My first one is going to be School of Rock.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. Love that movie.
Good choice.
With what's his name? Why am I
Jack
blanking?
Black.
Black. Yeah. We just watched it the other day, and I'm
Dude.
like, man, what a just fantastic movie.
Yeah.
You can almost have your kids watch it too. There's some stuff that's kind of like a little tricky, but like for the most part, it's kind of a family fun movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched it when I was a kid.
Yeah, I don't think you have to be like super old. There's just some references to like, harder stuff, but it's pretty. So I'm just saying, like, you can almost have it on with your kids on, or
Yeah.
kids in the back.
She's old enough that she would. I mean,
Yeah.
my daughter's old enough. She would maybe the music.
At least
is-
like the music, yeah.
The end concert that
Oh,
they
it's
put
so
on
good.
with
Yeah.
that music is
Incredible.
one of the best like endings to a movie of all time.
If Spotify could finally get the streaming rights to it, I would give them $5 more a month just so I could listen to School of Rock. It's just not on there.
I guess I've
It's
never looked
not?
that up, but the soundtrack for that movie isn't.
No, I
anywhere.
don't know what the
What? It's holding it back.
yeah, but
That's
it's
curious.
it's mean.
What made you watch School of Rock? Were you like in preparation for this review, or just for fun? You were just like, hey, School of Rock time.
It was. I think my wife was watching. Like on a TV randomly, they'll have like free channels. Like a lot of the smart TVs, they have their own like free channels, whatever. And I think I was working on something, and she just decided to put on to see if there was something on, because she was, I don't know, working or putting grading papers, I think, and so she needed something on in the background, and that was one of the movies that was on, and so she just put it on. I came
Nice.
into the room, and it was like, I was like, solid choice.
Yeah.
And so none of the grading got done, and none of my work got done because we just got
Nice.
sucked into School of Rock. But it's just, it hits every time. Like, it's just such a good movie, and he's like kind of what a teacher should almost be. Like, he doesn't teach what a teacher should teach, but he just treats those kids so well. And
Yeah.
like,
In some ways, he does.
he is the type of teacher that I think you would want
That's right.
for
Like
kids.
the encouragement, yeah.
With, if you could have the addition of like actual
Yes,
learning.
actual, yeah.
But he like pumps those kids up so much
Oh,
and
yeah.
just builds them up in such a way that you're like, oh, maybe that's what teaching's all about. And then
Yeah.
then you get to the learning, but it's just and then that ending concert is just one of
Iconic.
the best.
Mhm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it threads the needle perfectly of don't abandon being like an academically smart kid or whatever, but you can also let loose. Like it didn't condemn one or the other, but it was like, hey, maybe both of these can exist in these kids. And it
Yeah.
was really like cool and wholesome for such a I don't know, silly
Wacky,
comedy
wild movie,
movie.
yeah.
And it's like only Jack Black can be like simultaneously the like adult and child of that movie.
I was after watching that movie, we did have that conversation of like, who else could have played that role?
exactly.
And I think very few actors could pull that off.
Agreed.
I agree. All right.
Perfect.
Great choice.
Yeah.
Let's swing it on back to Chris.
Swivel.
Yeah.
Swivel and chairs here.
Well, I am in the other corner.
Yes.
So.
Number 4, or as some would say, number 2, for your movie choice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one? Okay. I'm gonna say How to Train Your Dragon.
Wow.
There you go.
Good choice.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Love the soundtrack. Love the movie.
All right.
Incredible.
Was not expecting
Specifically
this.
the first one.
Yeah, specifically the first one.
Mhm.
Second one, third one, they're fine.
Mm.
But that first one is where the magic really happens. And
Okay.
so,
Wow.
Tell me about it. Tell me how do I train my dragon?
How to Train? Well, let me tell. They throw you in a ring.
I go in at home
and
and it's
then-
not working.
But yeah, I just love the movie. I always have this like, I don't know. I feel like I have a minor like dragon obsession too.
Oh.
So
Okay.
like
Sick.
I like love the Aragon books and like that entire series.
Fantastic.
And
Yes.
I think that just fed into that.
Yeah.
And like when they came out with like a How to Train Your Dragon, I'm like, oh yeah,
It's stoked a fire.
It did. Good. It stoked a fire. But like the entire premise, just the storyline, love the soundtrack.
Yeah, it's
And
good.
yeah, it's just a really good movie in my opinion.
Because you've mentioned before that you're a soundtrack guy. Like you're like really
I am.
attuned with it and like notice the soundtrack a lot. So
Mm.
would you say this is one of the better or best soundtracks to a movie?
Ooh.
Definitely one of the better ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm in the position quite right now to lay that flag on calling it the best, but I've listened to the soundtrack countless times.
Dang.
And the great thing is, like, I can replay that movie in my head as I'm listening to that music, and it's just fantastic.
You're just watching for free.
I know. Yeah.
Great choice.
So, yeah, How to Train Your Dragon.
Wow.
It's my.
This is another trilogy where I think the second movie is superior.
I-
So this is where
Really?
I'm.
I
Second
This is where
movie?
I'm. Yeah. So I'm 2 all the way,
There
baby.
you
2
are.
towers, 2
Oh,
dragons,
Wow.
2 dragons, 2 towers.
What happens in the second one?
Spoilers: the dad dies.
Yeah,
Because
it's
Toothless goes
heartbreaking.
ham.
Yeah.
Is this the one with like the alpha dragon?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 It's dark.
Yeah.
Third one's
Yeah.
cool too, but
I think to me, like 2, amazing. 1, also amazing, but just a little less than 2.
Oh,
And
really?
then 3 is like,
Jeez.
Man.
damn.
Yeah.
I'm
First
with
is
you.
magical
The
though.
You're with
first
me,
one
Aaron?
is just like it gets everything started.
It's the world
It's
build.
so-
yeah.
Hey, but this is why it's
Yeah.
your top 5, and that's
Mhm.
what matters.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just letting you
shut
know
up, Nick.
that.
It's such a good like coming of age movie, and it's meant for kids. But I think as like grown ups can just watch it and be like, "This is such a good."
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
that. Yeah, it's good with both.
I still laugh at it too.
Yeah.
So, like, it's good. Throw it on. I can watch it.
Nice.
So.
Gerard Butler plays a hell of a dad.
Oh yeah.
Hell of a dad.
I didn't know that was him until I think Jamie told me.
No way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I think that wasn't until like the second movie when he was singing, and she's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, do you know like this is the voice of like Phantom of the Opera, which is her favorite movie?" But like, oh man, were you gonna have her on? Oh man, I ruined it. No.
Spoilers.
Anyway, but like this is the same guy, and I think that just blew my mind.
Yeah.
It also, yeah, it's just crazy that he was the Phantom in Phantom of the Opera.
Right.
Because like at that point of his career, it was like, this is who you're picking, and
Right.
he killed it.
He did.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that
Killed
he
it.
was in the Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, same.
There you go.
I'm gonna have to watch that now.
Well, he did have a mask on part of his face, so
He
that
was
might-
Mr. the
might throw you
Phantom.
off.
Most of
Okay.
the time in the
He was the Phantom
shadows.
Of the opera, got it.
That's crazy.
So
He teaches Christine how to sing with the voice of an angel.
Wow.
He is the angel.
he also saves the White House, and
That's right.
what was it
And-
White House
And
Down?
hangs
Or,
out with 299 friends to fight with Spartans.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
Get your closest 299 friends.
That's right. You know, form the flying V or whatever they do. Classic
Quack quack.
Spartan stuff.
Made me think of Mighty Ducks.
Was he in the Mighty Ducks?
Yeah.
We don't
Who
know.
knows?
Speaking of the Mighty Ducks,
No.
Oh, that would have been a hell of a transition. Hell of a transition. Damn.
Which one are you gonna pick there? I bet
yeah.
Nick likes the second one.
Yeah, I guess so.
ducks fly together, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I do like second one a lot. You're insane. But the
Can't-
Bash
you
Brothers
can't
and
take the
maybe the
original
first one.
content.
Maybe the first one for Mighty Ducks. I'll give you that one.
Controversial.
All right.
Huh?
The Bash Brothers. So anyway,
Yeah, that's funny.
sorry.
The Mighty Ducks.
This is your list. I don't know why
not
I'm
on my
interviewing.
list.
Yeah. Why am I even co-hosting this? Just go ahead.
Because we are united.
I love.
That's right.
I like hearing your voice.
You can say you love it. You
I
don't
love
have to.
hearing your voice.
He's like, I like your voice.
It's all right.
It's fine.
I love you, Nick.
Okay.
Another voice.
I'll,
Aaron, what's your next movie?
Yeah, my next movie is a really meaningful movie to me specifically, which is The Count of Monte Cristo. I don't know if you've ever seen that
no.
movie, but it is a really good movie. And in my life, it was like the first time I actually recognized that a movie was like that movie specifically, I suppose, but that a movie could be about more than just like
True.
a story, you know?
Mm.
And so just the whole like process of him being put in prison, like wrongly accused, and then coming back and his whole life being consumed by vengeance and like revenge, and then getting it and having still a lot of that like emptiness because that wasn't like satisfying. Was I don't know, it just made me think. It's good. Like it was like, oh, movies can actually make you think about stuff instead of just like, you know, oh, that was fun to watch and I really enjoyed it. And so that one for me, and it was at a pretty young age that I watched that one, and so I think I didn't understand it completely, but I did understand that there was like deeper elements to it. And then rewatching it like a few years at a time, you know, I would watch it in a few years and then watch it again. And it's been a while since I've watched it now, but I would really like to watch it again. But
sure,
it's a good rewatch.
And yeah, Luis Guzman is a good.
I like
him as an actor.
What version? Like, how old is this movie? Is this like?
Is it the one in like the 90s?
I think so.
Like early 90s.
Oh,
or something.
okay.
It's the
I was
one
thinking
with
it was
Luis
like
Guzman in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then what's
I think
his
it's the
name?
90s. I don't know what his name is, but
Pierce
he's in,
Pierce Guy or something like that. I don't know.
he's in
Guy Pearce?
Person of interest. He's in that show. He's like the
Let me
main
look it up.
person.
Nick's got the phone. You know.
I probably should have come prepared with that. But
Did
I
you
don't
know that there is a young Superman in that show? In that movie, I should say. Henry
Cavill?
Cavill.
Really?
Is in the movie?
He's the son.
No
He's
way.
Monte
Yeah,
Cristo?
he's
Oh.
the son.
He's Monte Cristo.
He's the Count?
That
Looks
is
like-
fascinating.
Yeah.
2002.
Maybe
Oh,
that's
okay.
it.
Yeah.
It's a lot more
It's
recent
not
than I
like
thought.
super old.
No.
Yeah, Guy Pearce. You're
Guy
right.
Pearce. Yeah.
That's right. Let's go.
But yeah, there's
I'll have to go
there's
back
a
and-
very young Henry in there, and he's
There, he is confirmed. That is correct.
Wow.
Wow.
It's like I said, it's been a while since I watched it. I just have remember, like, you know, it's a neat.
Yeah.
You find that movie you really like, you remember it.
Have you read
Yeah.
like the book at all, or is there like?
So that's another step that I'd like to take is read the book. But
Apparently
the
it's
problem
huge.
is
Yeah.
when you read the book, the movie's like the movie is never gonna be as good as the book
Sure.
is.
So you don't
And
like it.
yeah, do I ruin it? Do I ruin my one of the movies that I like the most with the book? But I'm sure
that's fair.
that it would
Yeah.
still, you know, be
Yeah.
a big
I've-
movie for me.
I've been told the book is better than the movie.
Well, I mean,
But-
yeah. Is there
I
anybody
love
on
the movie,
Earth that
though.
would choose a book or would choose a movie over the book? I just feel like that's not.
Yeah, but maybe
Yeah.
this is it.
And the
They-
dude who
this-
plays Edmund is also Jesus in Passion of the Christ.
Oh boy, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That's Guy. What's his name? Guy.
No, Guy Pearce is Fernand. The guy who plays Edmund. The guy you were talking about, point something.
Yeah, the guy that was on. He's the main. Yeah. Point of interest.
But
He played Jesus.
He
in
played
the Passion
Jesus.
of
Yeah.
Christ.
Did we already discuss that?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay.
But yes, I was thinking. Yeah, I don't know.
You might know Guy Pearce from Iron Man 2. He's the
Iron Man 3. But
3.
yes, yes.
Iron Man 3. Oh
He's
my
the
gosh, yeah.
the Mandarin, fake,
Yeah, he's the
whatever.
fake
Mandarin.
Mandarin. He's the overarching
He's Memento
villain.
as well.
Oh.
Memento
He's
guy.
in Memento.
He's
Okay.
the main character.
Yeah.
He's been in a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So that's the next one I'll say is Monte
Dang.
Cristo. Count of Monte
Okay.
Cristo.
Wow.
Solid choice.
You know, out
Does-
of
I
left
forgot
field.
about that
I
one.
Does
like
that put V for Vendetta even better because he bases like his whole thing off of the Count of Monte Cristo?
It was one of the reasons I liked. I mean, when I was young enough that I didn't understand.
It's like
V
a
for
movie
Vendetta.
within a movie, kind
And
of.
we just talked about this, I think, a little bit because I had watched that movie because that almost made my list. Like V for Vendetta
Yeah.
was definitely like, oh, this is an incredible movie that I feel like people should watch. But I had watched The Count of Monte Cristo, and then when I was a little bit older, I watched V for Vendetta, and they mentioned that, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he's
But
like
that was
literally
the-
watching the movie. I
That
think.
was like the old version of
Yeah.
it because
Oh,
it
got
was
it.
like I think black and white. Is
Oh,
the one
fair
he was
enough.
watching,
Yeah.
But he mentions Count of Monte Cristo. I was like, I like this guy,
Yeah.
which you know.
I just remember you saying that you watched it recently because you really liked it. So I was like, oh, I wonder if there's like a correlation.
Yeah,
But-
Or
so
he could
we
be
watched it, I
tricking
think.
us this whole time.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's next on the list. So
Nice. All right, great pick.
next.
Okay.
Oh man, back to me.
How about the Count of Monte Chris? Am I right?
Oh,
Transitions, man. Yeah.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yep.
this is solid. All right. I'm gonna dig into my childhood here and say The Lion King.
Oh, King. I actually prefer the
Nice.
second one of this one too.
You know what?
The Return of Scar.
Why don't we just shit
Simplest
on
Pride.
Chris's stuff some more? I'm gonna pick number 2.
There's a 1.5 if you really want to pick that one
That's
too.
true.
But that's just
I'm going live action.
the remake.
Sorry, go ahead.
Lion King.
Anyway,
Lion
great pick.
King, like-
Wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
Just gonna go top 3 from Chris.
Let him cook.
I'm
let
out.
him cook.
I'm out.
No,
I'm just,
Chris, don't go.
Lion King. Man, I watched this so many times
Yeah.
growing up. VHS. It's probably got a hole in it because I burned it with the VHS player. But yeah, like just loved the story. I mean, it's dark. Like as an adult, like we're trying to think of like movies that we can introduce to my son who's 3, and I'm like, anything Disney. I'm like, wait a second, not anything Disney. Especially anything Disney that I watched. Like that can have some dark themes in it, and he might not be ready for that. Because we tossed around the Lion King too, but not the second one, but Lion King as well.
Yeah. I hear you.
And so, but yeah, just the storyline. I love Scar, Jeremy Irons, and then
Yes, sir.
like
Yeah.
great villain.
This is another kind of musically driven
It
movie.
is musically driven.
So is this like probably some of your favorite songs of Disney, or
Yeah, yeah. I think that might be what really,
Sure.
like it compared to some of the other classic Disney movies
Mhm.
that I grew up watching. Like this was the more like driving, like upbeat stuff that
Mhm.
Elton John and
Mhm.
I don't know the other guy off the top of my head, but
Sure.
Elton John?
but
the
yeah,
second,
I think Elton John did a bunch, and then man, I'm blanking on his name.
John Williams. I don't know.
No, it's some Rice guy. His name's
Oh.
Rice.
Mr. Rice.
Yeah, Mr. Rice. But yeah,
Yeah.
Did
Just-
you watch the live action remake?
I did.
Or did you like it?
I did, and I did not like the live
I did
action.
and I did not.
I like that should never have been live action. They should have just let that lie.
Don't even know how they can call that movie live action.
It's all animated.
It is.
It's just yeah.
That's what blew my mind. I was like,
Yeah.
there's not a human person in this movie, right? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it was rough.
Mhm.
It was really rough. I didn't watch that until it came out on Disney Plus, though.
Yeah.
I did not.
Did
pay-
not give them your dollars.
I did not give them my dollars. Kind of like you guys in The Flash. I'm like, I know this isn't going to be good.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just
Yeah.
going to
Let
wait
it
till
sit.
I can pay the least amount
Yeah.
Amen.
of money on that. But yeah, just watch that thing over and over again. Love the storyline. Like it's got such feeling. Like, I mean, you go through like the highs, the lows of like losing your dad, the highs of like being a kid with like 100% ambition. Like he just wants to do whatever and be king and like rule everything. And then yeah, just I don't know. It's just good.
It's a great movie.
It's
It's a
solid.
great movie. Yeah.
There's not a lot of flawless movies out there, and I would say that Lion King might be a flawless movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like, except for, and I just like can't fill in the blank.
Great.
It's up there. It's a great
It's incredible.
movie.
It
Great
is.
movie.
It is.
Excellent choice.
Particularly like the, like when he's growing up and he finally gets to see the vision of his dad and like follows him through the.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty
Going
sick.
through the jungle and then at the pond there. Yeah.
Redeemed a little bit of Darth Vader's voice too. Just a little bit. It's like, hey,
Yeah, some James Earl
it's like,
Jones
hey, you're
there.
not a villain. You're like an epic dad. I mean, I guess you're an epic dad either way. It's just
thank you.
not a bad guy.
Simba.
Who you are.
Remember. But Jeremy Irons as well. I think you nailed
Yeah.
it.
Like,
He's probably one of the best.
the way they
villains.
animated Scar, just I don't know how you can like embody who you're animating, but he did it like somehow.
They did
like,
great.
They made him all like sly and just lazy, and I don't know. It was just it was really good.
Mhm.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I get they got James Earl Jones and there's Mufasa. His voice fits it, but I mean, I feel like you could almost fit anyone with a, deep, rich voice there.
gravelly, Yeah.
Sure, yeah, and is it Matthew Broderick? Broderick
As adult Simba.
Adult Simba.
And Jonathan Taylor Thomas
Yeah,
as young Simba.
little JT.
Don't forget about him.
Which was very surprising when I found that out. But yeah, but to me, it's that Jeremy Irons as Scar just
Yeah.
blew it away there.
And don't forget Whoopi Goldberg as one of the three
the hyenas.
hyenas. Obviously, the other iconic. performance.
Can't forget her. Or Mr. Bean as
That's right.
as
Zazu.
Zazu.
I can't think of his actual name off the top. I just Mr. Bean.
Oh yeah, he's just Mr. Bean.
They're all great.
Yeah.
They're all iconic.
The Lion King. All right.
The Lion King.
They did create a show called The Lion Guard that's on Disney Plus that would maybe be a little more appropriate for Graham.
We'll
or
check
for
that.
Your 3-year-old. Are we supposed to use names?
Nameless child.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Sorry.
As redacted.
That's all right. He won't listen to this, so it'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah, good. But my daughter got into that hard for a while. I mean, it was like that was the only thing we could watch. And it's great.
We've considered it, but for a while there, he was just getting on new show after new show after new show, and it was just like, we need to slow you down.
Face style.
We gotta slow you down, son. Like, you are getting on this Disney Plus, and you are just
hitting everything.
PJ Masks, Spidey, like all these things. I'm like,
awesome.
let's just focus on
down.
3.
Yeah. It's Rob Lowe voices Simba.
Ooh,
Wow.
And it's
choice.
very interesting.
that is a choice.
But it's not a bad show.
Yeah.
Oh, adult
It's
Simba.
not as good
Yeah,
as-
he would be an adult.
He's an adult.
Okay, I was like, what the... Okay.
Yeah.
I was like thinking like young Simba for
Oh,
some
okay.
Little young Simba.
It's
Yeah.
not as good as the original, but that's
Right.
Lion King.
I'm sure Nick prefers it, but
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Hit us with another one.
All right. The next one is on my list is another Jack Black film, but it's opposite end of the spectrum. The Holiday.
Great
Yeah.
choice.
Wow.
With
Cameron Diaz,
Kate
Kate Winslet, Jude Law.
Jude Law,
Jack Black.
my man,
Jude
Law.
and then Jack Black, of course. And
Oh, yeah.
it's,
Wow.
yeah,
Big Jack
really
Black
enjoy
fan.
that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
That
always
makes me
kind
sad.
of
That makes me happy.
that's like a good movie for me and my wife. We can sit down and like watch that movie, and it's always just a feel good, like good story. So really fun.
For someone who maybe hasn't seen The Holiday,
What?
explain.
Have you never seen
I've
The
never seen
Holiday?
No, maybe someone hasn't seen it. One of us maybe hasn't seen it.
Have you seen it?
Maybe I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
So Kate
I will say it
Winslet,
again. What?
Kate Winslet, Cameron Diaz are both in like kind of crappy situation. Like they just need to
Have a holiday,
leave
you know?
their place.
Yeah.
And so they switch places and trade homes. So Kate Winslet comes to America and lives in Cameron Diaz's house, and then Cameron Diaz goes to England.
Sure.
or
It's like
somewhere in
small
England.
town
Yeah,
UK.
small
Ted
town
Lasso
UK.
land. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
She's coming from like LA or something. Like
And
that.
then
Ted
they
Lasso land.
each have their own
So
little.
probably offensive
Yeah.
to like anybody who's British.
You know this American produced show?
It's like the most American thing you could have said to describe the UK. Oh, it's like an American guy's placed. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Just like,
You know where the king is? The king of England?
Yeah, the king, Ted Lasso.
The king
yeah.
of England. She goes there, and then they each have their own little like developing story.
Yeah.
Falling in love. It's like your good
Yeah.
rom-com.
But they
set
meet
around
people, but they're
Christmas
like they're in
time.
different. They swap lands. Or
They
They
swap,
swap
yeah.
homes, and they're like, "Oh, how do I fall in love with someone who's like in a different country than me?"
Yeah.
But then you
Well,
gotta
I
like
mean,
change your life and move
feel-
there or something.
A lot of the relationships were like accidental a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
it was
it was
more
kind- it was
casual. Like people were in the other person's life,
Right.
and then they came to their house not
Yeah.
knowing
Yeah.
They
Not
have your-
knowing that
It's like
they
a
were
hard
like
that they
reset, yeah.
switched, and then they're like, "Oh, so okay, you're not who I thought you were.
Yeah.
but you're kind of cute."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
They
Got
have
it.
like nice little meet cutes, and that's where I learned what a meet cute
yeah.
was, because they describe it in that movie. But there's like they each have their own little meet cute, and it's a good movie. So
Okay.
I would suggest snuggling in with your loved one
Yeah.
and watching that movie, because it's a good
Yeah.
like date night movie.
Cool.
Yeah. It's one of those movies where I think on the surface you're like, oh, classic, like the whatever. I wouldn't call it like a rom-com, but like it's trying to kind of blend into that. And then just everyone goes for it. Like no one is like not showing up. And then Jack Black randomly like appears halfway through the movie and then like doesn't steal the show, but just is like excellent as Jack Black.
Yeah.
Incredible movie. Great choice.
Yeah.
Solid choice.
Easy to rewatch
Yeah.
anytime.
Yeah.
If you just want to pick me up.
It's just under Lion King 2 for me. But other than that, it's up there.
I think
Low
we're
bar.
getting Nick's top 5 just vicariously.
Yeah, just
They're all
helping.
the second
I'm
sequels.
the guiding hand.
All my movies are sequels.
Oh, Chris, what a good movie. That second one
That
is my
second one that is
favorite.
so much
Oh,
better. You're right.
Oh man.
Don't say A New Hope.
Yeah.
Don't.
I actually didn't pick any Star Wars. So.
Hey, God
Okay.
bless.
I was tempted to say Phantom Menace, but
You could say Dune 1 because I can't say the sequel yet.
Not yet.
I wouldn't be able to disagree
Are
with
you a Phantom Menace fan?
yeah,
Yeah?
a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
It's
if
like
we-
your like that. You said you were tempted to pick it as like your favorite.
No, not
Oh, okay.
like in my list of like whatever I got here, but just to include it.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, it's got nostalgia to it
Yeah.
because it was the first introduction to Star Wars,
Mhm.
and that's what stuck.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah,
Amen.
Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Like this is pod racing, guys.
This is pod racing.
Like
this
I
is
love the pod.
podcasting.
I love the pod racing growing
Yeah.
up. I was like, man, this is great. And then I come to like college, and people are making fun of it, and I'm like,
Oh no.
I don't know. What did I miss?
what's
What did I
wrong with the
miss? This
Phantom
was, like,
Menace,
super cool.
guys? Like this is kinda
Yeah.
my jam.
Right on.
I just sat in a corner all quiet and like, but anyway,
Like,
not on my top
Okay,
five.
okay.
Not on my
Okay,
top
okay,
five.
okay.
No, didn't even make the list.
Okay, fair enough.
Bold choice on the rom-com though, because I
Oh.
racked my brain for a rom-com just to be different and to see if there was something there. I couldn't think of anything. so.
Oh.
Well done.
The
Good setup.
Well
Good
done.
setup.
I was like,
Well done.
transition.
And it is.
It's the holiday too.
It's the holiday too.
Electric Boogaloo.
No. My next choice is going to be a more recent film called The Martian.
Whoa.
I'm looking
Matthew
at
Damon.
I'm looking
huh?
at my man over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Matthew
the
Damon.
part of the Damon. Actually,
Damon
prefer
verse?
the original Earth. Martian. Yeah.
Martian.
Great movie. Great movie.
Man, where to begin? It blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know it was like
Out
based
of
off
this
of
world,
a book first, and I loved it. Like I'm kind of a science nerd too,
Mhm.
so like
The numbers and like him calculating how to
yeah,
grow potatoes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you
Got like yeah.
read the book? Have you read the book?
Yeah, listened to it actually. So that was fun.
Before or
that
after
counts.
seeing the
After,
movie?
definitely after.
Okay.
Just because like I would have probably never picked it up as
Yeah.
a book, but then saw the movie, enjoyed the movie, and then listened to it
Yeah.
on
Awesome.
on audio. So, great book too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was so fun, and just the suspense, yet thriller, yet it was also light and easy all at the
Mhm,
same time.
Is this a case where you prefer the book over the movie or movie over book?
Ooh.
Is this a Monte Cristo or?
I've
Just
only
some Monte Cristo.
I've only read the book once, but I've seen the movie multiple times.
Okay.
So I'm probably leaning towards the movie. I read the movie
Oh.
first.
Hell yeah.
Give a little something
So-
for you, Aaron. Your Monte Cristo.
I gotta pick it up now.
Yeah.
No excuses.
Yeah, no excuses. I'm sure there's an audio somewhere.
It's long. It's a
But-
big book.
It's
It's huge.
Just a brisk 40 hours. It'll be fun.
Yeah, turn that speed up to 2.
Yeah, there you go. Double
There you
time
go.
it.
But yeah, and like it was fun with Matt Damon in there.
Gotta be.
And I just love the throwback to the Council of Elrond.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh man, this just got so much better. And we're only halfway through the movie, and it's like this is a Lord of the Rings reference, and they're all nerdy.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah, and just like the idea of survival, and this is like,
Mhm.
not suspense, but just like, yeah, maybe suspense.
Yeah, like his
Not,
whole.
yeah, like him trying to survive. It's
Yeah.
like how,
Yeah, it's-
like,
Yeah.
like is he gonna die? I
It's
don't
over the
know.
course of such a long time that I can see why you say it wouldn't be suspense, but at any moment,
Right.
it could all just go.
Just he's
yeah,
done.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
He's
I would
done.
say, yeah.
Like
Mhm.
first time watching it, I'm like,
It's like that uncomfortable comedy where it's like, I could die tomorrow. And you're just like, yeah.
and that's the
What?
thing. It's really a comedy of errors because like thing after
Yeah.
thing just
Mhm.
goes out the window for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it was, yeah, I just really connected with that movie.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's awesome.
I got drawn into the Damon verse, and
Damon verse.
Don't we all? Yeah.
It's a slippery slope.
It is a
This
slippery
guy is
slope.
full blown.
I'm a Damon head.
Yeah. I also wonder, I want to do the research of where this was filmed and when, because there's like 5 Marvel actors in it, and I wonder if it was like during when like Endgame was like, hey, Bucky, can you come over here and just film like one scene in space? Hey, Wong, can you come over here and film your...
What came out like right before
Zoom.
Infinity War, probably?
Yeah, but they were probably filming, you know, and then like Mordo's in it is like one of the things. So I just was curious of like, you're all in the same... I don't know.
But to be fair, like, they don't have that many scenes. Like, it is a Damon focus.
And you got like Jeff Daniels randomly in there too. It's just like there's so many like cameos by like huge people. Jessica Chastain's in there.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck?
I think it was a very easy film to like come in and have a solid cameo that wasn't just like some random guy on the street.
Take a week and that's all you need. Yeah. It's a good idea.
Now, Chris, would you ever, if given the opportunity, go to Mars? Like, not saying I have a plane ticket.
Right. There's way too many variables, but I think it would depend on the trip.
Yeah? Like how long it takes.
Yeah. Like
and how many potatoes have been grown.
Exactly.
How
many
you
potatoes?
From the movie.
Yeah. How much hydrogen do we have to burn to make water and all that? Yeah.
Do you guys think Mars is actually orange, or do you think they put a filter on the photos?
I mean, this is a movie. It wasn't filmed on Mars, Nick.
Or was it?
Wait, let him cook.
Hear me out.
Let's just say because NASA's fake and they have to Instagram filter.
Oh, it's this kind of podcast.
Welcome to not a conspiracy theory.
This is why we don't make money.
Dumb.
Just to be clear,
NASA's real. Okay, well, I don't know how to transition out of that.
Well, speaking of Matt Damon.
Yes! You need to stop doing this. You better follow up. Are you actually going to be a Jack Black movie? Is it?
Okay, so there's a Matt Damon movie
with Jack Black
where they turn him from like a big size to a little size.
No.
Right?
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Shrinking.
Where does that fit in the Damon verse? I don't think you included it.
He's just really small in the walls.
I think it's slightly ignored. That is not. No, and I don't have Matt Damon.
I thought you were going to quote like Good Will Hunting or something like that.
Good Will Hunting is an honorable mention, I feel like, because that is...
Yeah, it's good.
It's solid. It really is solid.
Yeah. I mean, the last two that I have, I looked all my movies up on IMDb and looked at their scores. So the last two that I have is the lowest scored one that I have on my list.
Heck yeah.
And the highest scored one.
Nice. I love that.
So I'm going to do the highest one first.
Perfect.
Because I think it's pretty common, but It's a Wonderful Life is a great movie.
I almost picked that.
Yeah. Ooh. And that's, I mean, so that was a movie that we watch with my family every Christmas, you know, and that was a tradition. So we'd watch it all the time, and finally started meaning something to me not that long, or, at some point. But just an overall good movie, to watch at Christmas time.
That's the movie that makes you cry every single time.
Do you watch it in black and white or color?
Yeah. Oh, when I say emotional, I meant like emotional attachment to a movie, not like emotional wreck. But what was the question?
Do you watch it in the original black and white, or do you watch it in the
We do watch it in the black and white, yeah. I mean, usually what happens is we did, I think, eventually we have the DVD of it to just have it. But what usually happens is there's always a screening on TV.
Yeah.
And so we'll just watch it when it's on. And that's always the original black and white. You get to watch it all the way through. And so it's kind of that's an important movie for it's got a lot of historical, for me, just a
feeling relevance.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry,
nostalgia.
I can't find the words, but nostalgia is a good word. So have watched it a lot with family, and so I think it'll hopefully stick around and be a tradition for as my kids get older, because I think it's a good movie to watch and remember, and I think it highlights a lot of the seasonal stuff that's going on at the time that is good to remember. So
it's so good.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah,
it's a wonderful movie.
It is a wonderful movie. So that's the highest rated one on my list. I
actually never saw It's a Wonderful Life until maybe 5 years ago.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jamie had to introduce me.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
So.
And I feel like it's one of those movies where
it didn't do well in the theaters.
Families watch it, and then other families don't watch it, and then you don't see it until somebody introduces it to you.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Katie had ever seen it until I we watched it. I said, we're going to sit down. We're going to watch this movie for Christmas. And so we did. And she was like, oh, that was a good movie.
It's like a legend that gets passed on.
Yeah.
Like, or whatever, through, We got 2 Christmas movies over in Aaron's top 5. We got 2 animated movies in Chris's. So I'm seeing some themes emerge, and I like it.
Fair enough.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Just some observations from your friendly neighborhood podcaster. Anyway, Chris, your last pick, obviously your favorite movie of all time.
No.
It's the greatest film to ever grace the theaters and your eyeballs. What is it? And why is it?
So this one is
Shrek.
a little more. No.
2.
Shrek. 2 actually is better. Okay, anyway. There, I said it.
You would have got me
I'm
there.
going to freak out if you pick a sequel for your last movie.
No, I'm pretty sure this is a one and only hit. Like, there's no second one or anything. It's a little more. I don't think it was an overly huge box office hit, but to me it was great. Again, with the nostalgia, all my films are like they're to me they're like either sentimental or they've got high rewatchability or they're just very entertaining and enjoyable. And so for
I'm shaking with anticipation.
I'm leading you guys on
Been
here.
building it up.
I gotta build it up.
Your favorite movie of all time?
It's not my favorite movie of all time, though.
We've all said it's your favorite movie.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. I just thought this would be the biggest shocker, so I kind of left it for the end.
Oh, good.
So the 5th movie
This is so intense.
that I picked
Oh, dude.
for my top 5 for the Not Us United.
Are you writing a college paper right now? What is happening? You don't need a double space. Like, just tell us.
Font is actually 14. Just
14.5. That's how
And
you
he's
do
putting
it.
5 spaces
Those
behind a
periods
period.
are just like 20 font sizes bigger. Come on.
It is the Robin Williams starred Hook.
Oh, dude, let's go. That's actually crazy.
Okay, yeah.
Wow.
Was that good enough build up for you
Yes.
guys? Okay.
Yes.
Good.
I prefer Peter Pan too, but it's good.
Stop it.
I'm just kidding.
Not the Return to Neverland.
I'm kidding. I'm
Christopher
kidding.
Robin? What are you talking about? I'm just...
I prefer Winnie the Pooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
Oh man, another one that I watched so many times on VHS, and
Dude.
Yeah.
Look.
yeah, Hook.
You hooked me.
I enjoy Robin Williams a lot, and just everything that he's done. The guy's got range.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I have to pick a Robin Williams movie, otherwise, like, is it really, like, is that truly my top 5? Top 5 pick? And the one I've probably seen the most and enjoy the most is Hook.
Yeah.
And like, was that, I think it's Steven Spielberg directed it,
I believe you.
and
No Lies Detected.
I can look it up.
yeah, and then
Dustin Hoffman?
Dustin Hoffman as Hook. John Williams did the score, so it was a fantastic score. A lot of Star Wars themes in it. I listened to it again this week just to kind of refresh me, and I was like, wow, there's some Star Wars hints in there too. So I do think it was
that is correct.
kind of around the same time. Got cameos by Glenn Close. She's a male pirate that gets locked in a box. Didn't know that until much later in life. But like, I was like, wow, cool. But yeah, just how he like just his entire storyline, spoilers if you haven't seen Hook, go see
Maybe
it
one of
first.
us hasn't seen Hook.
Have you?
I haven't seen Hook.
Really?
I haven't seen Hook.
You haven't?
No.
All right, we are going to pause this podcast
Yes.
and we will rejoin this in a week.
Got going close.
But he's like grown up Peter Pan.
I don't know
right?
how much to tell you now. Like, I just want to.
I know general.
Yeah, you know Peter Pan,
but he's all
okay.
grown up now.
Yeah, he's all grown up.
Mr. Robin Williams.
Mr. Robin Williams.
Yeah.
He goes and lives in the adult world and becomes an adult. He becomes
loser.
boring.
Oh,
Yeah, he
that's the same thing. Yeah.
becomes boring and loser. And he has children kidnapped. I know, shock and awe.
Oh my gosh.
Guess where they go?
Neverland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that one right.
Sweet.
But anyway, then he gets kidnapped essentially by Tinkerbell to like come save his kids.
Okay.
And then the story story unfolds from
Played
there.
by Julia freaking Roberts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Julia Roberts is in there. Maggie Smith is in there as Wendy.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Really?
Gwyneth Paltrow. Plays young Wendy.
Yeah, she plays young Wendy,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
older
yeah.
Wendy is Maggie Smith, who they
Maggie
aged
Smith.
up.
Oh,
I'm pretty
you're
sure
talking
for
about
the site.
Whoa.
Professor McGonagall. That's
Yeah.
who that is. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
yeah.
that's like a
That's
For
lot.
some
of,
reason I was
They
thinking
have
Maggie
some.
Smith. So, yeah.
They have a
Yeah.
lot of good names in there.
Mm-hmm.
Some big names, but yeah, like it was just a great story, like a different take on Peter Pan from like your normal Disney animation that came out. And Robin Williams, I think, was kind of the perfect part for it, like, cause he can be that, like, he can play that serious role, but then he can also just knock it out of the park and be like 110% over the top and be that kid as well. And the overarching arc for him is him rediscovering that he's Peter Pan. And that's how he then saves his kids. Nice. And then you've got the Lost Boys who are trying to train him, and they they go nuts on him. And that's a fun build-up sequence too.
Is this okay? So
Yeah.
it's been a long time since I've seen this movie, but this is the one where they're eating at a table, and he can't see the food that they're eating, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he can, or maybe like it's
'Cause
from
he
a different
believes again or
perspective
something?
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like piles of like goopy, colorful.
Absolutely.
I think you like
stuff.
hooked.
And what-
you're getting
that's
it.
the
What
movie,
kid
right?
didn't
Yeah.
want to eat that?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
they
like,
wanna eat that
I
right
just
They're
now.
like
want to
skateboarding like crazy too, and
Yeah.
like a sweet jungle setup, dude.
Oh,
It's
man.
sick. The Lost
It
Boys
is.
are tight.
It was
Some heel
it was a
flips and
very
stuff.
sweet, yeah.
Righteous.
And then like all the adults in there are pirates, and then they have some great tiebacks that I've noticed as like watching it again. Great tiebacks between like what the pirates do and what some of the adults do in the real world.
Taxes.
Sure.
Yeah, you'll see it.
Yeah,
You'll see it.
yeah. You gotta watch it.
will.
Smee is a great character in that one. But yeah, pretty much he has to rediscover his inner Peter Pan to then save his kids from Captain Hook.
Okay.
And it's a fantastic story. But I will leave it there.
Okay.
It's
You
star-studded.
sold me.
It's
Yeah, there's a
star-studded.
lot of
It's yeah. And then I think uncredited as what is it? As Tinkerbell is taking Peter Pan or Robin Williams away back to Neverland. They're kind of flying over the cityscape of London because they had to go back to London.
Oh, Ted Lasso went there.
Yeah.
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 I'm not engaging.
I'm giving Nick
I'm
like
not doing
a hot minute here.
I'm done. Absurd. What an absurd thing to
But
say.
anyway, I think it was Carrie Fisher and
no shit.
another guy. They get some like pixie dust on them, and they're like on the bridge dating, and then they like float up and
Nice.
whatnot because they're they're happy and young in love and whatnot.
Oh,
So,
that's cool.
That's cool.
Carrie Fish.
but they're like uncredited, like they're in there. But yeah, it's a solid, star-studded movie.
Yeah.
Great storyline, great arc. Maybe not 100% perfect, but
I don't know, man. It's
I
good.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's also weirdly like it is a sequel, but it's not
Mm-hmm.
because it is like relying on you kind of knowing the story, but it's not necessarily like
They
it's
hold
not,
your hand through it a
yeah,
little
yeah.
bit.
They're not like here. Remember what happened specific? Like they'll like explain it to you,
Yeah,
but
there's
I
an
kind of
entire
like it.
montage of them like of more of Wendy's viewpoint of like Peter coming back to her window and then eventually staying, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So
To me, it's kind of like watching like Wicked compared
Sure.
to Wizard of Oz,
Yeah,
where it's just like, hey, here's just like another story connected,
Yeah.
so you could see things a little differently. And where it doesn't like necessarily affect the first one if you don't want it to, but
Sure.
it can if you want it to as
Yeah.
well, because it's just neat,
yeah, it's a good play on the sandbox for Peter Pan.
dude.
Very good.
So yeah, top 5 there.
Top 5. Why don't you real quick name your top 5 again, just so people know.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yes, the list.
All right, so I had Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, so the first one, How to Train Your Dragon, The Lion King, The Martian, and Hook.
Great.
That's Chris's
Bangers.
top 5.
Chris's
It's a
top
hot
5.
five. It's a hot five.
Whew.
You know,
we need to like, I don't know. I have all these movies that I want to watch now.
I know,
no time to watch them.
but
I've got like 10
speaking
more on my
of,
list I didn't pick. So
speaking
it
of
is
something
hard
that's
to
hot,
narrow
why don't
down.
you tell us what your next movie is?
Oh,
That was a good transition.
Is there a hot and maybe
Because I know what
another
it
item
yeah,
after
you know
that?
what it is.
Because there's only one left, and you haven't said it.
It's the
Anybody-
lowest
yeah,
rated
I
IMDb.
I do.
movie.
So yeah, you said It's a Wonderful Life was the higher rated
Yes.
one.
So this is the.
This is
Oh
the
yeah,
lowest.
this is not going to be rated as high as A Wonderful Life. Trust me.
No way.
on my list of 5. This is the lowest rated by a little way.
But it's your favorite of
But
all
it's
time.
my favorite.
Just so you know,
And
you gotta
I-
build it up for
and
another
that's
2
what matters.
minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And I would like to make sure that I have time to explain
Yeah,
why.
yeah.
It's
the
a very
last
important
movie
to
you're going
you,
to hear on
maybe
this
at
podcast.
a camp.
Yeah,
you,
This is
that's
gonna be
like-
good, dude.
What a good
Bring
one
it
to
home.
end on. Come on. Yeah. So the top movie that I am going to talk about tonight is a little movie
Yep.
with Andy Samberg
Oh my gosh.
and Bill Hader and a few other people. A few people from the Lonely Island are in it too. Hot Rod.
That's right.
Oh man.
And I think we've all, has everybody seen it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course.
So
It's great.
this is a movie that I have.
It is.
This is a movie that I have watched with different, like in different phases of my life. I have watched with different people, and it has just been the movie
Yeah.
that I have quoted and lived life with people that like
Yep.
we just use this movie as a connection point. And so like one summer I worked at a summer camp, and during our trainings, like right at the beginning of the summer, we all watched Hot Rod together. So for like 3 months, really intensively, I was building these relationships, and Hot Rod was just quoted constantly, like every day. And we probably watched it, I don't know, 4 or 5 times more that summer. And then I went to college that year and was an RA and watched it during RA training because people were talking about it, and quoted it for another like 2 years with those people. And so I probably have, people that I haven't talked to in 10, 15 years that I could just text right now and give them half a quote, and I would get like the second half of that quote
let's
back.
go.
And so it's like a movie that I've used for so long to been able to connect with people and like we had a wedding, not this summer, but last summer, that I hadn't seen these people for like 10 years, and we got back and we have a lot of inside jokes about Hot Rod too. And so we just like got right back in, like it's been 10 years, but right back into like quoting and using those jokes and stuff. So it was like, I have a really close emotional ties to this movie, and it's a stupid, ridiculous, like just one-liner movie that you can quote everything. But it has like meant so much to me just based on the relationships and the people that I've met and like been able to quote this movie with. So there you go. Hot Rod.
Incredible.
Like one of the lowest movies rated of all time,
but
but
for
it's
you-
just, I mean, it is funny and
Hot Rod's
you can
100%.
still quote. At one point in my life, I think I could have just quoted the entire, like from start to finish. Did we have time to reinforce the ramp? No, we didn't have time. Cool. And then he like smacks into the ramp.
just completely. Yeah.
From that point on, I could probably have quoted the whole movie, and I can't now because I don't have time to watch Hot Rod one time a week. But so there you go, Hot Rod.
Hot
Good
Rod.
movie. I like Andy Samberg's career has been fun to watch, but that movie in particular felt good because it felt like he's from like the generation of kids who grew up watching those like old like Footloose and all those old movies, and then is now trying to make comedy but doing the things that he like loves at the same time. Like Andy Samberg kind of got to do a career that I like always wanted to do. Like all of his like little sketch comedy things on SNL and Hot Rod in particular is just incredible. Like you found that niche of being so stupid that it's smart
Yeah.
and it's gonna,
Yeah.
Well,
It's great.
it was a time when you could make a movie, and you're making a movie because you like the people you're making a movie with. It was a bunch of people from, or I suppose him and Bill Hader were from SNL, I think at the time when they made the movie, and it was just people that he wanted to make a movie with and be goofy, and it's like they made the movie because they thought it would be funny, and it was, and it worked really well. So
So good.
So good.
Solid choice.
yeah,
All right.
thank you. Yeah, we didn't have any matching. We didn't
No,
have
we
any
didn't.
matching
I
ones.
thought Hot Rod would
Good
match.
one.
I think the closest one was going to be It's a Wonderful Life,
Oh, okay, yeah.
because I considered that one.
Although, if I should have put a animated movie on there, and How to Train Your Dragon was definitely close for me too. So
Sure.
For a little bit, I had a lot of animated movies, and I was like, I can't just do all 5 animated movies. So I was like, I have to diversify here.
I suppose if we did a top 10, we'd probably match up.
Yeah, I'm sure we have some overlap. Yeah.
But my 5 are Hot Rod, School of Rock, Count of Monte Cristo, Holiday, and It's a Wonderful Life.
That is just a gauntlet. Wow. I love it.
These are a lot of
That
Try and
describes
keep a
Aaron.
wide range.
Yeah.
hot 10 movies
Yeah.
dropped tonight. Hot
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, together that's a top 10 list.
Good
that
movies to
I
watch,
think we
yeah.
all would be
Solid movies.
proud of.
Yeah, I'm proud that you guys created that list on our podcast, and that I got to be a part of witnessing it happen.
Yeah.
And I think only 2 maybe are ones you can't watch with children. So it's a pretty
Yeah, not too bad.
family friendly list.
That's what we try to be here, not
Yeah.
United.
That's funny.
Thanks, Dad.
Well, gentlemen, thanks for suffering and trying to do the hardest thing in the world, which is come up with 5 of the greatest movies of all time. We appreciate you, and we love you, and thanks for joining us. Not Us United.
Another great podcast.
Boom.
Boom.
Good night, everyone. That's fair.
As long as the fucking strikes end. We need a.
That's where we're starting this segment.
Yeah, sure.
We have to.
I just want just a hard cut right when Jake says that. That's
Yeah.
what we're starting in. So
Yeah.
I haven't been on this in so long,
Mhm.
and I'm back like Barbosa. I'm
Oh, mamma mia.
that's right.
From the creator of the Daddy's Home selection,
Daddy's home.
The curated Daddy's Home collection too.
we get the top 5 of special guest, top 5 movies of Jake the
Yeah.
Great.
The
That's
great.
right.
The great.
Thanks for celebrating our 100th episode with us.
Woo! Nowhere else I'd rather be.
That's right.
But instead of this episode being about us, not Us United,
That's right.
it's about you,
Not
the
you.
people that made
No.
it happen.
That's right.
Well,
Or not you United with your own top 5 lists.
It's about all of us.
and
Yeah.
Jake's a star that rose pretty quick in the Not Us United guest
Yeah.
pool fast. I
Yeah.
feel like we had him on 4 times in 3 months.
Yeah.
And then we're just sorry. And,
And
you're like,
then-
no, anytime.
Yeah.
And then we let him cool off for we put him on
year.
ice like a winter soldier for a year.
And he's back.
Now he's back.
I did my waiting.
And better than
I
ever.
But
He's just been thinking about movies and opinions on movies and
Yeah.
just been simmering.
oh yeah.
So even though he's on ice, he's simmering.
The creative juices never stopped. So now he's
I-
just full of them. And this is going to be the longest top 5
Yeah.
segment by far.
Absolutely brimming
Oh my god.
with ideas.
I can feel it. So Jake, spare us the suspense and just hit us. Start us with number 5, and then maybe give us a little anecdote or
little
two
sizzle.
about why 5 was the pick.
What's 5?
What was 5?
Or you can go in any order you want.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
start
say I
with
don't know if I
3.
have them. I don't know which
You
one
want to
is
do
my
a general top 5?
favorite.
Oh,
But I
they're
can-
not. Oh,
Well, but let me go through them and I'll see what I can
I'll come back to
rank
you.
them. I'll see what I can rank them because
All right.
I feel like these are all, very solid options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some are comfort movies, some blew me away, some I'm like, these are just great films that I think
Mhm.
people should see.
Mm.
And I think they deserve a lot of credit. Some are going to be more popular than others. Some might be a little under the radar. Some that I
Wow.
think don't get
This
the
is a
attention they need.
incredible sell.
Michael, do you have
But,
any guesses? Of
I have
what?
absolutely no guess,
No
except
guess?
for Daddy's Home too, and maybe I'm guessing Dark Knight might be on there. I'm guessing what was that noise?
It was like,
Okay, that's my guess, and then I feel I don't know. Do you have any guesses?
Yeah.
You know the Jake vibe.
Yeah, it's hard because
Nick
There's a
my
wild
Jake
card in
vibe
there.
the
We
other
know there's
day.
a wild card.
I just picked his top 5 the other day.
It was like Pokemon, the first movie, Pokemon 2000, Daddy's Home 2.
Which are both strong picks. Daddy's Home 2. What else did I say? I forget.
That's what I'm trying to remember. The other two weren't Pokemon ones. So.
I was really close to just saying Bumblebee because I had Haley Steinfeld.
Oh,
well, you're not wrong. All
yeah,
right.
you have a point.
Good point. All right.
It's like making a new change.
We'll stop.
All right. We'll just say number 5. We'll say number
Placeholder
5.
5.
Placeholder. Is Knives Out.
Wow. Okay.
Dang.
I think because first of all, Glass Onion like blew me away when it came out, and then I went back to Knives Out.
Whoa.
Well, actually, I mean, I think I watched Knives Out. Well, obviously I saw it before the second one, but I did like a previewing with JC.
Oh, got it.
I think we watched it. I feel like we would have because I don't think she had seen it. And so like we went back, watched it, and that one, I think it'll stand the test of time. Like, is it the most insane movie ever? Not necessarily, but it's a murder mystery. It's kind of, Ana de Armas is like, I feel like that was like her big breakout movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the cast in general, Chris Evans, who else was in there?
Christopher Plummer.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
Michael Shannon.
Jamie Lee
Is
Curtis.
Willem Dafoe right in there? Is Willem Dafoe in that or no?
I wish.
No, Dafoe's not in that.
Oh, okay.
I think
then
he
I'm
was
just dumb.
wasn't he in Murder on the Orient?
He was.
He was. That's what I'm thinking of.
That must be it. Yeah. Also a great murder mystery, and I think murder mysteries are kind of coming back, which is another reason I love this because
super hot.
Yeah, super hot. I don't know which one came out first, this one or the Murder on the Orient.
The Murder.
I think first, and then Knives Out. Maybe even Murder and then Death on the Nile, then Knives Out.
Wow.
No, it was Murder, Knives,
then
Nile,
then Glass.
Then Glass.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then Haunting.
Okay, got it.
But
is everyone following with one word?
So
So you enjoyed Knives Out, and you saw Glass Onion. Do a quick comparison of those, just while we're at it.
Sure.
Ooh. I mean, they both, I think, deal with like class struggles, I guess. Not like specifically, but like the first one is like, Ana de Armas's character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's a nurse, she works for this like super wealthy, like you come to find out, like just kind of like greedy ass family. They're kind of like the Succession family, if you ever watched Succession, like like the dad dies and they're all just like wondering who's gonna get all the money and the inheritance. And then Glass Onion is just like, hey, what if we got like a Jeff Bezos type character and all of his billionaire friends, and that was a murder mystery.
Yeah.
And it just kind of like shows, just like goes in deep with, how Edward Norton's character is like this, like super wealthy, trying to change the world kind of thing. And then like all these other people like bought into it just to like make some quick bucks. But then like you come to find out there's just like so much shady shit with it. But then it's a murder mystery.
So what puts Knives Out above Glass Onion?
And like not even just for that, but like it's cool like how just like ridiculous and like over the top that movie was. Like they're just on an island and another great cast. And what's his name? Daniel Craig, like just knocked. Like I feel like Daniel Craig's performance might have been, I don't know if it was better, but it was like way more just like that southern drawl just gets
it came out. It got slower and steadier.
Deeper south, like, and like the second movie, by the third one or fourth one, he's just gonna
He will be
like
a
that
piece
forever.
of Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
It's just molasses on a porch. I'll tell you what, with some iced tea.
So, is there anything particularly in Knives Out that you felt like was just the stronger outing? Was it, that there was more of that class struggle and less of the just all the rich people? Maybe there was someone to root for in Knives Out a little bit more or something.
I don't know if anyone like particular stands out, but like it's also just like a good comfort movie. Like it's got a lot of fall vibes to it. And then just like the cinematography is really good. And it's just
Chris
one of
Evans
those
sweater.
Oh yeah.
Chris Evans sweater. Yep, we both got it from Target.
Iconic.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's
Okay.
amazing.
Well, strong pick.
Yeah, that's strong.
Knives Out
I wanted to guess that.
That was definitely not on our predictions for you. So you
Well, you
surprised us
murdered
thus
your
far.
first choice.
Amen.
I did.
What else you got for us? I'm excited for some more curveballs.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Do we want a curveball next, or do you want something a little more?
Jake.
With you, Jake, I don't even know.
Everything's a curveball.
It could all be a curveball.
Just go with your heart.
Let's just go with the next one, which is the Batman.
The Batman. Wow.
The Batman.
Okay.
Yeah.
The newest Batman movie. Obviously a fan of Robert Pattinson as Mr. the Batman.
Did any of us expect Robert Pattinson to necessarily kill it as Batman? We should have. We totally should have, because I think there were a lot of doubters. I think that's a huge takeaway. I don't know if he's the best I don't know if he's like the best Batman, and like that's not him being Batman isn't the reason I like it. I think it's just like the Dark Knight, and I don't think necessarily one's better than the other. Probably more people would say Dark Knight is still better, and that's super valid. I just think of like all superhero movies, like if I had to pick one superhero movie in my top 5, it was like this or Into the Spider-Verse. So like, I think it just does a good representation of what like Batman is, and what like it's just like, I mean, it's gritty, it's really realistic.
Atmosphere is very
yeah.
real.
It felt like the most like Gotham City like we've seen, and it's definitely one of those movies that just like pulls you in like to that world. Of all the Batman movies, that's definitely got to be one of the best ones. I think that just pulls you straight in. I mean, again, it's between that and The Dark Knight, but
the Batman gets the edge.
I enjoy the Batman. The cinematography, killer. Like fucking Paul Dano, amazing.
Amen.
Great cast.
Just put that on your like DVD box of the Batman.
Paul Dano.
That'll sell copies.
Paul Dano.
Right. So you're taking some pretty recent picks for your top 5 too.
Yeah,
so
within the past like 3 years or so. 4 years.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
Well,
that's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
Just the state of cinemas, we're still kicking.
There's a lot of old movies that are out there that I've yet to see.
That's fair.
But one older movie that did make it in the top 5. This, if I had to put one at the top, which maybe I should save it for last if I put it at the top.
What?
But
don't just bring it. Just bring
the heat. Yeah.
It's the unsung. It's the unsung hero of the '80s. It's Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Whoa.
Okay, there you go.
All right, Bueller.
Yeah, Bueller.
Iconic.
It is iconic, and like, I think one of the reasons was just because this was like a movie growing up that a lot of my friends and I connected with. So if like we were going over, Ferris Bueller on Netflix, just like pop it on and hang out the rest of the night. So I've watched it a bunch of times. It's on Netflix right now. I fell asleep.
Oh, like on your TV right now?
No, it's just like it's available. Well, I shouldn't be promoting that because of the strike that I support. So don't watch it on that streaming
Don't
service.
watch it. But it is on there. That's all right. I respect you.
We respect it.
I'm not under contract, but I support. But
in solidarity, you would not recommend anything.
Solidarity.
Your Kennergy is Knuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, it is Knuff. But it's also one of those movies that, I mean, at least for me, is like really quotable. And there's just like so many good, wacky scenes. Like, it's a pretty ridiculous movie. Like overall, like it's kind of. It reminds me of which is like even sillier, like Hot Rod. Like it's kind of got that like early, like just ridiculous, over the top comedy to it. Like the guy who plays God's my favorite movie. I can't think of his name right now. Like the principal
or Sweeney or something.
Yeah. It's on the top of my head. Hold on.
Tip of the tongue.
Sorry, Benny's causing a ruckus.
Is that it?
But
your dog, your puppy.
That guy's just actually super funny and over the top.
Ed
with
Rooney.
Rooney, that's it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Where's that going?
There's a whole scene where one of the guys is like on the phone with him, pretending to be Ferris's dad. He's like freaking out on the phone. Just like he's calling his assistant for like a whole like 30 seconds of a scene. And like, I don't know, something about it's just it's
it's like a comfort movie, something you could have on the background. If you were to have a Ferris Bueller's Day Off, would you do what Ferris did? Or would you like be like, I would go to a baseball game, I'd go to an art museum, I'd drive my friend's super expensive car. Like, is that an ideal off day?
I think
Jake's day off.
I think it's definitely ideal. Would a baseball game be like my first pick? Not necessarily, but I think that's another one of the beauties of Ferris Bueller's Day Off is like, because the whole point and like his catchphrases, you know, life moves pretty fast, and you have to stop around once in a while to like notice it, and or like you might miss it or whatever he says, and like I think like the point of the movie is just that, you know, life's moving around you so fast, you just gotta enjoy like where you're at in the moment. So I think for like Ferris, maybe that wasn't his ideal day, maybe that wasn't like his favorite thing to do, but he's like taking what he can do in the situation.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have a car, he goes and steals or borrows his friend's dad's Ferrari. His girlfriend is stuck in school. They prank call the principal and make do, and then they just have a day. So it's like, you know, you're just making do with whatever you can in that moment. I think it's just kind of a
good life motto.
I love that.
Good way to live.
I also feel like Matthew Broderick too just doesn't get the like credit of having like a multi-decade career, and then it's just they kind of act like he did some stuff in the past. It's like, I don't know, it's like Ferris Bueller. He was literally Simba, you know, like I don't know. There's like there's those, but I don't know.
He's won it
ever since. You know, he's been working, so I don't know. I don't think he's got like a dead career by any means.
You got Inspector Gadget. That's the highlight of his career. You know?
Yep. Inspector Gadget was all time. Yeah, he was great in the movie too, and I agree. He needs. I would like to see him in more stuff. I think I saw he was like in the trailer for Only Murders. Maybe haven't seen him show up yet, but I feel like I saw him show up in the trailer.
Okay,
perfect.
And like, it was funny because like they made the big deal, like obviously Meryl Streep and Paul Rudd are on this season, but I see Matthew Broderick and I'm like, and Matthew fucking Broderick, come on!
You ain't advertising this?
That's awesome.
We'll see if he makes an appearance.
Wonder if it's just a one episode thing then or something. But
he must. I feel it could have been a different show, but I thought I saw him in the trailer for this season. But maybe
IMDb agrees with you, so you're good.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I knew it.
All right. You got
Top two. Two must.
2 left. Let's see. What haven't I said? Oh yeah, here's what I haven't said. Next one, another movie where Paul Dano plays a pretty mysterious character.
Okay. All right. It's time.
It's time to talk about Prisoners.
Oh, how could I not guess Prisoners? Of course it's in there.
Yeah. Dude, Prisoners it's just one of those, I mean, it's not a heartfelt movie. It's just insanity.
Furthest from it.
Huh?
Furthest from it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But like it almost feels like I mean it's like a horror movie in some ways. Like I mean it's like probably genred as a thriller, but it's like all these like
disturbing things.
Yeah, it's just like really disturbing, like you would never expect, and that's kind of the whole point, is like you'd never expect anything like that to happen in such a small town. And then you have all these kind of like mysterious and creepy characters that show up.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, Jake Gyllenhaal just is having a rough week on the job. And
oh yeah. Prisoners has made probably more appearances on this podcast than maybe even you.
yeah,
I'm trying to
it
think.
definitely has.
There's Dune.
Yeah,
I know
there's
Dune.
Dune
Yeah.
every week. But
Yeah.
then
And then it's
Prisoners is
probably
probably like
Prisoners.
at least once a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, like it's one of those things sometimes I'm like, is it getting to be like, oh, my favorite movies? And I mean, if it's in your top 5, like it's in your top. Oh, Benny.
Benny the Jet
Come
Benny
on.
agrees with you.
Come
He
on,
loves
Benny.
Prisoners.
He loves Prisoners. Let me get your toy. You're gonna go over here. There you go.
Jake will wake up. This is probably something you should start doing. He will wake up, have coffee, and then watch Bluey with Benny.
Wow.
Because apparently Bluey's like a good show to watch with your dog.
Yeah.
Because of the colors.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Yeah.
palette.
And they're all dogs.
What?
And they're
And they're all
dogs.
dogs.
And they're all dogs.
It's like a role model.
They're also
for them.
coming out with a video game on Bluey.
Whoa.
Yeah.
On PC.
Like, do you get is it like a real time strategy game where you gotta like build a Bluey
Floors
empire?
of Lava, probably.
Yeah, probably. Okay, that's fine. Or like statues, magic statues.
Magic statues.
I know references.
Statues, the floor is lava kind of game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spin-off.
Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah.
That's tight.
But this
I'm
is,
glad you're being a good role model and a good example for your dog.
Yeah.
you know, I'm doing my best.
Yeah. Out here grinding.
You
You know, Prisoners
Grinding.
showed you that like parenting is tough. And I'm glad you're sticking with it
Oh, after
as
getting
a dog dad.
Yeah, as a dog dad, I would.
I get Hugh Jackman.
I would do exactly what Hugh Jackman did.
I would destroy Paul Dano.
I would destroy the sink that Paul Dano was next to.
That sink is gone.
That sink would be gone in one swing. But yeah, it's shot super well. It's like it's a good story.
Oh yeah.
It's one of those movies that makes you think, but then it's just it gets dark and gruesome. And
yeah, with your list, I see like 2 funny, happy movies, and then 2 like just dark, depressing movies.
Yeah,
so like there's a fluctuation here.
Yeah, it's like dark. Yeah, it's either dark, light, or just Marvel movies or some shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's got to be some middle ground.
Good balance.
Mm.
Okay.
Wow. The anticipation is built.
Yeah. What could possibly follow those?
I don't know. Only one man knows.
Detective Pikachu. Gotta get it right.
You know. Some people. Paw Patrol. If there was a Bluey movie, it would probably.
Oh yeah.
Movie. No, unfortunately, it's not Detective Pikachu.
Ooh.
Close. I can feel it.
It is, and it's probably the newest movie.
What?
On this list, actually.
You
Wait
saw
a-
Violent Night?
Wait,
No, I'm just
wait,
kidding.
wait. Newer than
It's-
the Batman.
Newer than the Batman.
Perhaps Top Gun Maverick.
It starts with cocaine and ends with bear.
No way.
No, you're joking.
No.
Honestly, though, are you?
no, I'm joking.
Oh wow.
I haven't seen Cocaine Bear.
Is it across a certain universe
Kind
of
of.
spiders?
Out of spiders.
Hmm?
It's across universes, but it's not of.
Oh, it's everything.
It's everything.
Everywhere.
All at once.
Oh, he's done it.
I
Well
did
done.
it.
Top movie.
Hot dog finger.
Wow.
My guy.
Wow.
I'll get some heat for it probably because it's a new Oscar-nominated movie and all the
You're
hype
fine.
around it. But
You're fine.
I mean, like, it really takes the cake as far as movies
Great
go.
movie.
Like,
Great movie.
I think I've only seen it once or twice now. I know I've only seen it once. I feel like I've seen it twice. But that's one I watched with JC for the first time a while back and was just, everyone was blown away. But I'm like, this is one of those that, it's rewatchable. It's, like Michelle Yeoh's awesome.
Amen.
It's got another, keep forgetting her name, from Knives Out.
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis, thank you. Forgetting everyone's
Two
names.
Jamie Lee Curtis movies in this top 5.
Two Jamie and Paul
If you have
Dano.
any questions on Everything Everywhere All at Once, you can look back at our catalog and you will find the episode titled Everything Everywhere All at Once.
All at once.
Review.
It's one of the most unique movies out there.
Yeah. And I think like I said with the Batman, like sometimes you want a movie to like pull you in, and it's one of those where, I mean, even just like the visuals alone, I'm like, and that's one I regret not getting to go see in theaters because, oh my god, like it's just shot super well. I think it was really cool to see. Like I've seen a lot of the behind the scenes and like the makings of the movie, and like all those people who worked on it were super talented, but some of them didn't even know like how to do visual effects that well beforehand. And so it was cool to see like, just like a small ragtag team of people like put out that much force into a movie and just go in and like win it all. Because it won. Did it win Best Motion Picture last year?
It won Best Picture, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I thought it did.
If not, it was Best Director.
It won like 4 awards at least.
Yeah, and it's like awards aside, because awards are kind of bullshit now. Anyways, no one really watches them. But like, it's just cool to see like people are able to make cool art because like it's like a $1 million sci-fi movie. I don't even know if it was made for $1 million. I assume it was. It had to be.
Yeah, but it was like maybe only like 20.
Yeah, it was like on the cheaper side of just movies.
Well, because
it had some budget, but
was it A24?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like A24 is indie, and I mean, which they're making the best movies the last probably 5 years, anyways, at least. But those indie movies, man, and it comes out like it's like a blockbuster movie, basically, and
kind of spreads word of mouth too. Just if the story's good enough, a movie can stand. On its own.
Yeah, this movie had the impact that it did. Yeah.
And I think that's why, I mean, a lot of them are popping up now with like multiverse movies, and it's not necessarily because it's multiverse, but like, there's a little something for everyone in this movie. Like, it's absolutely insane, but it's got light moments. It's fun. It's still funny. Like, there's a lot of funny moments in it. And then it gets dark and like terrifying at some point. So,
it's the perfect balance to your list.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. A little bit of everything.
How can we like already have one of the greatest multiverses movies and we've just started doing multiverse?
Yeah,
they already won. They won. They got the best
now
movie.
everybody's like looking to this movie as like the best way to do it.
Yeah. No, Across the Spider-Verse.
That's true.
And Across the Spider-Verse, that's a hard one to not. That's brand spanking new, and I'm like, I'll get so much shit for that one. I mean, it could be in my top 5 someday, but there's just so many good movies. It's impossible to pick.
I think it's just how you use that as a tool in the movie. I think that's what's hard about multiverse stuff right now. I think some movies don't have to rely on the continuity of setting up other stories. They can just rely on staying in their set of rules and call it good. You know? And so everything everywhere all at once kind of has that luxury to just here's our rules and nothing else is going to happen after this. So let's just do it right.
Let's just go.
You know,
Exactly.
Everything else is kind of riding on how does this set up? How does this do this? How does this change the rules for this character in 3 movies from now? And it's like, ooh, we'll see.
Yeah, we could just did it in one.
One movie. That's all they need.
Well, Jake, what an outstanding top 5.
I feel like I've been everywhere.
Hey, my opinion. I think everyone's top 5s,
are wrong.
Right.
Unless they're exactly this.
They're right for them, because I know my movies aren't even. I mean, according to IMDb, I don't think I have any in the top 10 of the best ranked movies. So it's all about what you like, and I mean, like I said earlier, like I have some movies I like way more today. I have some movies I like way more 5 years ago. So, and Letterboxd makes it harder now because you can only have a top 4. It's like,
and it's weird. Top 4.
Yeah, it's like it's good reference. Like I was like, oh, I literally have these like in my Letterboxd when Nick asked me about this, and I'm like, oh yeah, and I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, those are 4 of them. Those are 4, and then I was like, oh, gotta find a 5th one.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, because so many movies that you have on your list are from the past 3-4 years, and so how your list will and possibly could change.
Yeah.
Maybe in like 2-3 years.
My goal is to start, watching some older movies because there are plenty of classics I haven't seen. I don't know why I've just never gotten to it, but
sure.
Just going down the list of what I can.
Yeah. Well, you have made our 100th episode quite special.
I hope so. I was happy to be here.
And we'll see how your top 5 stands up against the other 12 to 14
unknown amount of guests.
I was going to say, when do we hear your guys' top 5?
Oh,
never.
Yeah.
Never. Shit.
Guess you'll have to tune in to see what happens.
Episode 200.
100.
Yeah. Or we'll drop it. Who knows? Who knows?
It will drop a sick single on Spotify.
Yeah, but
not even under Not Us United, just something just like
a rap of our top 5. Yeah, the Dune boys. This is why Dune. The
our
Dune duet.
Both of our top 5s are just Dune.
It's just Dune. I got to give number 4 to Dune.
I would agree.
Number 3, got to go Dune.
Dune, Unrival. No.
Yeah.
That's it.
Lord
of the Dune Arrivals.
Yeah.
Lord of the Dune Rivals.
Perfect. Well, thanks for joining us, and you're the man.
Thanks for having me, boys. You guys are the man.
We are the single man.
We are
together. We are a singular man.
Together we are.
We are us. We are me.
We're he, and I am him.
I love it. All right. We'll catch you later, my man.
Later, guys.
Well, Kens, this is the next segment of our 100th episode.
Yes.
It's usually where our guests say congratulations. Okay. Anyway, no, I'm just kidding.
I've heard. I've been informed.
And we're going to. We want to get your top 5 movies of all time.
I've had a rough time with this.
How so?
I have trouble. Well, I don't have trouble, but when I'm bringing attention to movies, I want to be like, oh, but these are the best. But the best aren't necessarily your favorites.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. You got into it with Michael about that one time.
What was that?
I don't know.
It was like Arrival or something.
I try to follow my head, And you
because there was like
follow
one
your
point
heart.
where you're like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
10, but it was like, but my heart was this.
Yeah.
and
Like I don't think Arrival is a perfect movie.
I forgot.
But
Yeah,
I
we
love
fist fought in the
Arrival.
backyard.
But like
yeah.
I think
that's right.
Prisoners, like I think that's probably what's coming like that. Where like Prisoners, I think is a well-crafted movie.
Michael didn't come over for a while after that one.
But it's hard.
To record, I didn't record.
He was like, I hate her.
Impossible.
No.
If she's still upstairs,
Yeah.
I swear.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
blame you a bit if you
So
did.
you were trying to go for your head.
That's yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just I
What's
try
the
to be,
objective?
and now I'm like trying to go with my heart and like ignore my head. Like, don't pick the best.
Be a romantic.
Just pick what and
What feels good?
yeah. I'm trying to lean more towards watchability. Like, what do I actually lean towards? Like
Amen.
my favorites.
Yeah.
You
Perfect.
know, rather than like, I mean, a lot of the movies I like the best, I watch them like once a year. Like Interstellar, I can't do
Yeah.
it. I'll think too much. I can't do it.
Gotcha.
But is it one of my favorites? Yes.
I feel
that's where I
like
get
most people have kind of landed where you are. They're putting some that are like, this is just clearly like one of the best movies ever made, but a lot of them went with their heart. So
Yeah.
you're not alone.
I think that's
So
the
don't
whole
feel
point of
bad.
like doing this is like what
unique.
personally is your top 5? Like
Yeah.
what movies have affected you? That doesn't mean like they're like the most well crafted movies, but like
right.
I love this movie because it's one of my favorite movies.
Unique. Huh?
Yeah. So I have like a list of 10 that are in the kind of bouncing back and forth. So I'm
cutting
kind
it
of
up.
like winging it, but it's okay.
Okay, we'll see how it feels.
Bring the heat.
Yeah.
Are you ranking them or are you just gonna give 5?
5, no particular order.
I think I'm just putting them out there.
Okay.
I don't
Bring
think I'm ranking them because it really just depends on the vibe. But I tried to get like a little bit of a different genres, kind of a whole array.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. What's your first one?
Yeah, where to start? Which one is for
Play
sure?
it safe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well,
Play it risky.
no, do something.
Do you want me
crazy.
to guess some?
Do a backflip. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
you'll be surprised.
I think your first pick is going to be Signs by M. Night Shyamalan.
Ooh, okay. So this is where it gets hard for me because
The movie's trash.
no. Okay, backyard now. No. I wanted to pick one spooky, like one
Oh, so you
scary.
can't pick Signs then.
I mean, I can because it's like one
It
of
is
them.
spooky.
I have like the 3 S's going on right now: Signs, Scream, and Saw. And
you have
I
to choose
don't
one?
know. Yeah, like as far
Okay.
as my scary ones, I don't know which one to pick. But I guess I'm just name dropping. Yeah, those are kind of like the ones
They're
I'm
in the realm.
Okay.
because those ones are so like versatile, and I feel like anybody can watch those. They're not terribly like.
All right. Well, let me present you with this. You're in a room, chained to a wall. Voice comes over. Hello, Kenzie.
You've lived
I
a
wanna
very
play
selfish
game.
life.
You picked 3 movies when you're supposed to pick one.
Me panicking
You
because
have
I didn't
60
listen to the
seconds.
instructions
You
the
have
first
60
time.
seconds to pick one movie. Live or die, the choice is yours.
Wait, what?
That's a really good one. That's really good.
Insert the clip of
Copyright.
Trisha Paytas going, wait, what? And then,
Cooper, no.
okay. Cooper, calm down, please.
Sorry.
So
Cooper break.
sorry.
Cooper.
Okay.
Cooper cut.
So sorry. I think my heart would be with Signs, but
Don't overthink it. You got 30 seconds left. Live or die, the choice is yours.
but see,
There was a saw blade
Uh-oh,
over
Saw
here
your
is
comes
head.
a
so
little
cool.
tricycle with a little... Dude, I'm so good at Saw, dude.
Saw,
It's like I'm there.
I saw you, dude. Yeah.
Saw is so good.
You said that Saw is like, like anyone can watch those. Those are like some of the movies I don't watch.
15 seconds.
Well, I mean, Saw's very gory. Like, don't get me wrong, but Saw is
10
not
seconds.
like.
Sorry, I'm distracting you. You gotta
Okay,
pick
I
one.
can't
I'm sorry.
fucking do
I'm
this.
sorry.
I can't fucking do this.
You have 5 seconds.
Oh no, your head just got ripped apart.
Okay, my
Well-
first one Saw. You're just like making it way cooler than it. Yeah,
You're like, you're right. This is
Wow,
really cool.
Saw over Signs.
my
All
first
right.
one is Saw. Yeah,
Respect.
and I kind of want to.
Like-
want to talk about ones we haven't already talked about in the past like year or two. So
Sure.
I'm gonna say Saw.
I like
And
it.
it's been like now on streaming things because it's spooky season. And like honestly, I kind of fell asleep pretty nicely to Saw 2 the other night. And
It was like really soothing.
something
I'm not saying that's healthy,
cool
but
about that.
you know, yeah,
It's cool.
yeah.
I don't know. In today's day, I think it's fine.
Saw's awesome. Can we just?
Are you saying like original Saw or like the Saw?
I mean,
Sawverse? Saw universe.
Honestly, the Sawverse is holding up pretty well. Like they're on their 10th one. Are you kidding me? Like crazy.
So it's Fast 10.
It's kind of funny to think about though. Like,
But yeah,
in the 60s or something, if they caught a serial killer and they're like, oh, he was watching all these gory movies, like, oh, that makes perfect sense. 2023, that's just kind of like comforting that you watch really gory movies.
People get their heads
It's kind of
cut off.
weird. The culture's shifted.
It's
You're not
point.
a serial killer and you can watch scary
Yeah.
movies. Good job.
well, I don't know how much time I have on here. We could go down that rabbit hole as well. I mean, I feel like the girls in the true crime like obsession, we're more watching from the victim standpoint rather than like it's like ooh, it's not like ooh, I want to kill people. It's like ooh, how can I prevent this from happening? Because like
That's
but
crazy.
anyway,
Yeah,
that's a whole
not how
other
my
thing.
brain works. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay. So Saw, number 1.
So
Well,
Number
First
the
pick.
first
pick,
Okay.
yeah, I wouldn't say number 1.
respect.
But yeah,
All right.
yeah,
You live to fight another day.
yeah. See,
I'm assuming
God,
this is-
it is so good.
You're doing great.
It really is
Yeah.
so good. I just
Have you done this before?
I'm hosting. Bro.
yeah, yeah.
100th time.
I just don't think. I think the ending of Saw, like, is when I first saw it was probably a moment I will like not forget. When,
And you can rest assured, depending on when this is in our podcast, Signs is on someone else's top 5.
Yeah.
oh yes, you told me that.
So we're good.
I can't remember
Yeah.
who you said, but yes,
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
that's good.
Because it might be a spoiler at this point. I don't know.
We'll
knows?
see, and I'm trying
We'll
not
figure
to
it out
when it
think.
posts.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to think like that too, because I'm like, oh, I don't want to say stuff that other people said. I want to like.
That's fine.
No.
We've had one
You
or two
know.
refeeds.
It's hard to.
There are certain movies that are just universal. It's like, hey, no arguments there.
Yeah.
Anything Shyamalan, I think everybody knows.
You're a Shyamalan gal.
Except in
Night
Avatar, I
Shyamalan.
will not
Yeah.
support that. But yeah,
Fair
that's
enough.
my man. I'm gonna stand by him.
All right, number 2. What genre?
Okay.
Bring the heat.
Oh, I will.
Let me guess. You've Got Mail.
No. Who am I, Carrie? No.
Fair. Our mom would definitely pick that.
Oh yeah.
Way to name drop Carrie.
There
Shout
is a
outs.
the,
Shout out to mom.
Thanks
yeah,
for bringing me in.
Thanks.
bringing me in.
Put me in, coach.
Thanks for taking
Oh
me
my
off the
god.
bench.
Yikes.
That was the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
But
you
I
say.
will go.
GGs.
Now that you said that, I will do kind of like a chicky flicky
Perfect.
type of. You know what?
You
It's
want me to guess?
it's adjacent. Yeah, I guess.
The Wedding Planner.
No, that's a good one too.
Alright.
I feel like those are a
Oh,
genre in themselves.
Letters to Juliet.
No,
Damn it.
on my favorite movies of all time. That
No, it's
Chicky
a
hurts.
Chicky flick?
Chicky chick.
Hopey flick?
Well, I mean, it has Meg Ryan in it.
Oh, The Women.
Yeah,
100%. The Women.
absolutely the
The
women.
women.
See, I was on. I
If
was
you haven't
hotter.
seen The Women, you should see The Women. It's really
I've seen
kind of
Women.
I feel like it kind of flew under the radar. Like
100%.
it's not as maybe like well known as
But
like
anyone who's seen
You've
The
Got
Women
Mail, Sleeps in Seattle, but The
knows.
Women.
Yeah.
It's a remake of a 1930s movie called The Women, and like the premise
Michael's
is
probably seen that.
I've not heard
probably
of either. Yeah.
yo
Dang it,
man.
come on. You watched A Wonderful Life.
Yo man. No, but it actually is so cool because like in the 30s, I haven't seen the 1930s version. This is what I know. But it's like this this lady lives in upstate Connecticut. Her husband's, on Wall Street, she has one
Business,
kid, she
yeah.
has great rich friends, all this. Her life's great. And she finds out her husband is cheating on her.
Uh-oh.
And she's like, what the hell do I do now? Kind of thing, And in the 30s, the whole premise was like, we're going to get him back. We're going to make him jealous. We're going to show him what he's missing, all this stuff. And I think that like happy ending was that they like get back
They
together.
killed- oh,
and he's
that's cool.
like, you're right. You're
I'm so
better.
wrong.
You
I
earned
did so
my,
wrong.
They locked him
my
into a
love
room
again.
and they did
or-
a saw.
Right, sure.
Yeah.
That,
Classic.
I mean, I would be open to that ending. That would be interesting. Which brings me to hard candy. No. No. But then this remake, this was in maybe like 2009 or 10-ish. I'm not sure. But there's only women in the cast, only women in the like production, like no men on the set or anything like that, which is just cool in itself. But the premise is more like, okay, now that this is happening and your world's crumbling, like, what do you want? Like, have you kind of lost yourself? Like, not that men cheat because you lose yourself. That's not cool. Like, that's not an excuse. But, like, what do you want?
Mm-hmm.
Don't think about what he wants or how to get him back. Like, what do you want? And then she, like, starts to be like, you know what? Yeah, I put everything aside for him. Like, what do I want? And it has a better, like, ending.
Cool.
But a more realistic ending. Like, not, like...
And it
fuck
technically
men. It's
doesn't
like-
have men in the movie.
There literally is not one man in the movie.
Wow, not even
Yeah.
like she goes to like a coffee shop or
Right.
whatever.
Yeah, if you look around the waitresses and everything.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's very cool.
Huh,
And it's
very
very
neat,
good.
very
Like,
neat.
I think the humor's, like, perfect. And it has Jada Pinkett Smith in it. It has Annette Bening, or what's her name? Annette Bening, who plays Sylvie.
Eva Mendes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's delightful, and
Great
it warms
choice.
my heart.
The women.
It's
Okay.
empowering. Yeah,
Cool.
I really like it.
Surprisingly, this has been on everyone's list thus far.
Yeah, that's
Stop.
definitely the weirdest thing.
I wish it was. I wish it was, because this is like a chick flick like nobody I've talked to has seen except
I
me and
wish
Mom.
one of the guys that we had on just dropped it, but
That'd be
none of
incredible.
them did.
That would be,
It would be wild.
yeah.
You know, we still got a few more to record, so.
That's true.
It ain't over.
You never know.
It ain't over yet. But yeah, that's a great one. I feel like everybody should have watched that
It was
one.
Barbie before Barbie, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is the prequel to Barbie.
it's pretty empowering.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Does it go then the women, Oppenheimer, Barbie? Is that the watch order then? Or
I think, yeah,
Okay.
especially chronologically.
Well, you
I
gotta
mean, the
watch the
women was
prequel,
like,
Little Women.
yeah.
Oh, got it.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. And then hard candy.
And then
No.
hard candy. Just a palate cleanser.
You want to be empowered, bitch?
It's your dessert. It's candy, right?
Perfect, Chef.
Okay. Hit us with that third one.
So we got the. Okay.
We got the spooky.
Spook,
We got the
the chickie,
chick.
That's my chickie. Okay.
little chalky.
What's the?
Okay, get this. Wait, do you want to guess another one?
Sure.
Okay.
Give me the genre.
I guess maybe action and adventure.
Oh, Die Hard 4.
But I see why you did that.
What?
No, I like Bruce Willis. Okay, I used to have a crush on Bruce Willis.
It was for some reason it's Live or Die Hard.
Live free or die hard.
Live free or die hard. Kenzie, live for that shit.
She's living free.
I don't know
Oh, interesting.
what it
Action
was.
adventure
That isn't Live Free or Die Hard.
Yeah.
Does it have
National
Bruce Willis
Treasure.
in it?
Yes.
I was like, shit, is he gonna overthink this? National Treasure. Fuck yeah.
Dude, actually,
You know what?
hits.
slept on
It's
film.
Yeah.
filled with
Slept
rich
on
history.
film.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's
They should have
something-
made 10. We should be on the 10th National Treasure
That's true.
with
Like
the
that
10th
is weird.
Saw.
That was like towards the end of like Nick Cage being like at his prime.
Yeah.
That was
I
weird.
love it.
Because that movie was
That movie was
actually really good.
Yeah.
I thought.
And for someone who does not like America that much, I love that fucking movie. It's just, I love it.
Fair enough.
I mean,
That movie is really
Dude,
good.
he gets clues out of just nowhere. He
Oh,
looks at
it's
a wooden
so
beam and he's
good.
like, wood, ship, Santa Maria.
Oh,
That was,
dude, you know how tight it would be to find a treasure? I can't get over it. It's so
it was
good.
metal. It was
Firm.
It was
Oh my god, we do this all
resolute.
the time. This is so stupid. This is so dumb. The Declaration of Independence. I'm gonna steal it.
Yeah.
Like shit, go off.
Yeah,
And
it
he
was good.
did. He
And the
did.
second one was
steal it.
actually really good too.
The second one was solid. Yeah, they should have kept going.
And then
They made a series on Disney Plus. It sucked.
Of course it
I watched
did.
15 minutes of it
Of course it did. Why do they do that?
because they're like, here's all the characters that aren't Nick Cage.
That thing you love, that thing you fucking love and can't get over. Like National Treasure is my Roman Empire. They're like, we're gonna water it down and put Gen Zers in it, and here you go. It's like you served me up a plate of shit. How could you?
Kenzie, how many
Just
times
give
a
up.
week do you think of National Treasure?
You know what? A lot. I made a note, Michael, of my Roman empires and
Your
National.
Roman empires?
Yeah, because it really got me thinking. Like, what
What do you
are-
think about?
I have a lot. Do you want to go
do you
through that
think about-
list?
Well, hard candy.
Hard candy?
Maybe.
I really we'll talk about it at the end. But
Okay,
I
fine.
do have a list of Roman empires.
National
It's pretty
Treasure.
long.
The original.
That, yeah.
I've been really thinking about this.
It's a good one. Good.
That's
respect.
Yeah, I love that.
All right, give me the next genre. I'll guess it for you. Do you want me to? I don't want to steal your thunder.
Oh no, I love it.
This
I
is
love
working.
it.
I like
No,
the
this is
energy.
good.
I love it.
It's working.
Let me hang on. Let me go back to my list.
Hold on. Let me see what our execs are saying. We're popping up. Okay, perfect.
We did. Okay.
Just give me the genre. Italian.
Italian.
The Italian
If that was
job?
a genre, yes. Yeah. Just say it. Just
Devil
say
Wears
it.
Prada.
Oh no, but I did think about that.
Oh no, but it is now.
I was thinking of Stanley Tucci.
No, literally in Italy.
Mamma Mia.
Oh, Lizzie McGuire movie.
not.
Huh?
The Lizzie McGuire movie.
No.
Oh,
Whoa,
that's a
no.
great choice. Great choice. That's in Italy?
What?
Bruh.
What are you
Wait.
saying?
What?
It's literally in Italy.
In Crema in 1983.
Yep.
Somewhere in northern Italy.
Oh, Call Me By Your Name.
Duh. Yeah. Gotta do it.
I mean, it's really just the Lizzie McGuire movie, but gay.
Yeah, it's super gay. You'd love it. And
Sentences
no,
I never
it's
thought I'd
actually
hear.
not like that. Oh my god.
Same movie. They just both want to be rock stars.
No shit though. I did
Actually,
have
from what I know, that sounds right.
I did have an Italian movie date when I lived in my loft. I was like, oh, I should just get on an Italian movie binge, and I did watch Call Me by Your Name, Letters to Juliet,
And Lizzie McGuire.
Lizzie McGuire movie, When in Rome,
It's peak
something
Italian.
else, and I was like, damn, I'm killing this day. No one was there to see it, but it was a good day.
I started watching Olive Garden commercials.
Shit, it was a good day.
Wow.
Call Me By Your Name. Okay.
Call Me by Your Name. I think that's kind of an obvi. I just
Messed up
that
a lot
one.
of people.
That one was like one of those like. Yeah, I'll just never get over the first time I watched it, and I never like. I happened into watching it. Like if I read the like premise, I would be like, "Meh, I don't care about romance. That's just like not my like. I don't want to sit and really watch a romance movie." But I watched it on a plane, the whole thing. I didn't watch it. Someone in front of me was watching it. I had to, I had to watch it. It was right there.
But you couldn't hear it.
I know, and I literally cried still.
What?
Yes, you didn't know that?
What?
That's my story. I was flying to Washington D.C. to steal the Declaration of Independence,
As you do.
as one does. Grandma and Grandpa slowed me down, but whatever. And someone in front of me was watching it. I think it was already after the.
It did like the.
It was after the Oscars, also.
Because it didn't really get released. It got released early for Oscars.
It got
didn't
released in 2017, but I watched it in 2018, I believe, was the thing.
Because I don't think you could actually have access.
Like
I
that
think
time.
it made the
Yeah.
push for just the Oscars.
There was
Right.
like a theater release to
Yeah.
make it count.
Yeah, and so I had like heard of it, and I saw that he was like at the Oscars, but didn't look into it and whatever. Didn't realize like he was nominated for Best Actor, youngest,
Timmy. Yeah.
youngest
Michelle.
Best Actor nominee in like 80 years, the whole thing. And then I watched it. Yeah, I couldn't hear it. There were very few subtitles, and I literally at the end when he like cries by the fireplace, I was like fucking crying.
I will say
That's incredible.
because I still knew what was
crazy.
happening, and
The
it
credit
blew my
scene-
mind.
Which there's not a lot of credit scenes that exist, but that is by far the best one I've ever seen.
He on that alone, I feel like he could have won.
Who
Yeah,
won that year?
I thought,
What was
yeah,
2017? Was that DiCaprio? Or
Who did he lose to?
Gary Oldman, I think.
Oh,
or
for
being old?
Churchill?
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Mm.
The freaking
Oh yeah, it
nominees
was
were
like
nuts.
Denzel like doing like a Broadway play
Yeah.
but movie. It was Gary Oldman, dude. It was like
It was
It
stacked.
was
And like
insane.
Timothy Chalamet.
I'll
as,
never
like
forget.
a 19-year-old
Because he
kid.
was on Jimmy Fallon too, and he was like, "Let me just read this lineup of who you're nominated
Yeah.
with," and he did, and
He's
he's
just
like,
grateful.
"Yeah," and then me, and it's like, dude, yeah,
That's
what?
insane.
Yeah, it was crazy,
That was
and
one
I
of the-
like,
yeah.
I came back from that trip, and I was like, just an annoying bitch about it. Like,
I'm-
everyone needs to see this movie.
And
This
you
guy
didn't like
is so
even
good.
watch it. That's crazy to me.
It
Like,
is, yeah.
You like kind of watched it.
Yo, the only subtitles I got were like, I mean, I saw what was going on. It's pretty easy to see
Yeah.
like the story, but
Because it's like an artistic movie. I mean, like everything
Yeah.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
and when they were speaking French and Italian, there were subtitles anyway, so I could kind of see what was going on. But the one that really got me was like, I was like, ooh, I think like he's getting ready to leave. Like this obviously isn't forever, and it's like the after the peach scene or whatever, iconic. That was iconic in itself too. I'm like, man, he really did that, huh? He was like, all right,
Jeez.
just 19 years old, just.
No, Yep, no, don't say it.
I won't say it. I don't need to say it.
We
Family
can't
show.
air it.
I don't need to say it. It speaks for itself. But no, the scene where he like they're fighting and then he starts crying and then it's at the subtitles said, I don't want you to go, and I was like, And yeah, I was just like, oh shit. And then
They got me.
yeah, they really got me. He really got me. And I just was in love with Timmy from then on too. No one knew who he was, and I was like, I'm telling you what, I love him. I'll love him for the rest of my life.
Yep.
And look at us now.
Yeah.
She
Who
sold me
called
on
that one?
You did.
I did call it.
You called him by his name.
By his name.
Call him by his name.
Yes, I did.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, that's 4.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
One last
Now you gotta
movie.
pick the last one.
Okay. We're not doing honorable mentions are we?
Not really.
Okay. But we are doing my Roman empires. I feel.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
No, I'm kidding. It's a
The Lovely Bones.
no.
Bones and all.
No.
Oh.
Those are both. It's so funny. I have
Are they on there?
I have a list of perfect movies, and my
Oh.
little list of this is below those, and both of those are
Wow.
Yeah,
up
that's right.
there. Of course. I like to watch this movie when I'm sick or when I'm sad
Okay. That narrows it down to 2 movies.
or when I'm with my besties or
Okay, that narrows it down to 3 movies.
It opened up.
I'm gonna go with The Phantom of the Opera,
no, that's a really good one though.
Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants.
Oh, I really like that one. No.
Damn it.
She was like, my list should be longer.
You're sick, so you turn this on. Oh, Twilight.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
How did I mess that up?
Ugh.
It's really a draw between Twilight and New Moon, but I'd probably have to go with Twilight just
OG
'cause
Twilight.
it's
Yeah,
the
it's the
OG.
OG,
Yeah.
yep.
And the music is
Soundtrack
slamming.
bangs.
Slamming.
Yep.
And
Baseball
I
scene.
love that
Oh,
blue
Supermassive.
hue. I just
Supermassive
love
black
it.
hole. Let's go.
I love a low budget blue hue. You know.
Vampire flick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, hey, change
Chef's
the world.
kiss.
Change the world.
Yeah.
Some of the best romance movies ever made.
We probably have 2 big Twilight fans in here, and I'm not one of them. So that narrows it down.
That makes me and Kenzie then, because the only other 2 people here.
Yeah, that's the joke. Yeah.
Cooper's
Nice.
here also, but
Oh, yeah.
he's more of a New Moon kind of guy.
He's in it
It's true,
because
he
of the
likes
werewolf.
Because the
boys.
puppies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Wolf Boys.
Wolf
No,
boys.
I do love New Moon. I'm a New Moon girly too, because it's also just so like depressing, great sad music. I mean, it's just such a rainy
It's kinda
day.
Cool
Yeah.
too, because a lot of your, or well, at least a couple of your movies are, like breakout, roles for
Performances.
like like the first big role of
Yeah,
a lot
Yeah.
of people.
I
interesting.
love someone's first movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but yes, I do. I do.
Yeah,
And as much shit as Twilight got, you know, those 2 are doing well.
which is
Yeah.
cool
You know.
that they were able to make it to the top of the list,
Mhm.
having just kind of
It's one of those. I know people make fun of Twilight. I get it. Blah blah blah.
yeah.
But and people love to just
It's not like it shied away from what it was though. Like
Oh
I mean,
no,
like that's
yeah.
it's.
I'm like, you make
did
it
you
better.
Read the source
You get in there,
material?
yeah. You go read that script better and tell me
Yeah.
it doesn't look weird.
It's
I mean, it's
supposed to be
crazy.
this teenage, you know,
Yeah, it's craziness.
angst.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be
Yeah.
angst, the movie
Yeah, but with
Yeah.
vampires.
with vampires,
Exactly,
dude.
exactly. And now Rob is Batman, and Kristen was nominated for being. I'm sorry, who? Princess Diana? Yeah, everybody can eat shit. So.
That's right.
Everybody that disagrees with me. Can
Oh,
eat
okay,
shit.
cool,
That's
cool,
The only
what
thing
I'm
that sucks
Be-
about that
be
movie
more
is
specific.
vampires.
Yeah.
Because they suck blood.
Heard.
Facts.
Boom.
Heard, Chef.
Facts.
Slam
Yeah.
poetry, baby.
Julia Rob. Her.
If you could be like
Great five.
any age of a vampire, like Robert Pattinson has to be in angst his entire life. Like that sounds awful.
Yeah, I'd probably want to be like 27
Yeah.
vampire.
That's
Right
pretty,
now,
that's pretty good.
I really feel like I'm in my prime right now.
Yeah.
28.
I get that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
27, where you're like, hey,
Like you're still like young.
You're chilling.
Yeah, and you're like fully grown. Your mind's like fully developed.
Yeah, wait for that frontal lobe
Yeah.
to develop.
Yeah.
Gotta
My
get that
God.
going. I'll
Yeah.
tell you what.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Totally
Because like
agree.
to have puberty forever, that sounds awful.
That is, yeah.
true.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a good point, too, because some people think there were a lot of people that were like, this is actually weird. And he's technically like a pervert because he's like 111, 109. It's
yeah.
like, no, he's 17 forever.
Mhm.
That's why he constantly underestimates her. Duh.
It's like
Yeah.
Forever 21.
So there's
but
like a
different age.
maturity like
Yeah.
cap.
Yeah,
To
kind
some
of.
degree.
I think so. Yeah.
Like
'Cause
you
it's
can
like
gain all the
physically, yeah.
wisdom, but you're
Mhm.
yeah.
That's why I think, well, I could talk about Twilight forever, but like she's like, come on, just bite me, get it over with, you know, and it's like, girl, why don't you wait a few years? Like, you got time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to age for like 10 years. You're fine. I mean,
Exactly.
but, you know, the Volturi's on her ass. I do get it.
Dude, the Volturi were big
Yeah.
fan of those.
Yeah, except for
Probably
Dakota
top 10
Fanning.
villain of all time.
Yeah.
For me.
Except for
Movie
Dakota
villains?
Fanning. I was never going to be scared of Dakota Fanning in my
Italian?
life.
Like vampires that look like they work at the Vatican. Dude, that's sick.
Hey, listen, they're
That's
scary.
sick, bro.
and
That's
they're
fair,
making all
okay.
the rules. They're spooky.
You know they're doing some they're in with
Yeah.
the Catholic folk for sure.
The guy that plays Aro, if I saw him in the street like that in full makeup, I would call the police. Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone's taking a tour of the Vatican. They're like, hey, you want to go see good old
Check out this
Archbishop? They're like,
dungeon.
guess what?
Yeah,
Eat 'em.
lunch, bitch.
That's
yeah,
what they do.
crazy,
Dude,
Lunch bunch.
Dude,
crazy. Yeah.
don't even try to trip, dog.
Is vampires your Roman Empire?
Oof.
Because that seems like it is.
It's back and forth. Because, like, vampire's nice because of the not shape-shifting part. Like, once it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
Whereas werewolves are, like, dope, but you got to kind of go through that painful, like, oh, no, my jaw has to grow, like, 2 feet forward. That sounds scary.
Yeah.
I don't know
I
if
just
I
feel
want to
like-
go through that
I
every
feel
time.
like that debate is just constantly on your mind,
Oh,
no matter
yeah.
what.
He loves vampires. Yeah.
Dude, I love it. Yeah, for sure.
And Twilight really started the whole vampire
Mm-hmm.
frenzy. It was a frenzy for like 10 years after that, and it was like, you can't do a knockoff Twilight. Like, you just can't. But I mean, you could for Nick because he likes vampires a lot.
Well, yeah.
But you know, then all the books and I mean everybody in the shows and it's,
Well, there's a lot
they
more
wanted to
like
just keep
young
doing it.
adult vampire stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Mhm,
mean, because
mhm.
like
Yeah.
obviously Dracula and like Frankenstein, those.
of
things.
course,
Yes,
that's a
yes,
classic.
yes.
Yes, yeah.
Frankenstein,
yes.
the vampire, right?
Dracula was the OG vampire. I do.
Yeah,
I
not
am.
Overcold.
I am
We're
aware of that.
discussing
Okay.
Yes, got it.
Jesus Christ.
Kenzie, to round us out, give us one thing that is your Roman Empire.
Okay. Oh my God, just one.
Just one.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, what is your Roman Empire?
What is your Roman
I don't know
Empire?
if a lot of these. I'm not even sure you guys will.
That's like the same
will
thing with the Roman
understand.
Empire. Just throw it at us. Like a big old Roman Colosseum.
Honestly, I could list you off a few that don't need explanation. The 2016 clown incidents.
Oh, yeah.
There was
Those
a
are
clown
nuts.
outside my sorority house. Where the fuck did they go? Why did
Wait,
they
they were
do
clowns? They were
that? Yes.
That's
We had to call the
nuts.
cops
were
at my
everywhere,
sorority
remember?
house because
Yeah,
they
but
were,
like I didn't know
just,
they were like.
it was a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's
I
like,
didn't see any.
Where'd they go? Did they kill anybody? Who were they? Why did they do that? I don't know.
The face she
They
gave
just wanted to
was
belong to
iconic.
something, and
I
then
do
as
not
soon
know.
as the cause hit, they're like, I now am justifiably able to dress as a clown.
I see.
They woke
yeah.
up something in America.
And has it gone to sleep?
I don't know.
This is my Roman Empire.
This is a Roman Empire.
This
Yeah.
is a
Is it
Roman
actually
Empire,
gone,
man.
or did they all just like figure out like, hey, you're a clown, let's go?
Be clowns.
Let's clown.
Are
it
you
up.
also a
Clowns and
like,
all,
Where,
bro.
yeah,
Clowns
where
and
did the
all.
agreement like occur? Yeah, was it a club? I don't know.
Are they cannibals? Well,
Probably.
Let's see. The McCamey Manor, like the ultimate haunted house that was in.
where they can do like awful things to you,
Yeah, you sign a waiver
Oh, like
saying.
the thing in Texas, right?
apart from dying.
I can't remember where it was at originally. There is a documentary on Hulu now out. Go watch it. It's very interesting. The guy that runs it is like he used to be in the military, and I
So he
think
knows
he
how to,
was
like,
like specialized in like torture tactics
Whoa.
and
Good.
shit. But I'm saying, I mean, you signed a waiver saying like if I die, it's not this guy's fault, which I'm not sure that would hold up in court very well. But he would put spiders on you.
Yep.
He would feed you dog food. Like
Yep.
he would make people vomit on
it-
themselves. He would cut you. He would cut
Perfect.
your hair off. He
Was
would.
it the point to like? I heard some things are like, oh, get to this point and you get like money. Is this
you apparently win 25 grand if you, but he can go as long
Easy.
as he
I can do
wants. He can go as
do
Michael toxic masculinity.
Dude,
Okay.
no, dude.
No, and
bro.
it's interesting because obviously, like the first thing you think is, why the fuck would anyone want to do that, or why would you sign that? Why would you?
$25,000?
Because he even like says, sign it here, and then I'm blindfolding you and driving you to the place. I mean, no one.
Yeah.
He could do whatever he wants to you. Like
That's insane.
a lot of women are saying they were like sexually assaulted in there. I mean, this guy just like, why the
That's
fuck would
messed
you
up.
want to run a
Ugh.
place like this? This
Yeah,
guy is
like-
really fucked up. But it's interesting because there are like things that you got to go watch the Hulu thing.
Okay.
It's because the people
Is it called the
it's called
Mayfield.
Let me look it up really quick.
Manchester.
It just got on Hulu like
Hot off the
a couple
press.
weeks ago. What is it called? McCamey Manor documentary.
It's wild.
As well.
It is. Documentary.
Well, you're looking that up. I think what were the 5 again? It was Call Me by Your Name,
The Women.
The Women,
Saw.
Twilight. National Treasure, and Twilight.
Yes.
National Treasure and Twilight.
Monster Inside is
Monster
what it's
Inside.
called.
Monster Inside.
Oh,
I think
saw that
I think he
advertised, yeah.
had to stop doing it.
yeah, because
I hope so.
that's bad.
It's really bad. But the people that go through it, you kind of do hear their point of view of like why you would want to go through it, and it's a little bit interesting because they're kind of like they have mental health issues, and they're kind of like
Maybe it can scare it out of it.
Yeah,
or something.
maybe if I fight for my life, it's almost like
It's like
Saw.
it's
If
like a
I fight for
Batman
my
thing,
life,
yeah.
maybe then I'll be reborn and I'll be cured and I'll have this new meaning of life. And,
It'll be much worse.
or yep. And then it shows there are legit things you can go through,
Sure.
like that are way more legit, where they can kind of scare you. And
Yeah, there's like a psych tactic where it's like if you're afraid of spiders, here's a bunch of spiders.
right, yeah, yeah.
It's like you're like overwhelming the system where it's like now I'm not afraid anymore. I don't know. It's
What-
like some kind of tactic.
here's
Aversion therapy.
It's like that.
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, spider.
I get where you're going with
All
that.
right.
That's what happened with Batman. He
Yeah,
just-
but like bats.
He saw
though.
bats and he was like,
Whoa,
never mind.
Too many bats.
I'm gonna be one. Perfect.
Well,
Yeah.
Kenzie, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, always is.
Thanks for one of our top 5s.
What do you mean?
We have lots of top 5. So thanks for
Oh, I
being
thought you
one.
meant like
recorded-
just one of my movies you liked.
Yeah.
I'm like, I picked fucking
I
bangers. What are you
picked
talking
5
about?
great movies actually.
What? And I had way more.
No, it's weird because we have like 15 of these segments. So we're trying to figure out how to end each one of them, but you just can't because it's going to go right to the
Next,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So it's like thanks. Here's
So-
the next one.
God bless you.
Take care.
But hey, we couldn't have made it 100 episodes without you
That's right.
That's so true.
because you're at least 10 of those.
That's so true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to do an episode on Roman empires, I think that'd be interesting.
Roman Empires, I'm down.
Because
Like people's personal Roman empires.
yeah, or just
Not the
mine.
actual
I'm
Roman
into this
empires.
every week. Really,
Okay.
it's growing.
It's growing. It's an empire. It's literally an empire. It's like growing.
It is my own little teeny fucked up little empire. Yeah, Twilight's definitely on it. Absolutely.
Never change. And thanks for coming downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
You're the best.
Thank you.
Save the best for last.
Absolutely.
Or whatever this one is.
Or whenever this
Yeah, my last one.
I don't
You
know.
are
We're
one
gonna
of the
figure it
last
out.
to record.
Yeah.
So we'll figure out where you're at.
Yeah.
We'll fix it
Alright.
in post.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah. All I have is Greglet, man. That's all I think of.
I don't want anyone to
Sorry.
have context for what we're talking about. I just want them to
Wait,
hear
no
Greglet and
context.
just they'll have to
think
guess.
Greglet, man. Just think Greglet.
Is that a Pokemon? Maybe.
Maybe you'll find out. No,
It's
you
actually
won't.
my favorite movie.
Yeah, it's top 5. Top 5.
Top 5.
Well, Christine, if there is anyone that I'm pretty sure I could have probably guessed the top 5 on,
I would hope that it's your
I feel
literally
like
blood
yeah.
sister.
my own flesh and blood on the podcast, because we have this very similar taste in movies, and I know I'm going to enjoy your top 5
Yes.
because it's probably also my top 5. So if anyone's ever asks what my top 5 is, just listen to Christine real quick, and it'll be fairly close.
Pretty close.
I mean,
Minus
it'll be pretty
maybe
close.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
my guess.
yeah.
It's probably we probably have 2 movies at least, I think, and then the other ones you really like for sure, but they might not
Yes.
necessarily make your top 5,
Mm-hmm.
but they shouldn't be surprising.
Yeah.
Like if
I
Michael
definitely
told
like
me his
all on your list.
yeah, I mean, you haven't read it yet or seen it. I even
But
made
I
an
know.
honorable mention.
fair enough.
Wow.
Michael, why don't you take a stab at one movie that you think for sure? Well, I think you'll know
Okay.
one that'll for sure will
I
be
know
on
that
there.
one is. I know for sure one is on there.
But don't spoil
Yeah.
it for us, Christine. Don't tell us yes or no.
okay, so should I take
But
like
don't
a
say that
wilder?
one.
I'm gonna take a
Yeah.
wilder guess.
Yeah, do
Okay.
like a more bold guess,
Yeah.
not like hey, this is the movie that we have tattooed
okay.
on our face.
That
What do
we
you
have
mean?
a tattooed on our
What are you
body.
talking about?
That movie
Okay.
did make my top 5. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I just don't want the one that's like my cheat sheet. I'm just gonna look at my left arm. Okay. My wild guess is, and don't say it, but Star Trek 5, The Voyage Home.
The Voyage Home. Great pick.
I think that's 5, right? Or is it 4? It's 5. It's 5.
It's
Nice.
5. Can I answer you, or should I just let you,
You know
live
what?
in?
You know what?
You know what? Who cares?
It's your list.
It's your list.
Because that is number 1 on my honorable mentions.
Oh,
let's go!
You're
I
very
did
close.
it! I did it! Let's
Yes.
go!
Star Wars,
No way.
or Star Trek: The Voyage Home is number 1 on my honorable mentions.
Let's go!
Perfect.
Wow. Well,
My dark horse pick is going to be one that came out this year because I feel like it could be too soon for you to pick it. But I just have to feel. I'm just feeling it, and I think Barbie's making it in the top 5.
Oh.
We'll see.
Really? Dark horse from this year. See, obviously it's not on my list because I have no idea what you're talking about.
This could be a tricky trick. A classic Christine misdirection.
I'm very straightforward.
All right.
Am I?
Wow.
We'll see.
Who knows? But wow, Voyage Home. I'm proud of myself.
I love that movie. A 10 out
That's
of
a great
10.
movie.
It's a
Dang.
great
Is
movie.
that a William Shatner one?
Yeah. It's where they go back to 1980s San Francisco
And they saved the
and
whales.
they save the whales and somehow, they make it back.
Nick is
the
giving me
future.
the blankest look right now.
This is on my
Listen,
list.
This is the
It
thing.
is so good.
Before I die.
It's so bad it's good.
It's just
it's one
Yeah.
of
it's
those.
so good. They
Yeah.
try to talk to the computer. It's just
Computer.
great. Computer
Perfect.
on.
And then yeah.
Oh yeah, because they're. I got it.
It's so good and so bad and so cheesy.
Perfect.
It is the best Star Trek movie.
Yeah, it's
Dang.
like if I'm gonna watch Star Trek, I'm gonna put that one on. Like that is my favorite one of all of them. And then I do like
Dang.
the new remake with Chris Pine, the first Star Trek. I do think that one is
Let's
really
go.
good
Let's go.
as well.
I
What?
love the new Star Treks. Let's go.
You're like, oh, a Star Trek thing that I know? Yeah.
Come on.
You're like old ones? No, new shit? Yeah.
Eric Bana with an infinite forehead. Come on.
Yeah. Someone's gotta have an infinite forehead, you know?
Yeah.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's gotta
I
do
never
it.
knew he would look good bald. And you know what? He doesn't really, but he looks alright.
He does it though.
But he pulls it off.
He does it.
I love it. He went all in.
Wow. The dark
he did.
horse.
Yeah. Really the dark horse pulling in first at the end of the
Okay.
race.
Ugh.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Give us number
bring the
5.
heat.
Are these in order? Or
They're
are
actually
these...
in no order at all.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Because
it.
when Michael told me, "Hey, can you pick your top 5 movies?" I forgot every movie I've ever seen in my entire life,
Yeah, of
Yep.
course.
I get it. I
Yep.
get it.
except for one. And I was like, I have one
Now Star
on my
Trek: The
list.
Voyage Home.
Yep.
I've got Star Trek: The Voyage
Yes.
Home, and that's it.
Yeah, you
But what?
what are your top 5? And you look down at your side of your stomach and you're like, oh, there's one. Okay, got it.
I was like, I got one.
Perfect.
So we'll start with the very obvious answer, which
Mhm.
is the first movie I thought of when I said my favorite movie of all time is Arrival. It's
What?
literally tattooed on my body.
Nice.
What? Incredible.
Great pick.
Incredible.
Very surprising as well.
Yeah.
I had an existential crisis after
Oh.
that movie, so it's up
Oof.
there.
What a great question it asks. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's hard to you want to experience that for the first time.
Oh yeah. If there's one
without
movie I
knowing
could go
what's going
back
on, 'cause, man,
and forget and then watch again.
yeah, that'd be a good one to
Yeah.
be able to watch for the first time again.
Sometimes it's just on and I'll be like, oh, I'll just put it on in the background, and then I'll sit down and watch the entire thing, and I'll be like, yeah, that still wrecked me. Yeah.
Now I'm
Yep.
crying.
Now I'm
Bags
crying.
of popcorn all over the place. Just holy crap, what happened? I just lost 3 hours.
It's too good. It's too good. I just drove home from that movie and got back to my apartment. I was in college and I was like, how did I get here? I don't remember driving back. This was something.
Yeah, that whole trip just gone.
It's gone from my
Amazing.
memory.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Great
you guys
movie.
saw this together, which is also
We did not see it
Oh,
together.
We did not
Okay.
see it together.
Actually we saw it the second time together.
Mhm.
We watched
That's
it for a
true.
second time in
Yeah,
theaters
so
together.
I dragged my now husband to it a second time when we were visiting my family, and I was like, guess what? I will see that movie again.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we saw it when we went back home.
Oh,
I mean, all
Love
these
it.
movies Michael and I have seen together at some point or watched
oh
at
wow.
At
some
home.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I know exactly what movies are
Then
on
I
this
know
list.
exactly where
Oh,
this is
from the
going.
250 movies that we've seen together.
There was the one summer we watched every single movie we owned in alphabetical
Yeah.
order, so we're those
Yeah.
people. So
I'm feeling now that I should have changed my answer to not Barbie of this year, but Barbie and the Nutcracker. But it's okay.
That was almost going to be my other
we'll
dark
figure
horse
it out.
pick.
We'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
that's not on here, but that's probably one of the movies that's not on here because I was like, should I really put Barbie and the Nutcracker in my honorable mentions?
but it's
Because I
okay.
watched it every year on my birthday from the age of 6 to 22.
Yes, of course you should.
Yeah.
So
Yes, Barbie.
yes, Barbie. Yes, that's right.
Of course.
So I didn't put
That-
Barbie
yeah.
though. I put something else that's an honor, like that I watched a lot when I was a kid, and is
Okay.
my favorite princess movie. So Beauty and the
Ooh.
Beast. I put it.
Also good.
I was like, I can't really say this is not one of my favorite movies, so I put it on here, the original cartoon version, not the
Nice.
not the live action one. So I put it on here
Quick
because I
thought
watched
on the live
it all.
action.
I don't hate it. I just
Mhm.
prefer the cartoon.
Sure.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I just grew up with the cartoon instead of the live action. I haven't even seen the live action Little Mermaid yet. So,
Same.
Yeah.
so
What about Beauty and the Beast really gets the Beauty and the
Wait,
Beast?
was this an honorable mention or
No,
is
this
on
was-
the
no,
list?
this is my number. This is on
4?
my top
or whatever?
5.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
I always liked Belle the most. I think because she was quiet and read, and I always was the one who was quiet and read. I feel like you always aligned with whatever princess you had like the most emotional connection to, and she was the one that I had the most emotional connection to. Always had her head in a book, and I used to read all the time, especially when I was little. And I liked France. That's why I learned French. So
because of Belle. Yeah.
because of Belle, I was like, I'm gonna learn French instead of Spanish, which would have been 10 times more useful. But that's okay.
But hey, croissants. Am I right?
Croissant.
I feel like to the caliber of the songs in that like era, if you look at like Frozen and it's like this is the one song that just popped off. And then there's like a bunch of other songs that are like, Beauty and the Beast is one where it's like, name one bad song.
Yeah.
Name one song that isn't a Let It Go.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's not very many of
They're
them.
all like evenly good.
They're like
Yeah.
so good, dude. It's insane.
I'll just sing, like, I need 6 eggs.
Yeah.
That's too expensive.
Yeah, most relatable line ever. Oh,
It is too expensive.
It is.
it is.
6 eggs.
These eggs are getting out of control.
Yeah.
Just all the songs are 10 out of 10. And Gaston is a great villain.
Oh.
It's so good. I'm sure that I made Michael watch this movie with me way too many times.
You've gotten it to the point where it is also my favorite like Disney animated movie because I saw it so
If
many
it works,
times.
it works.
Because it's like I grew up with it because you grew up with it, so therefore Belle was always my favorite princess because it was my sister's favorite princess.
Yeah.
So
And
Great
she can
choice.
look beyond, like, she didn't have to have a chiseled prince. I mean, he does.
Well,
he is
did you
pretty,
see him in the
pretty
end?
hot
Are you
for being
kidding
a
me?
cartoon man, but she loved him before the 6-pack.
That's right.
Yeah,
had
she
a
loved him
wolf
when he was
pack.
a hairy beast. A little bestiality going on there, but it's,
That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, she knew he was a human.
For like
guess.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's
She's like,
fine.
huh?
It's fine.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll say the live action added is Beast's solo song
Yeah.
is actually really good.
Incredible.
Oh yeah.
If they could somehow import that into the animated version,
Yeah.
I think that movie would literally be the greatest movie ever made.
Wow. Okay.
Dare I say?
Wow. I dare you do say.
Well, then it would be on your top 5.
That's
yeah.
right.
Perhaps. I used to watch this all the time as a kid, and I have nightmares because this was like right around the time where I was developing like
So
actually
ruined
like
you.
a
Yeah.
soul and stuff, and and consciousness. You know how you're like kind of like hard reboot at like 3, and you actually
Yeah.
start remembering things.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah,
you're just
yeah.
kind of a robot until then. Anyway, let's not get into that.
You're just a
anyway,
blob.
I would call it Beast and Belle. I would call it Beast and Belle.
Oh, because you're edgy.
Beast and Belle.
Yeah.
Beast and Belle.
You're edgy.
And I'd
Different.
cry a little bit, but then I'd have to watch it because it's just so enthralling.
Yeah.
Also,
See,
a
that
spook.
was me with the first Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire one, when the Green Goblin gets stabbed by his little like hoverboard. I had nightmares for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Willem Dafoe alone can give you nightmares.
Yeah, dude.
Because of
Yeah,
how good of acting he is
Yes.
and sinister he looks.
Yeah.
Scared my 8-year-old self, I'll tell you what.
I
I
mean,
was like, that's why I've never been the biggest fan of Spider-Man.
oh, that scene too where he kind of
It's
slows
spooky.
down and is like bleeding out of his mouth. Like,
Peter.
Oh, yeah. It's scary.
Peter.
Peter Parker.
So I assume that's number 3 then.
Yeah.
No, that is dead
Oh,
last on my list.
dang it.
Didn't
What a
even banger.
banger.
It's right there in the trash.
Macho Man Randy Savage to get a car for a girl. That's like the coolest thing ever. Come on. All right, it's fine.
It is a good movie. Like I watch it again when I'm older, but like when you first watch it and you're a
It's
kid,
spooky.
it's like it's scary.
Yeah. Bonesaw, man. Bonesaw's what makes that
Bonesaw's
movie.
ready,
I
dude.
got you for 3 minutes.
Yes.
All right, sorry.
All right. Speaking of 3, what's your
go ahead.
third movie on your
The
list?
third
In no
movie
order.
I remembered in no particular order was Silence of the Lambs, which
Wow.
Yeah.
Great movie.
yeah, I love this movie for no
mhm.
particular reason than I think I'm just obsessed with it. Like I this movie and then another movie my brother and I watched together, which didn't make the list. So Michael will probably be surprised by that one because it's not on my top 5, but you probably know which one I'm talking about.
Whoa. A
it-
conversation that's happening that I don't get to be a part of. Anyway, go ahead.
I just love this movie so much. I think it's what really started me to get really into true crime. I was like, I love this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it definitely takes the term "I'm having a friend for dinner" and really flips it on
a little
its
different
head.
Yes. It's just I like there's like I can't really talk about the movie because I'm just like I just love it. I just everything about it
Yeah.
I just like.
And it pretty much cemented Anthony Hopkins as like
Oh yeah.
one of the goats.
Yeah.
Like if he just like stopped his career after that movie, it's like you did it.
But then he went on to
Yeah.
do Transformers.
That's right.
The first one's good though. I like the first Transformers. That one's fine.
Oh yeah, he was probably like 4 or something.
Bro
but-
narrated How the Grinch Stole Christmas. How dare you?
Did he?
Hell yeah.
Oh,
Did he really?
Yeah, listen to that. He's the one who does all the Dr. Seuss like narration.
the old one, like the
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey
Oh,
one.
Yeah,
Got
he
it.
narrates that.
Okay, I thought you meant like the like.
It's the only reason that movie's good. And Jim Carrey.
Wow. Hot takes on the Grinch coming
Dude, I
out.
love that movie. It's a banger, but
Wow.
Anthony Hopkins has a lot to do with that.
You're like it's only because of Anthony Hopkins and Jim Carrey did nothing.
Well, yeah, that's it. But
A little too far. Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, that's a. I forgot that you love that movie. Oh.
Yeah, I thought you might have forgotten
that's where
about
you
that
get that
one.
sound from. Michael does that all the time for no reason. He's just
What
like,
sound?
I hate it. I don't know why he does it. Now I know. Sir Anthony Hopkins,
Sir Anthony Hopkins.
I got you, dog.
knighted by the Queen himself.
Yeah.
Dang it. All right, fair enough. Great
Okay.
pick, Christine.
The next one that I have on my list is my favorite scary movie of all time. It's The Conjuring. I love The
Mhm.
Conjuring. I love The Conjuring 2. I love all of The Conjurings. I love the Conjuring universe.
Specifically, the
huge-
first Conjuring, right?
Yeah, I'm
There's
just
one-
I'm just
okay.
doing the first one. But I have a very distinct memory of the second one. Like I went to lunch with a friend and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go see the second Conjuring. And I drove in the rain and it was downpouring and I came in and the movie
Spooky.
just started and I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a core memory of mine.
Oh,
You're like, I
nice.
know this is already happening.
Dang.
A Conjuring gal.
The
I
rain
love The
too
Conjuring.
sets the tone.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
tone.
so
But
spooky.
the first one specifically, it's so spooky, it's so scary. It's so good. And it like
Nice.
really ignited my love for horror or scary movies, like the paranormal scary movies.
Mm.
Oof.
And I just it's so good. And I love them, but I haven't seen The Nun 2 yet. So I guess I'm
Mm.
not as cool, but I just rewatched The Nun like a week ago.
And that's technically in the same.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the nun
Yeah.
is in The Conjuring.
Yeah, The Nun is in The Conjuring, specifically like The Conjuring 2 is where she shows up for
Got it.
a pretended like extended period of time and I don't know what it is, she scares me.
Spooky,
Yeah.
spooky gal.
She's a spooky lady. She's not fun. But I
For
just
sure.
like I love Ed and Lorraine Warren and I
Mm.
like deep dived into them and I just think I got hooked and that really like solidified
Yeah.
that movie for me.
Mm-hmm. very invested in their relationship. I remember you telling me, you're just like, I just want them to be happy.
Is Insidious involved with that, or is just Patrick Wilson happen to be in both universes?
He just happens to be in both universes. Yes.
Got it. Okay, good.
Yeah,
to know.
they're not
I'm
connected.
not as familiar. Okay.
It also has to do with Annabelle. Annabelle's connected
That's
to.
right. Annabelle.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, there's another series that I thought was connected to it too.
Yeah, because she's like a doll in that.
Mhm.
Like they worked on that doll or whatever.
Yeah,
Got it,
she's
got
like they have this like room in their house, and you know
Yeah.
Annabelle's in there. The picture of the nun is in there. You know all these like
like
things
an
that they.
Avengers of
Yeah,
scary.
Avengers of
Spooky
scary
things.
and spooky and you know murder.
Got it. Okay.
So we got on your list, we got some spooky, we got some serial killers, we got a happy Disney movie.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
With the
all
scary
over the
beast.
place. Yeah.
I know my list
I
is
like
not very
this. I like this.
cohesive.
You do
How
have
how are you doing, Michael? Though with your guesses?
Oh, good. Yeah.
Good.
I'm doing great. Like,
Yeah.
I guessed a few this morning that haven't popped up, but and I think I have an idea for the last one. I got like 2 or 3. I'm like, okay, that could be on the list.
I want to know what your rest of your guesses were. Like when I say
I
my
can go
last.
through. I can go through them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited for the reveal of the final movie. The top 5 out for us.
I'm gonna round the top 5 out with a movie that Michael and I both loved,
Mm-hmm.
and that is Mad Max Fury Road.
There it is. There it is.
He did
Yep.
know that one.
Yeah.
Yep. I can't not have this one on my list. I mean, I remember Michael and I like drove home. And we were like bumping.
I was just like fueled with gasoline, dude. I was
Yeah.
like just ready to just flip over some cars.
I had
Dang.
0 expectations for this
You look
movie,
like,
and this movie was so
okay.
good.
Incredible.
That's fair. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, okay.
What's something Joe?
Immortal Joe.
Immortal
Immortal Joe.
Dude, when Michael gets like hungry or something, like
It
just
was
like
like,
dude turns right into Immortal Joe.
Immortal Joe.
Where's my pizza?
He's gotten it from this movie.
Good times.
That movie's so good. And it's just like, yeah, going into it, we were both like, it'll be fun to watch a movie. And like, I think we were both like getting into like movies hardcore as like a hobby during that time. And more of like, obviously we grew up with movies, but more like we just wanted like experience. And that was like our first movie, like really going through it. And it's always we peaked.
We peaked.
Yeah.
We peaked at that movie.
That was so good.
That movie was so good. I mean, it is beautiful. It's acted so well. I mean, the scene at the end, the car fight scene, whatever you want to call it, it's just done so well. I mean, it is beautiful. Like it is such a good movie, and you would not expect it from Mad Max. Like you're like, okay.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, it's like something like if He-Man was made into live action and
It's
just
incredible.
popped off.
Yeah.
Got like Oscars, and you're just like, what the hell?
You're like, how did you win
How
this?
did He-Man like did you
From the
see his
director of
haircut? What
Happy
is
Feet
this?
and Babe, Pig in the City.
You're like, what?
Yeah, because there's like a couple successful Mad Max movies, but they weren't like considered, hey, yo,
Yeah.
one of the greatest movies of all time, Mel Gibson's Mad Max 5.
Yeah,
You
and I
gotta check
think
it
they
out.
were gonna make more after this one, but I'm glad they didn't because this one was just too good.
They are making like a prequel with what's her face though, right?
Furiosa and
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Furiosa.
That's been in
like,
talks for like ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Anna Taylor-Joy
Joy
or whatever was finally casted.
Oh,
I thought,
cool.
before all this stuff happened.
The writing strike, yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
So there could be some more Mad Max, and it'd be almost like 10 years now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Yeah,
Since
it's
2014 or something.
Yeah.
2013 or 2014.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we're coming up on.
Holy cow! It's
I
been
could
a
use
long
some more
time.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
I need more desert movies now that Dune's delayed.
Yeah.
Come
Yeah.
on.
I don't know. You could
Alright.
just come visit me, and I'll show you some
I
desert.
mean, yeah, it's plenty.
That's true. Yeah, we could just film. Yeah, just
Yeah,
take a
be
Honda
like-
Civic out there and just go crazy.
You want to go hike the mountain? Cause we can go see some desert.
Oh, it's so- Oh,
Start
dude,
playing a
there's a dude with a guitar,
electric
and he's just
guitar.
like hanging from like
Oh,
suspended,
yes.
and
Yeah, with
he's just
fire
playing the
coming
entire
out of
movie.
his
Dude, the
guitar, I
movie's
think.
incredible.
Yeah, 100%. Even if that's like movie just sucked the rest of the time, that scene alone
Yeah.
is worth something.
Yeah.
That man is iconic.
Yep. You randomly have like Nicholas Hoult in this movie too.
Oh yeah.
As
Oh
like
yeah,
the
that's
blood
right.
transfusion guy.
Mhm. Yes. That was before
Chrome
he
boy.
really became really famous, I think. Like
Yeah, it was like that and like
Yeah,
X-Men First Class
yeah.
was around.
That was
there.
like right after First Class, I think.
Mhm.
But great choices. As I knew, I would like all these movies.
Amen.
Yes, you would. You're welcome.
Yes, you would.
Except
So,
Silence
okay,
of the Lamb is
so
probably your least favorite of the 5, I would say.
I would, yes, you definitely like that more than me. I was surprised that we didn't get. I was maybe betting on like World Road to El Dorado. I didn't know if you'd throw them in there.
Oh, I didn't. I did not. Oh, I love that movie so
Great
much.
movie. And then for some reason, you just have this fascination with Goodfellas.
Yeah, that's the movie I was talking about when I said
Okay,
Silence of the
got
Lambs.
it.
That was the other one. I
Okay.
didn't put it on this list, but I
Yeah,
was the one
gotcha.
that I was like, you would be surprised I
You
didn't
just
pick
love that
Goodfellas.
movie. I don't
I
think
do.
it's good, but
Dang. You should like
We
hang
w-
out with my family around the holidays. It's basically the same thing.
Great. I'm coming to dinner. Invite me. I'll bring my child.
Just yeah, hard Italian traditions and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty much the
Yeah,
same thing.
We watched that movie and Michael was like, yeah, that was good. And I was like, that was the best movie I've ever seen in my entire life, Michael. Shut your face.
Sweet, sweet Michael.
like, Michael, what are you talking about?
What are you talking
Hey,
about,
big
Michael?
fella,
Hey,
forget about it.
Okay.
Forget about it.
Hey, Nick's
Bodies in
Italian, we can say
trunks.
that.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
My blood is 50% olive oil.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's what
And the
happened.
rest is tomato sauce, baby.
They're like, your cholesterol's high, but you're not unhealthy. And I'm like, that's right.
Hey, forget
It's
about
because
it.
I'm
You passed them like
Italian.
100
That's what happens
bills.
when you eat Alfredo 80% of the time.
I was like, I was bored.
They're not clogged. It's just your blood's super thick.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I love it.
Ah.
Well, Christine.
I had 3 more honorable mentions
Oh,
real
please.
quick.
Throw it
Okay.
out. Okay.
Which these are just more of movies that I love that I didn't think were like my favorite movies of the all time. So the first one was Star Wars Episode 3. I just love that movie for some reason.
3? You
Yeah.
thought 5?
I thought 5, but yeah.
Wow.
3.
Revenge
So I
of
was
the
gonna say 5. 5 is a much better movie. However,
Not
number
from a
3 is what
Jedi.
like when I was like my peak obsession with Star Wars. Like
Oh yeah.
I think I saw that movie 20 times at the Dollar Movie
Yeah.
Theater. Like,
Yeah.
it's the one I probably know the best, and
Yeah.
it's the part of the world that I like the best. And so
Mhm.
I think that's
Mhm.
why I said Star Wars 3. But Star Wars 5 would be, if I had to actually pick one, it'd be like the better movie.
It's the
Oh,
best
man.
of the prequels,
I
no
love
doubt.
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith is good. So good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Not
So
from
good.
a Jedi.
not from
Best-
a Jedi.
Best line ever.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's Palpatine. Like,
Yeah.
hey, Anakin. Hey.
The slowest
have the
turn
high
in
ground.
cinematic history. Not from a
Not
Jedi.
from a Jedi.
Does 4 evil turns in one scene. It's like, maybe this guy is okay.
Do you think this guy is Darth Sidious, or is that
Yeah.
just me? I'm just curious. It's just like,
Oh,
Wait a
this
second.
is
You're
so
the
good.
Dark Lord. Yeah, no.
no,
Palpatine, guys. He did it.
I need him.
It's
I
so
could
good.
sit here and quote that entire freaking
Oh,
movie.
it's so
I
good.
just,
Yeah.
So good.
I
But the
know it-
Obi-Wan Anakin fight for like 45 minutes is
It's pretty
excellent.
iconic. Yeah.
oh
I mean,
yes,
the music, that
One of the best lightsaber duels.
like we
period.
not to shit on the Flash more,
Oh,
but like the CGI in 2002's Revenge of the Sith final fight scene is better than any scene in the Flash.
yeah.
It's just insane to say. That's insane. Anyway,
A
Don't watch the
20-year-old
Flash.
movie.
I mean, I guess George Lucas had the cash. I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
What was it? 2000? Yeah, something like that.
2005, I think.
5. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And
still.
that's the movie we watched like every single like deleted scene, movie
Yeah.
extra.
Oh,
bonus
I
features.
watched every
You were
single,
just sitting
yeah,
there.
everything. Every deleted scene, every behind the scenes. There's like, I was hanging with some friends one time, and they're like, "Oh, hey, there's this documentary about Star Wars," and I was like, "Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I
Um,
watched all the. Yep.
I remember.
I've watched all of that 3 times. Like like it would go from bubble to bubble on the DVD, and you would go to like the design and the decor. I watched the whole thing, and
It
I sat.
also-
Yeah.
Oh, good.
No, I was so into it. Like it was like I read the book. I
Mm.
Nice.
They made a novelization. I was a goner at that point for Star Wars.
It was one of the few that actually had a game based off of the movie that was actually good.
Loved that game.
Oh
And
yeah.
at the very end, if you beat Anakin correctly, you could replay the mission as Anakin and have an alternate ending if you beat Obi-Wan. Oh, dude, it was sick.
It
So
was
there's like a
awesome.
deleted scene at the end where basically Anakin goes up to Palpatine fully alive, and he gets handed his red lightsaber and he kills Darth Sidious on the spot.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Yeah.
It's good. It's
And
good.
he
It's
fully
good.
becomes like Darth Vader because now you know hey, he's got his entire body, he's not going to, his force is just unmatched.
He's
Everyone's screwed.
Yeah.
He is not nerfed at all.
Yeah.
And Palpatine's out of the picture. Dude,
He's got no black bodysuit.
Yeah.
Like
It was hard.
Yeah, I was really I was like, damn, that would have been a
That would have been cool.
awesome ending. It just wouldn't have made the movies make any sense. It would have been cool if they did an alt,
Like an
alternate
an alternate
timeline.
reality.
It's
Yeah.
Woof.
All right. Two more recommendations.
So these are both rom-coms. The first one is Pride and Prejudice. I think classic.
Lady Bennett, classic.
Lady Bennett.
Mm.
I'm 26. I have no prospects. I'm already a burden to my family. Or I think
That's a
she's
vibe.
27.
It's
It's
a
a
vibe.
vibe. I was like, me too.
Girl
Me
sign.
too. Thank Charlotte. Me too.
That's Darcy's namesake too. That's what it comes from.
I figured.
Heck yeah.
It's a great movie. I feel like it's probably like the peak rom-com of
The
all
Keira
time.
Knightley one.
Yeah, the Keira Knightley version. Yes.
Just we gotta be sure.
Oh, 100%.
Just gotta be sure.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
Not that BBC.
I wasn't really into the Colin Firth one, so
I mean,
it was just too
Big
much,
bunch
and
of
I have
crap. It's what it's called. BBC.
yeah,
Tell you what.
big bunch of crap.
they have
It's
an
a good
immaculate score sheet. They've done 2 bad things. But you're right.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they didn't make
I was just
like
trying to think
Doctor
of an
Who
acronym.
and Sherlock, and there wasn't like
Sherlock,
British
yeah.
Mania.
Sherlock.
I'm sure that they're really glad about that.
Yeah, I got him. I just got the entire
got 'em.
programming of the BBC. I got you.
British bunch of
British boys crapping on movies.
All right.
BPCOM.
Yeah.
This is just
What if Christine, you give our last one? just trying to segue out of whatever that was.
It's not from the BBC.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Love the BBC.
This is a very obscure movie. It's on another rom-com. Well, it's not that obscure, but it's on Netflix, and I just love this movie. I've seen it a billion times. Well, 5, but whatever. Set it up. 5 is still a
Oh, you
lot.
go over this one, yeah.
Yes,
Is that a volleyball movie?
No.
It's that Spike ball.
Spike.
No,
No. It's
give
about
us a
2
little- assistants
who are trying to set up their bosses so that their bosses can be distracted by their relationship, that they stop giving them work. And
Nice.
it's just so cute and pure. It has Glenn Powell in it, and I just
Oh,
love him
Hangman.
so much. And it's just a really good, fun little rom-com. It's got a little baseball in it. It's just
I
it's
knew there was
cute.
sports. I knew it. I knew there was sports.
Yeah, they
You
go to
can't
like a
write this.
Yankees game. Did not pick a sports movie
Nice.
on my
Yeah.
list.
Is that a newer one, or is that?
It's probably from about 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Glenn Powell's weirdly been in things
Stuff.
for forever, but then also was just reintroduced in Maverick, and then
Yeah.
everyone's like, oh, he's
Oh,
brand
it's
new.
great. Yeah.
He's Hangman.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
loved
whatever.
him forever. Yeah, when
Yeah.
I found out he was going to be in Maverick, I was so excited. I was like, you mean Miles Teller and Glenn Powell? Sign me up.
Iconic.
Yeah. Oh, don't forget
Like-
about Tom Cruise.
Oh, duh, that guy.
Yeah,
the
he's there.
hottest of the 3.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Wow.
He was at the top.
Well, Christine, thank you for your list. It has brought me great joy.
You're welcome. I'm glad that you were so right about my list. I figured you would be. Like, if
That's
anyone
right.
can guess, I could guess yours. So
I bet
probably.
ya. Yeah.
fair enough.
Like, mine
So-
just didn't have Lord of the Rings on it, and I know yours does.
Yep.
Dang, close enough. No, but seriously, thanks for taking the time, and yeah, go get some
It's a
sleep.
pleasure.
Yeah, go rest or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go check on the little Greglet.
Like this
go
whole
check on
Greg
the
look. Get the Greg,
there it
yeah.
is. Bring it
Yeah.
back full
Yeah.
circle.
Called
Full
shelving
circle.
for a joke. You shelve it and you bring it back out.
Classic.
Classic. Thank you.
Yeah.
For one of the December sisters.
Yeah. One of the December sisters, you know?
God
That's
bless
me.
We have been on a gauntlet tonight, but you're our final stop, and I am so excited to hear your top 5.
Mm-hmm.
But also, just want to let you know that you're one of the top 5 people too.
Wow.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's exciting.
Incredible.
That's super cool to hear. It's very humbling.
Yeah, I would like to have heard that too. That's cool. Yeah.
I can already tell that you're going to be the best. So.
Oh, the best. Well, I wouldn't get your hopes up too much because you might have disagreements about my top 5. I will say though that this was like probably one of the hardest things I've had to do is rank top 5 movies because I love films. You know.
Good. I mean, good.
Yeah. So how are we supposed to do this? Like, how do you want me to do this?
Here's the beauty of it all. We don't care, but if you want to, you can rank them 1 through 5, or you can just do a freestyle and just say, "Here's 5 of my favorite movies."
In any order.
Okay.
Lately, people have been. There's been a lot of I don't want to rank them. I just want to say 5 movies.
Yeah.
So if that helps you alleviate some of the pain of like, I can't put this above this one.
Yeah.
Then you can just put 5. And just say they're all the best. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough.
So,
yeah, I could. Yeah.
But you can like talk about them for a little bit, or like tell us why that movie was so whatever. But
right.
Whatever you got time for. So.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm just chilling. So. Yeah. I couldn't do top 5 like 1 through 5 greatest to least greatest or whatever. So this is no particular order.
Man.
But I guess right off the bat, so the way I tried to do this is I tried to kind of pick one from each genre, so I wasn't like competing. So I have kind of sports, obviously superhero, animated, war, and kind of like drama / action. So those are like kind of the five that I tried to do comedy, but like comedy just didn't trump any of these. And then I don't watch many romance movies, so I couldn't really do that. And I didn't want to include horror because I just I don't know. I like horror movies, but not that much. So
far, this is the most. No one's done that version of the top 5.
Correct.
No one's done. Everyone's just like, oh, these are my top 5 movies. So you're the first that's on like, okay, this is the best in this category.
So you're in the top 5 of guests who have done this.
Yeah, you were definitely.
Cool. Okay, so I guess I'll start with animated. My top animated movie was Treasure Planet.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah. It was a tough tie between that and Iron Giant, but Treasure Planet squeaked it out just because of the nostalgia effect for me. I mean, I watched that movie religiously as a child, and as an adult, I still to this day love that movie. I mean, the characters, the comedy in it, the story behind it, this kind of coming of age kid for Jim who's like troubled and then goes on this fantastic adventure, to get this treasure. Ends up not getting all of it or much less any of it, but learns who he is and kind of like becomes his own man and becomes more responsible.
The treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Yes.
What I was going to say. My man, you took it from me. Good podcasting.
Yeah. Great choice. I absolutely love
it's
that
no
movie.
Titan AE, but it's good.
It's Titan AV of good movies.
You're insane.
Yeah.
And I also personally, I just love that like the bad guy ends up being his father figure, even though like there's like this odd, there's like the tension between them, even though he's trying to be like this leader / father role for Jim, Mr. Silver, John Silver, and then obviously he betrays him, but then at the end they kind of make up and they end up just being friends. This like I don't know, it's just kind of cool to see how the villain ends up being the father figure for him, but also ends up still being the good guy.
This is probably what James Gunn watched before he made Guardians, because that's what Star-Lord and Yondu do.
Yeah.
So
it's like, right, exactly.
Nice one, James Gunn. We
see you.
We got you. Yeah.
Would you see a Treasure Planet remake?
Live action
remake.
Miniseries, 14 seasons.
James Gunn directing.
I mean, if James Gunn's behind it, absolutely.
Starring Lady Gaga as Silver.
Okay, that kind of
And
maybe
Jack
not.
Nicholson as as Jim.
You'll never see this coming, dude. It's gonna be so good.
Dude, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I would, but it took me a long time to finally see like the Aladdin remake because I loved the original.
Fair.
And so it took me a while to be like, okay, like I'll give it a chance. So if they do a remake, I don't know. I feel like I would see it, but I might not want to see it in theaters. Just like all the hype up for it, just for me personally, and then being let down, or
Yeah,
maybe
for
it
sure.
might exceed my expectations. So I
If
think
they
it would
do-
just be really hard.
Yeah. If they did a show kind of what you're talking about, Nick,
Yeah.
and like continued the story,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be
Ooh,
totally
yeah.
on board for
Tom
that.
Holland is Jim. I can see it now.
Mm.
And then
Yeah. Uh-huh.
come on, he's got the same body and hair.
Yep. Uh-huh.
And then Matt Damon as
Oh,
John
now
Silver.
I'm in.
Come on.
Now I'm in.
Josh
Who-
Brolin.
I would see more like a John Goodman as
John
Silva.
Ooh,
Silver.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
So I feel like-
yeah, Levi's on board.
I feel like Tom Hardy could play like the Scorpion.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? What's his name?
Oh.
Scroop, Mr. Scroop.
nice.
Um,
Oh yeah,
But like,
We
who
should
would
just
play
fan
Blob
cast.
though?
it's a
Who
great
would
question.
play?
Me.
David
No,
Harbour.
who would play?
Oh,
Who would play
David Harbour.
Mort? David Harbour would
Uh,
play Mort.
No, the
The
Glob.
Blob.
Oh,
I love that.
He's
yeah,
just
Mort.
good.
Honestly, actually,
Yeah.
David Harbour would be a good Silver.
Also
True.
good.
Yeah.
Also
Mhm.
good. If he had a Russian accent,
Yeah.
just fully bearded.
Yeah,
Red
he's just
style.
He's just basically Red Guardian. He is just Red Guardian in space.
Yeah, I'm in.
I wonder who would play the Rock guy. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name.
Mr. Arrow.
Would it be
Yes,
too on the
Mr. Arrow.
nose for
Yeah.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe we got to do it.
Okay,
but-
Treasure Planet.
Treasure Planet
Yes.
number 1, animated off the list. Feels good.
Feels good.
So far, so good. We'll keep you on this podcast.
Yeah. Okay.
You may say your next movie.
We forgot to tell
Or
you, if you
I'll
say a
go-
bad movie, we just
We
immediately kick you
unplug
off
the cord.
It's like,
That's it. You're
sorry.
you're excommunicado.
That's right. You have to get like a gold doubloon, and then we'll
Yeah.
get you back in.
Okay. I feel like you guys won't disagree with these picks, but we'll see.
You'll
The
be
table will have
surprised.
to tell you. We'll see.
So War, my favorite war movie. This is a tough one for me because there are a couple of recent war movies that I've watched that I really, really enjoyed. But again, it's all about the nostalgia effect for me. One I used to watch as a kid, and then obviously can still enjoy it as an adult, would be The Patriot.
Oh, the Patriot.
I even thought Braveheart might be an option, but I picked the wrong.
That was
Mel
a
Gibson.
Picked the wrong Mel Gibson. Damn it.
Wrong Mel Gibson. It was a close.
You're out of the chat,
tie.
Nick.
Done. You can't. I'm taking over Nick's place.
Yeah.
I'm moving to Iowa.
Gotcha. Good pick.
Yeah, it was a tie between, or not a tie. It was a close call between Lone Survivor and The Patriot. But I think The Patriot just one, because I mean I like Mel Gibson as an actor, and I really like the story behind it of how it's obviously
Sure.
based on true
America.
events.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
America. It was based on true events, and he's got this big family of boys. He loses one son, he loses two sons in this movie. Like there's a lot of character development for just him personally, and we hear a lot of backstory about how he used to serve in the war and the horrible things he did, and then just kind of coming
Mhm.
back into the war scene to fight for his sons for the freedom of the country, and then obviously defeats the bad guy, which is amazing because he was like the worst bad guy in any movie. Makes me hate him so much. Anyway,
Dang.
because he was responsible for killing both his sons, and so there's like this huge
Woof.
vendetta against him.
Yeah.
But anyway, like it's just like you're high in the movie, and then you're just brought right back down. You're just sad, and then you're high back up. You're like, yeah, revenge, and then you're just brought back down again. Another son died, and then you're brought back high, and then that son's wife dies, and you're like, oh my gosh. And so it's just you're going through all these emotions of the movie, and then ultimately, Mel Gibson's character ends up winning. Against the main baddie, but just like the way it was told, the story of like this rebel movement against the Brits, and then just I don't know how to explain it. It was like kind of like my first rated R mature movie I watched as a kid, and so it just kind of stuck with me. And when I thought about a good movie for this genre, Patriot just instantly in my mind. Couldn't really doubt it. So
yeah, we love a good movie that sticks it to the old Brits. You know what I'm saying?
50 stars, 13 bars. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Roll Tide.
Roll
or whatever.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Roll
Hoorah.
Tide.
Yeah, I've watched one movie or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a few. I know most people would be like, "What? How could you not do Saving Private Ryan or Braveheart, like you said, or
American Sniper?" That was my guess.
Yeah. 13 Hours was another one that was on there.
Benghazi,
that
I told you.
Yeah. Yeah, that was another good
We were
one.
guessing what your war movie was going to be.
Okay.
He guessed Lone Survivor, so he was the closest.
Yeah. So if I had to rank war movies, it would be Patriot, Lone Survivor, 13 Hours. But there's so many good ones, and then like
13 Hours,
recent
John
ones.
Krasinski one.
Yes.
Yeah, that one's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. But
It's like I'm
Dunkirk,
Jim for the Office, but I'm ripped.
Yeah.
I ripped, got a massive beard, and I'm a soldier. Yes. So
Beautiful.
yeah,
Nice.
war
Flip
movie.
the
Okay.
script.
I feel like this makes me want to mention that I've read a book by Jocko Willink, and
Oh, is that
that
the
you
path?
would be proud of me for doing that. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Me?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Okay, then never mind. Don't worry about it.
I vaguely know what he's talking
He's
about.
like a
Some
special
about
forces
jujitsu guy
So
stuff.
I was told I needed to read it to become a man,
Oh.
and hopefully I am
okay.
now.
It's about
It's
like
fine.
the path or something, right? And you gotta like,
extreme ownership,
yeah,
taking extreme ownership for your actions.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I might
Yeah.
have to put that on my reading list.
Trying to teach Michael some ways to take extreme ownership. He's not quite there yet, but he'll get there.
For sure.
He'll
for
follow
sure.
the path.
I'm sorry, my mic cut out real quick. Did you guys say anything?
No,
about-
don't worry
Oh,
about
okay, cool.
No, you're good.
Got it.
Okay.
Gosh, where do I want to go next? I'll go sports, leave drama and superhero for last. Sports. Oh, this is so difficult. I don't know if I could just pick one though. Is it okay if I do like a tie? A tie between two?
You
Or
know
do I
what?
have
But you
to
can
pick
do an
one?
honorable mention, but you have to pick one.
You have to pick.
Okay.
You have to pick it, but you can technically add an honorable mention.
It's like we don't care, but we do a little
Okay.
bit.
There's no
Okay.
rules except for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Top sports, and this might be a controversial pick because there are a lot of good sports movies, but Miracle on Ice.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
pick.
That's one of
Great
my
pick.
go-to. Yeah, hockey. Yeah.
Kurt Russell, baby.
Mm-hmm. Kurt
Mhm.
Russell.
Is
I
that so?
can't
That's your
remember.
pick. That's the one you're picking.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
picking. I'll give my honorable mention in a second, but again, Miracle. A lot of my movies are based on just like nostalgia, but story-wise, obviously, this is obviously based on a true story about 1980s Olympic hockey team, USA versus the Russians, who had been like the champs for years, like the top hockey team in the world, and they get a
It's
group
gonna
of
take a
ragtag.
miracle to beat them.
Exactly, yeah. Get a bunch of college kids together, and the coach of the U.S. hockey team just beats him into shape, and they end up obviously winning the U.S. Olympic gold medal, but more importantly, they beat the number one team in the world, and it's like probably I think it's recognized as one of the most well-known / popular / most famous sporting events in the history of all sports, or at least
like upsets or something like.
Yeah. And so I don't know. I just yeah, I love the story of like the coach and the team just like meshing together. I love those kind of feel-good sports movies where there's always tension between between players in the same team. Kind of like Remember the Titans, but less involved with like race and stuff. Because most white guys, most hockey players are just white.
Yeah. Fair.
But I don't know, really like how the story kind of creates an environment where you're like, I do know what happens, but I also like I'm still nervous for watching the final game against the two because it's like I know what happens, but it still just like gets you in the moment.
Yeah.
And it's always like an emotional ride. Every time I watch it, I always tear up. Just like feel for the guys playing, and what it truly must have been like to beat the best team in the world. It's like I mean, I know that feeling because like when I was in high school, we played basketball and we beat one of the best basketball teams in our division.
In the world, yeah.
But like for the hockey team, it's like not only it's like the best team in the U.S., but it's the best team in the world, and you're competing in the Olympics. So just like a lot riding on it, and it's just very well created, very well made. The acting is great, funny too. Like there's some snippets of comedy in there, but overall, just a very very good sports movie. So
it's cool when like the stakes are like already baked into the story so well that it's like it's realistic. This actually happened. It's not like Rocky IV, where it's like if you can punch this guy enough, you'll stop the Cold War.
Yeah.
It's like,
Exactly.
wait, what? What's going on? This is a boxing match. What are we doing? It's like, hey, this is legit. This is an excellent team, and it would be awesome for like
it would be
team
a
could
miracle.
actually compete against these people.
Right.
Just like the
It's
Brits,
like-
we love sticking to the Russians.
It's all over again. Napoleon, come on.
It's like it's big enough to where it's like obviously competing in the Olympics and winning gold medal is a big deal, but it's not as like a huge deal as, fighting to prevent a war or whatever. But it's still big enough to where the stakes are really high, and if you've like played any sports, that feeling of like I want to win, and so there's always that just like that nervous tension feeling of playing the other team. So
great pick.
Yeah, wonderful.
Honorable mention. This is my only honorable mention on my list because it was really hard, but honorable mention is Speed Racer.
Whoa. Wow.
As a sports movie too. Yeah, because
he's racing. He's racing on speed.
Racing is sports.
Wow.
Racing on speed.
All right.
That's a shocker to me, huh?
Great cartoon, but also interesting movie. Is that Edgar Wright?
No, that was like the Wachowskis, right?
Oh, who was it?
Let's look.
Let's see, director.
The Matrix. I thought it was Wachowskis. What Matrix people?
Yeah, it was the Wachowskis. Lana and Lily Wachowski. I think, in my opinion, it's probably one of the most underrated sports films of all time.
What?
I think it was ahead of its time, and most people just didn't truly appreciate. It's a very colorful movie, but it's also very much so anime brought to like. If I had to like. It's like, most people try to recreate animes and do live action, but it's obviously nowhere near what you can do in animation compared to live action. But I feel like with this movie, what they did was probably as close as you can get without being too silly in live action as compared to anime. Like it was very colorful, the way the camera movements and the way things kind of worked in the movie and just how sped up the movie was, not to beat a dead bush, but like it was just it's just one of those movies for me where it was just very nostalgic but also very action packed, good story, lots of good moments. The racing sequences are super cool because it's not your typical racing. There's modifications made to the car, which makes it adds a different danger element to it. So yeah, I would say Speed Racer is a really good honorable mention.
Wow.
Hell yeah, dude.
Wow.
All right.
Out of the woodwork. I love it.
I was like, I bet you they probably won't expect that one.
Not at all.
No,
I've never seen it.
You've never what?
I feel like I have.
Dude,
it was like right around that same time as like Sin City, and they were getting like all these and Watchmen, where like a lot of the like comic-y side of like animation was coming out while still keeping it tight live action. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it was released in 2008.
Come on.
Come on.
But yeah, I definitely.
I know I need to watch it.
You definitely need to watch it. It's
okay.
And if you don't like it, I get it. It might not be for you, but it was just.
You're wrong, but I get it.
Oh yeah, you either like Speed Racer or the movie's not for you because it's literally it's like Inspector Gadget the car. It's like it's awesome. It's like he's got all these crazy. Yeah, it's like Mad Max, but
like speed.
Mario Kart.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Does it matter if I've never seen anything about like the anime at all?
No,
you're fine.
Isn't there like a monkey like that works on his car?
I mean, there's a monkey a part of the family. Yeah.
Cool. I dig that.
It's like a pet, but also like a sibling. It's kind of funny. So adds a new element.
Yeah,
I'm into that. I'm into that.
You're watching One Piece, the live action.
Yeah.
And the show's been out for 20 years. Come on, you're fine.
I get it. You're fine.
Okay.
I'm with it.
All right.
Okay, you guys are probably already gonna know my superhero pick, but I'll go with the drama, and drama / action, is Inception. and I don't know if you'd categorize it as drama, but I would say so.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very dramatic.
Drama action. Yeah.
Drama / sci-fi / action. But yeah,
What's more dramatic
Inception.
than going into someone's brain?
This is true.
Yeah.
This is and changing the
I'm
trajectory of
pretty
their
sure
life.
Tom Hardy even says something like, "You must not be afraid to dream a bit more dramatic," or is it bigger?
He says, you mustn't be afraid to dream a little bigger, darling.
That's right. Okay. I thought it
pulls
even
out a
had
grenade.
dramatic. And they did great. Like, poof. Hell yeah, great movie.
Yeah. And the reason this was a tough pick, it was between Inception and Prisoners, but Prisoners is more drama than action, drama / like mystery. But the reason I picked Inception over it is because it kind of, after watching that movie the first time, obviously I wasn't super old. I was like, I'd say like, oh, I don't even know when it came out. Maybe like 12, 13 when I first watched it. Maybe even 14. And I obviously didn't understand the premise. Like, I knew they were going to people's dreams, but like the idea with the totem and if it spins, you're still in the dream world, but if it topples, you're in the real world. I didn't fully grasp that concept. And neither the idea that fully grasp the idea that time seems more slow in the dream world than in the real world.
Mm.
And so, the director, gosh, I'm forgetting his name now.
Nolan.
Thank you, Christopher Nolan. Goodness gracious. He introduced this idea of time into movies, and after I watched it a few more times, kind of as a little bit older, I really became fascinated with this concept of time and how adults perceive time, either in reality or in the dream world. But also, it kind of evolved into thinking about how time functions between adults and children, and how adults and children perceive time. So anyway, it just kind of opened my mind to the idea of time, and so like I'm more aware of it and more conscious of how time is utilized and the importance of time, and that obviously life is short, and so we want to cherish each moment. So it just kind of really opened my mind to time. And obviously the movie is fantastic. You got a star-studded cast: Leonardo DiCaprio, Joseph Gordon-Levitt,
Tom Hardy,
Tom Hardy, yes,
Cillian
Murphy, the girl, I can't remember her name, Ellen Page or something like that. Yeah, Ellen Page. Um, Leonardo DiCaprio's wife, I don't remember her name, but I mean,
that's
just
like she's from Dark Knight Rises.
Yes, yeah. But like, obviously you have a great cast, and you can have a great cast in the movie and the movie still not be that great. But they just nailed it. I mean, the flow of the film, first act, second act, third act.
Dude, movie's incredible.
This is an eye, eye-popping movie.
For sure.
Yeah, it's just definitely really cool going in dream within a dream within a dream. So, drama top pick, Inception, for me. So.
Okay, and I'm assuming favorite Christopher Nolan movie then.
Oh gosh, you're gonna put me in that. I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. So I can't say whether that's really good, because I've heard people say that that's a very good movie. Obviously, the Dark Knight series is just, I mean, you can't compete. I don't know.
Which brings us to your superhero movie.
Oh, this brings us to
I wonder what it's gonna be. So I don't know. I think Inception is probably my favorite Christopher Nolan.
Okay.
Good pick. It's a good pick.
But
strong pick.
Yeah.
Strong pick.
And then last, but just most certainly not least, favorite superhero is Avengers Endgame. I feel like I've mentioned that on like a podcast before, but
yes, you have.
Yeah. And believe it or not, I had a hard time picking this one between this and Civil War.
Yeah. No,
just because both of those movies set the MCU on a trajectory, and kind of a period of time where you don't really, I mean, what's going to happen, but you also are like, we're in new territory, because everything before Civil War, obviously the heroes are together, they're fighting alongside each other, and then after Civil War, everybody's dispersed, and then we come back together for Infinity War, everybody's in different parts fighting Thanos. But then Avengers Endgame, we all come back together again and fight this, in this amazing movie. But then even after Endgame, we're in this phase where we're still dealing with the loss and the difficulties of the the aftermath of the 5 years.
Yeah.
Even though everybody's back, we're still trying to figure out society and things are still different. But talking about the movie specifically, for a number of reasons, it's my favorite superhero movie because obviously there's a lot riding on it. We get to see something done in the movies that really was never done before, in Marvel movies anyway, of time travel. So I thought that was really, really cool. Getting to see the heroes go back and get the stones. You know, just kind of, but what was also really cool about it was like a trip down memory lane. Obviously, the stakes are high and we're going to get these stones, but we're going to different places that, yes, we've already seen in the movies, but we're like, hey, this is where we've been in 2012 and in 2000 and whatever. This is where you guys were, but we're seeing a different side of it. And so we're just like taking this trip down memory lane to get up to this final battle against Thanos. And so I thought that was a really cool aspect of the movie too. And then obviously, probably my personal favorite scene in the movie and / moment in the MCU is Cap lifting Thor's hammer.
Incredible.
Just I mean, heart pounding, tear jerking. I can't even.
One of the best things
Every
of all
time.
time.
I don't. Yeah,
dude.
I'm trying to think if anyone has actually clapped in the theater since that moment.
Yeah, I forget how my hands work after that. Like I can't clap for anything else.
Yeah.
And it's been almost 4 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2019.
It's going on, it's just over 4 years old.
Yeah.
And I don't think
5.
now. Granted, you have COVID in there, but like, I don't know if we're going to have another theatrical experience like that for a while. Like even that was insane. That was a game changer.
Yeah, just like the buildup of all those years and all those movies, and just to nail it this well, it has to be one of the greatest achievements.
And both movies like end with like there's even like a weird like bookend to both movies with Infinity War and Endgame both ending with Thanos like sitting like a restful like position, but one is in victory and one is in failure.
Yeah,
this is like some really cool.
Yeah,
like,
it's interesting.
Yeah. Oh man.
And
it's such a deep bucket of Easter eggs.
Oh,
it's insane.
100%. And it was just a very emotional movie for me too. Like in 2008, when I remember when I first went to see the first Iron Man in theaters. I still remember waiting in line, midnight, midnight premiere, and then now I'm 11 years later in the theater as an adult watching these movies and still geeking out as if I'm back in 2008 again. And so that's something I've always appreciated about the MCU is, while some movies obviously weren't the best, but it would always, make me feel like a kid again. And then when I was in that theater, just crying over the Cap and Thor's hammer moment, everybody coming through the portals, Iron Man dying. I mean, it was just an emotion fest. I don't cry very much during movies, but I just bawled my eyes out.
We were all little babies.
Yeah, everybody was a little baby.
I don't know. I think you cry a lot. I think you cry a lot, don't you?
Me?
During movies? Yeah. I feel like this isn't the first time you've told me you've cried during a movie.
No, so I don't cry during new movies. So like I'll cry
just all the
during
nostalgic one. Treasure Planet.
Yes. Yeah,
Miracle.
Treasure Planet, Miracle, Star Wars, Speed Racer.
Speed Racer.
All of them.
It doesn't on my top 5.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many times I watch it. I still always. I don't fully bawl, but like I tear up and get that choked up feeling. Like I remember watching this as a kid, and like now I'm here as an adult, and I still really love it. So
I love it, man.
That's great.
Yeah, I was kind of sad that Star Wars didn't make it on any of this list.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Which one would you choose? If top Star Wars movie?
Oh, Revenge of the Sith. No doubt in my mind.
Let's go.
Wow,
dude.
No doubt.
Yes. No doubt. I used to get crapped on for picking that movie as like one of my favorite Star Wars movies, and now how the tides have turned.
How the tides have
tables are just turning all over the place.
It's all turning dark, baby.
Especially with Ahsoka out now, like it just takes you back. I don't know where you guys are at in the show, but I don't want to spoil anything.
I haven't watched it, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I was also not a huge Clone Wars like animated series, so like she has always been a character that I knew about, but never meant much to me. So
then you should probably watch. If you're not going to watch this show, just watch episode 4 or 5. What is it? 5, Michael?
The one with the awesome transition.
Is it the one that we just talked about? The one with like the flashback?
Yeah, the flashback.
Oh yeah, that's,
and then he
I think
like
that's 4.
is about to attack her, and it's like, wait, is that him or is that is that?
Mm.
And then he's like, oh wait, but it's still me. Oh
Uh?
wait, but is it? Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then you're
It's
good.
great.
The internet exists, so
Yeah.
I couldn't not
Well,
see
that's
it.
true. Yeah.
That's where I left off. I haven't seen it anymore. But
Oh, okay. Yeah. So episode 3. Sorry. Episode 3 is definitely top favorite Star
Episode
Wars
3
movie.
for movies.
Of-
Episode 5 of Ahsoka. I gotta check out. Sick.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So top 5 movies.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a
A
pretty
journey.
good, accurate representation.
one from each of the realms
Yep.
of movies.
Mhm.
Very authentic. You didn't back down when we tried to pressure you into picking anything else,
Mm-hmm.
and
No.
you did a great job. You're
Yeah.
very authentic. Authentically you.
Yes. Absolutely. Can't be anything else,
Speed
right?
Racer, dude.
Speed,
What a
yeah,
pick. I need to go check that movie out again.
I do. We gotta stream that. Where is it at?
I don't know.
I don't know,
you might
probably
have
at
to
a
rent
Redbox
it.
for like $2.
Yeah, it's-
Yeah, it's an old movie, but it's definitely an oldie but a goodie for sure.
Everybody
Yeah, man.
goodie.
Yeah.
The
Speed-
Wachowskis, man, they kind of like did some weird movies.
Yo, it's on Max. I'm going.
You ever watch Jupiter Ascending?
Yeah.
You ever want to watch just
You
a
ever watch a
crazy
bad
ass
movie?
stupid movie? Watch Jupiter Ascending. That
Dude.
it was wild.
Yeah, that movie's kind of crazy.
Anyways,
All right, perfect. Well,
Levi, it has been an honor and a pleasure as always to have you on.
Yes, thank you for having me.
schedule.
Oh, of course. Saturdays are always I'm available.
This is
So
for podcast.
They're for the boys.
They're for the boys and Speed Racer.
boys. Yes, and Speed Racer. Racing on the speed.
Race on the speed, baby.
Well, we'll probably have you on at some point later on
Yeah.
after we watch
yeah.
Speed Racer or The Patriot
Oh.
or something. But it'll happen.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, just let me know. It's always a pleasure to be, on a podcast, let alone on a podcast with such great friends. So.
Oh my gosh.
So.
Now I'm gonna cry.
Finally cry once a podcast.
That was a top 5 comment I've ever heard in my life. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, it's always a great time hanging out with you guys and just chatting about movies and things that we all love. So nothing better.
Amen.
Thank you,
All
Levi.
right, dude.
Always a
Have a
pleasure.
good rest
Welcome.
of your night.
Thank you, you guys as well.
All right, see you, Ben.
Bye.
See you. Bye bye.
Congrats on the 100th episode.
Oh, well, it wouldn't be a 100th episode if it wasn't for you, Andrew, and for just all the other guests that we have on this
Yeah.
show.
We've said "What up, danger" on this podcast probably 1,000 times,
And 1,000
And-
times outside of this podcast.
and 1,000 times outside of this podcast. But without you here in person, it's like "What up" without the danger.
Yeah.
No
It's like,
danger.
what up, sadness?
It's still good to be, some would say, united through the phone.
Oh,
We got him, boys.
No.
Open and shut case. We're here
Good
united.
night. Good night. Have a good weekend. everyone.
Every week. No more top fives. We're wrapping up the
done.
podcast.
But no, I'm incredibly curious about your top 5.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to spoil it for me, but I do
Sure.
want to take one stab at it.
Okay.
Let's go.
And let's see if I predict any of them. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so 1, I feel like the safest pick I have
I know what it
is Into the Spider-Verse,
Into.
the original Miles Morales animated Spider-Man movie. That's my safe pick.
Okay.
And now I'm gonna get a little dicey.
Yeah, give me your dangerous pick. What up, danger?
Here's
What up,
the danger.
danger?
I don't know if you'd be crazy enough to do this, but just the original The Power Rangers movie. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see what happens with it.
3 will be. What did I say this?
You said Casper was one of your
Yeah,
guests. Like something just like weird.
I feel like you really like
something out of
Casper.
there.
We've never talked about it before, but it's my dark horse pick.
I love
Casper
Halloween.
the Friendly Ghost.
Casper is
We'll
a good
see.
Second
movie.
season.
Hey,
He's like,
I was
Casper's
onto
a
something.
great movie, actually. He's like, this is it.
I don't know why. I'm just like, you know what? That's just. I think it's gonna be a random pick, but it's gonna happen. I think you love Wakanda Forever, but I think you're gonna pick the Black Panther.
OG, yeah.
And then the last one is gonna be Jingle All the Way with
With
Arnold
Arnold
Schwarzenegger. I'm locking it in.
Okay.
I hear you.
Did I get any of them?
No.
Damn it.
Wow. He's
No.
like, actually, you said them. You said all 5, and you said them in the correct order.
Every one
Wow.
of those is a great movie and is a excellent part of my life. As you named each one of them, I was like, man, that is good.
He's like, you hear
Jingle All the
scratching
Way
noises.
too, right?
We've like legit talked about Jingle All the Way. Like,
No, I don't
know
think we
like,
have. I just know that we're kind of the same person, and I
Are
really
you
like
serious?
Jingle All the Way.
I
Turbo
talked
Man,
to a
are we
lot of
doing this?
people about yes, I love this movie. Hold on. Okay,
Yes,
100,
I knew it.
101st episode, we're gonna talk about Jingle All the Way.
Yo.
Make the comic Cooper Dunner, but
And
yes,
my omnipresent like foresight of knowing that you like these movies.
Even
Casper
Casper?
and Jingle All the Way. I called it.
No
It's not on his
way.
top 5, but I called it.
I'm like, I
We've
don't
never
even know if
talked
I
about
want
it.
to let go of my list right now. I don't know if I even want to put that out. How did you know this?
I don't know, dude. I told you.
That's
There's some
incredible.
telepathic.
The
like,
unity on this episode.
True
some would
friend.
say
True friend.
the Peter Tingle.
Whoa.
Not the Peter Tingle. We're united under the Peter Tingle.
You said it. I didn't. All right.
That
Now
was-
hit us with at least one of your movies.
Yeah. Are these ranked or are these random?
These are going to be random.
Yeah.
I started
Just
off.
freestyle.
Yeah, I
No
started
doubt.
off with probably 20 movies, and then whittled them down to 5. We may just call an audible in the middle of this because some of them are very close
Power
to
Rangers.
it. It's however we feel tonight.
One of them may be Casper.
I'll do this. I'll do this since you guessed something very, very close.
Oh,
I'm gonna make a disclaimer and say that I could list this. I could make this whole list nothing but Chadwick Boseman movies.
Wow. Yeah.
I am trying to convince my wife to let us name our first son, if we have one, Chadwick. She won't let me do it right now, but we're gonna break her down.
okay. I'll write a handwritten letter.
I will.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
I'll also. Yeah. That sounds like a great idea.
Send me your address.
I
Take
need
care of
this. I got you.
We'll like get like the wax on the paper too and everything.
Oh yeah,
We have-
100%.
Perfect.
Amen.
It's like I could have listed this with 42 and Get On Up and Black Panther, of course, like you said. I could have listed this with Marshall or anything else, right? That I could have just listed all of those guys. So that's my disclaimer. I could have put anything with him on there. I'll give you one of them right now. I'm gonna say since it's kind of in the same vein and probably the most recent or one of the most recent. One of them is Get Out, and
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
we've been to a Jordan Peele movie together before. It wasn't this one, but I think that was his best one. I think that dude is a genius, but I think that was his best movie. I left there thinking that I understood all the little intricacies of it, and did not, right? Like from the stuff that I ended up getting, of course, right? But as I went through and I looked up like little subtleties and whatnot, down to like what they were wearing and stuff that had happened beforehand that you didn't even think about, like the deer, right? The auction, right? I was so confused the first time that I watched the silent auction. I was like, what are these people doing?
Dude, I don't even know what you're saying. I'm like, I understand it, but like, there's stuff behind that.
Like such a great movie. Great, like just creative, Jordan Peele. So I also couldn't list it with anything on there, but he's gonna in no order. Get Out is gonna be on my top 5.
No doubt.
Perfect. Dang it! How did I not guess that?
Get out of here, Nick.
I'm over here saying Casper. What a dumb.
The fact that you said Jingle All the Way is different and correct. It's correct.
That's number 6,
dude,
baby.
that was my gut, man. That came out tonight at 7:38 p.m.
That's
Central
God,
Standard
man.
Time.
Look at God.
That was the Holy
God
Spirit
did.
right there, my man.
Man,
Wisdom.
Like, I am not kidding. I talk to people about this movie, and no one knows what I'm talking about.
No,
Jingle All the Way is a gem.
Yep. Kevin McAllister can eat his heart out.
Wow.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Ultimate
banger.
Christmas movie.
Sinbad.
As a mail carrier? Booster? Come on.
You've never seen it?
I've never seen Jingle All the Way. I'm sorry.
Michael needs to see it.
I'm
I'll watch it
sorry.
with him.
All right, I'm flying down. You got to watch it at Christmas.
Turbo
though.
Man, baby.
Fly
Okay.
down. We're going to watch this movie. I used to have it recorded on VHS.
I got Turbo
commercials
Man
and
as a
everything.
Funko Pop right now.
Dude.
Are you kidding?
Yeah,
They
where he's
made
like kind of jetpacking. Dude, hell yeah, they made it. I found it and I got it for Christmas. Let's go.
All right, I'm jumping on Google.
How did I not show you this?
You didn't know you
You've
guys had
never
this
seen-
love for
You've seen my
this.
Funko collection.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right,
You just
all right,
didn't know.
Let me put up. I'm gonna get serious.
I need a Miguel O'Hara
I
morph
was
suit
serious.
one time again, and I need an
I
Arnold
want the
Schwarzenegger.
real Turbo Man suit with the jetpack and everything.
Mm. All
I'm
right.
going to. I'm just looking at this list and seeing kind of what I think is similar. Now forget it. I'm gonna say.
You do some shopping. Yep.
Since we're talking about just things that you didn't get the initial time, or things that just if a movie can make me think, or if a movie, every one of these movies that I have on this list
Sure.
have made me feel or think or something. So that's why they got on here.
Perfect.
And so with this one, I can tell you what was going on when I first saw this. So I pull up to a friend's house. There are multiple people there. I go upstairs and everybody is watching this movie. I sit down and I watch maybe like 10 minutes of it, and I tell everybody. I just make an announcement. I'm like, run this back. let's watch this whole thing. I need to see this thing from the beginning. And it was The Prestige.
Nice.
You are the same person.
Man,
Let's go.
that movie, I had never even heard about it. I was in college
Banger.
at the time. I might need to go back and watch it again to see what I missed. It was just such a good movie. I think there are some Christian Bale movies that we can throw out there, but that one needs to be on.
Sure.
So The Prestige is one of my 5 over here. I won't say number 2.
That's good. I'll defend it to this day that when your least important character is played by David Bowie, you've probably made a pretty good movie.
Excellent film.
Great
Film.
choice. That's a
What the
wonderful
hell?
choice.
Hopefully I'm not running through anything that anybody else said. I try to keep it a little bit different.
I think we had did we have a Prestige?
I don't think so. I don't know if
All right.
Sam had it or not, but
I think he did, didn't he? So
Okay,
you're
there
in
might
good
be
company.
That might be our first double.
Well, that might be actually a spoiler depending on when this is edited together.
That's fair.
But
Ooh.
maybe he did, Sam. Who knows?
Depending on when this
Who knows?
All right,
Make
you're
sure
fine.
at least not first.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So if we're going that route, something that I know nobody is going to have on here, and you guys might not have even seen it before, is going to be, this movie just does not get enough love. The movie is called The Wood. Has anybody heard or seen this?
No. I know of Wood. We're going to IMDb right now.
Yeah, The Wood. I was on my way to Ghana to go visit my grandma. This was like 2018, so this is a pretty old movie, I guess, in comparison. And I just had this friend, Brianna, who she gave me because power sometimes goes out and you don't always have like a great connection. My grandma lives in like a small village. She was like, here, take all of these DVDs. And she just gave me like all these black movies. And so I'm watching these things, and all of them are really good. Half of them have the same actors in them the whole time anyway.
It's Tay Diggs in all of them.
Exactly, right? So it was, Tay Diggs was like the main character of like 4 of these movies. Brown Sugar was on there.
Big Tay
all
Diggs
kinds
fan.
of stuff.
Where did I see him in? He was in a TV show that popped off.
All American?
Private Practice? I think it was like a Grey's Anatomy spinoff. I think he was in that.
Okay.
Oh, maybe.
Anyway,
I didn't watch that.
It's big on this.
I shouldn't have watched it either, but it's okay.
The Wood.
The Wood.
We talk about, I can't even really call it nostalgia, but it made me feel nostalgic, right? It's not like I watched this movie as a kid or anything like that. I don't even remember when it came out, to be honest.
Took you
1999.
back to a time, yeah.
But yeah, like if you've ever had any level of good friends, this movie will make you think of them. And so it's just like 3 kids who I don't know if you want me to hit you with a quick, synopsis or whatever. Sure. But 3 kids who just become friends. So it's The Wood, right? Inglewood, California. And they one of them is not an exchange student, but he moves in from North Carolina, right? So super kind of country and things like that. And these 2 new friends are just showing them about life, and as they grow up together, this movie ends up growing with them. And so the movie actually starts off with one of the friends who is getting married. It's his wedding day, and they can't find him. And so they're going through all these different stories and flashbacks and things like that, and we're watching them grow up from the point that they meet to the point to where we come to now, where he's getting ready to get married and he's afraid, he has cold feet and all types of stuff. And so it's just an excellent movie. It'll make you remember just like the best of your friends. It'll make you think about how it is just growing up with those same good friends. It's just an excellent movie. I watched this and I was like, man, like this was made for me.
Nice.
So if you've never seen that movie, jump on it.
All right.
I love that. I'm like, that's just a great choice just because I love doing these top fives because you'll just get movies that are like so personal to people.
Yep.
And yeah, I just love that. It's a great choice.
Sure. This
Excellent
was like
movie.
doing The Hangover before The Hangover.
Exactly. Yeah, I
Come
knew
on.
when I said they couldn't find him that you guys would get to that. Not as many, like.
Oh,
foolish
right. Yeah,
antics
it's not
and
as
things, but there's
raunchy
still
or
some
whatever.
foolish
Yeah.
antics. It's an excellent movie. I can't believe that it came out in 1999. So I was 8 years old, but
Gotcha.
great movie.
Okay. It's on the
one
watch
of them
list.
that I'm gonna add on here is another movie that just made me feel, and so not as much of like thinking, not as much of just pure entertainment, but like you feel like you're in the story. You get worried for them when they're in danger. You feel happy with them when they're happy, and it's The Pursuit of Happiness. It's the next
Dang.
movie that's on there for me. So,
Mm.
I think I watched that movie on bootleg first, and then the one thing that I really remember with that movie, like somebody brings up The Pursuit of Happiness, and instantly in my brain I can see it, is that bathroom scene.
Yeah.
That movie just like will tug at your heart. That movie will make you feel joy. I think Will Smith is a great actor, and so that movie has to go. I think of all the movies that he's made, this might be a point of contention or something like that for somebody, but I got to put this one at the top. I haven't seen all of his movies,
Sure.
but this one goes to the top for me.
I think that's fair.
Acting caliber for sure.
There was something about that movie too, where like it felt like it was in the theaters for like 6 months, and everyone was seeing it like every week.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know why I remember that, but there's just like that thing. There was commercials every day for just like such a long period. Like it was clearly like a game-changing movie. So, yeah, it's a great pick.
Love it.
I guess we're on to my last one already. I even
Land
jumped
this
into
plane.
disclaimer.
Dang.
No worries.
So I'll tell you this movie. I think I've gone backwards with all of them first, and I kind of told you about them first, and then I dropped the movie. I'll give you what this one is first. And I think of everything that I put out here, it's the most recent, but 1917.
Wow.
Dang, all right.
So Andrew is not even a war movie fan.
Yeah, this is kind of out of left field from all these other picks.
Yeah, it got me. I think part of it or most of it is just like the cinematography with that. It's I have never seen a one-shot film before. I didn't even know that like, this was possible to do. And even though it's gory and bloody and all the rest of it, right? Just it's beautiful in the way that they did that. So I've been explaining this to people when they ask me, they're like, "Hey, what movies are you going to put up there?" And I'm like, man, like this is gonna be one of them on here, and I don't know if it's number one or what, but when you don't have to have any cutscenes, and this movie is about like making an on foot for most of it, trek to a whole nother place, and like we're going with you when that's happening. It was just something crazy that I had never seen before. I kind of watched it on a whim in theaters, and I think it was just like a random day that I had and ended up just watching this thing. My father-in-law had talked about it and he wanted to go see it, and I was like, nah, man, I'm not trying to go watch that movie. And I just ended up watching it on my own at some other point, or I watched it with my wife at some point, and it was just like a beautiful movie that was like shocking at some points. Like I still remember seeing when they get to like a river. I still remember seeing some of the bodies that they had that were floating in there and bloated and stuff like that, and just shocking and gory and beautiful and like if nobody's seen this, I'm not gonna drop anything else. But like within the first like 10 minutes of it, instantly it's something that you wouldn't expect. And so that movie that movie had to go on to my top 5 as well. So 1917 is on there as well.
Great
Excellent
picks.
choice, man. The roller coaster of your list is just incredible, but poignant. And Andrew,
less Caspery than I thought it was going to be too.
Look, the fact that Casper doesn't make the list.
That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot.
Casper belongs.
I
knew I was onto something, dude. It's like my brain.
You definitely got it. No, that's a great
movie
wow.
that you listed was not one that I love. You named every single movie.
Dude, come on.
Each one of those should have been on the list, or could have been on the list.
I was surprised that you didn't say the beginning of that Ninja or the Power Rangers movie where they're just jumping out of like the helicopter. That 10-minute scene. That's
hardest scene ever from a movie. I still stand by it. I stand on it.
Dang. Oh,
hardest
the other one I
scene
was going to say was first Wesley Snipes Blade.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, you know what? I'm not going to even lie to you on this podcast in God's name. I have not seen the first
Fair enough.
one.
Okay.
But I do have another Wesley Snipes movie in here. I don't know if anybody has seen. So here's another like disclaimer, right? I told you I had like 15, 20 things. If anybody's ever seen New Jack City, and I think Spike Lee made that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
But New Jack City goes up there, and
that's an honor and recognition.
Is that the one with Denzel? No.
No, that one's Wesley Snipes as Nino Brown, and and like
there's an old Spike Lee one with Denzel too, but it was something like that. I forget what it was called.
Did they have Ray Allen in there?
Maybe. I'm trying to think. It doesn't matter. I just was no. Hold on, Spike Lee. I'll figure it out.
We'll see.
We'll get it.
Yeah. What was the name of that movie one more time?
New Jack City.
New Jack City. Okay.
Are you talking about Inside Man?
Maybe. Or I'm talking about. Wait for it.
Nick's just going crazy.
From the 90s, Mo Better Blues.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
Indeed.
My bad.
Indeed. Yeah, I started getting into like Spike Lee stuff and like some of those like 80s, 90s movies and things like that. And so those have been cool. I still have a number of them that I need to watch, but
he did some pretty profound things for how young he was when he started.
like no budgets or anything like that.
Yeah, like 5 years younger than me and like directed a movie with Denzel Washington. It's like whoa,
crazy.
I don't even have like yeah.
You were like, I own a camera. That's about it.
And he had beef with Michael Jordan. I mean, dude lived.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that guy. Come on.
Incredible.
Wesley Snipes, man, like you got like half of my list off of just knowing me, or what should be on my list.
Just off vibes.
I know. I feel like we just played that like married game where you have to know your spouse, and I feel like I did okay as a spouse. So
I think you're a pretty good spouse.
Thanks, man. That's about the highest compliment you can give, like a friend. It's like you could potentially be my life partner. So I'll take it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good choices. Good choices, Andrew.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Thank you for sharing your list.
Yes. Let's get back together after this episode and we'll
do like a Spike Lee run through.
Sure. Yeah, we'll do something crazy.
Yeah.
And we're also gonna make a trip down to
Tulsa,
KC. Well, Tulsa, but KC's like halfway between us, so that we can go see
Meet up.
Legend of the White Dragon.
It's happening.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Cool, man.
R.I.P. Jason David Frank. We're coming to see your movie soon.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
I'm glad it's actually coming out. So, all right, good sir. Well, we got a few other people on the docket this evening, so we're gonna let you go.
Indeed, I appreciate being united with you boys.
Oh, anytime, Andrew.
Give your best to our wife, or to your wife.
Yikes. Our wife, thank you.
Yeah, well, you are your spouse. So.
We'll cut this part.
Yeah. Thanks,
you.
Andrew.
I'll talk to you guys.
Take it easy.
Peace.
Bye. You want me to take lead, or you want to take lead?
I think you can do it. I believe in you.
You think I can do it?
You think what if Adam can take lead?
What would he take lead on? Introducing himself and then
welcome back to the podcast.
Like I said, I didn't get any directions on what was allowed.
Here's the thing: there are no directions in this podcast.
Yeah, I feel
okay. So I have 27.
27 movies.
Top 5 movies.
Yeah.
Top 5 movies.
Just for you, Adam. We'll do top 5.
We don't know where you're going to be at in the podcast. Mm-hmm. We're throwing them all together. We're just kind of rolling the dice.
It's going to be like a compilation episode kind of thing? Gotcha.
So this could be our 3. this could be hour 7. But
Okay.
it is going to be that long.
It's gonna be.
So you're stretching them out overall. Gotcha. That's what I was
And if you're
wondering.
listening, for the listeners who are still tagging along,
It is going
thank
to be
you.
one giant episode.
Thank you.
Though.
Yeah.
We're going to push the bounds to see
Oh,
if,
wow.
We'll beat like
if
Joe
Spotify
Rogan,
can
basically.
hold. Oh,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
Longest podcast ever
Yeah.
recorded.
Yeah.
Could happen. But yes, we're glad you were able to make it here. We I don't know if I should keep doing the whole like this is what we're doing.
Because at this point,
People know what we're doing.
People know what's going on.
Yeah.
I hope.
I would like to
At
think
3
so.
hours in,
Maybe they're just
does Adam know what we're doing?
I was told to come up with 5 episodes.
5 episodes.
5 episodes of this
5
podcast.
episodes of the podcast. So
Yeah.
top
right.
5 of all time.
Yeah.
But so far, it's been really interesting to see where people land on where their top 5 movies are. Because a lot of people think, oh no, I didn't pick a lot of critically acclaimed movies.
Mhm.
And then I go, that's awesome.
Yeah. That's preferred.
Actually, yes. Because I think by the end of this, I think we're going to have a pretty solid, at least, there have been a couple overlaps.
Yes.
But I think we're going to have quite a few movies that we're going to be able
A
to
good, probably like
recommend
top 75, 70 movies
Really?
from our
So
list.
how many people are there?
A good 15, maybe
people.
a little more.
Ish.
Nice.
Ish.
Very
Yeah.
cool.
There was some, a lot of one-offs
Yeah.
in our early days.
Yeah.
And
We were just inviting
just
people
kinda-
left and
we
right.
were. And then people kind of were like, hey, I would like to come back. And we're like, all right.
Yeah.
And then there's Adam, who's just like, every day it seems like he's just constantly asking us, please,
knocking on the
please let me
door."
talk. I've been outside for 4 weeks now. Let me in.
There's an
a
Adam
little-
sized hole, yeah, in your wall.
All right. So without further ado, Adam, walk us through your top 5 movies. They don't have to be in any order.
Good, because
That-
I don't have an order.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Don't stress out. And we're excited to walk on this journey with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If you'll take our hands and let us go with you.
Well, this was
We're all holding hands, by the way.
Yeah.
this was
Just
interesting
see.
because I probably had a top 5 10, 15 years ago. So I was pretty much revisiting that and deciding, did they all still meet up? But
And did they?
Nice.
yes.
Did you like
and-
save a Word document or something, or how'd you have it?
Oh God, no! I just know my.
Oh,
favorite
you're
movies.
oh, you're just, okay. Just
a
internally.
Word document of 5.
I don't know. I don't know.
Right, no, yeah. No.
10-point font, just like
15 years ago, I don't know. Did you use Paint? I don't know. Microsoft Paint.
Fair enough. Okay, I should have said 6 years ago. Anyway, no, I've had a decent handful of movies that I would always go back to, and the tough part was to introduce a couple of new ones. Which ones would be the
like Dune.
you know which would was yeah Dune, and 1 and 2. I got to leave a space for a second.
For yeah,
right?
for
Exactly.
Dune Part 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, no. So my top 5 movies. I will start with, and I tried to cover a lot of genres and everything. So I think
Perfect.
this was really tough for me to fit in the ones I wanted. But anyway, we're gonna start with Finding Nemo.
Wow,
Whoa.
that was unexpected.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
Great choice.
And,
Wow.
And it probably just comes down to me being a parent.
Yeah.
And, you watch the same,
truly, yeah.
how many times you're going to watch the same movie over the last 20 years.
Yeah.
That also made it hard because I was kind of trying to pick an animated movie and ended up picking it because it was my son's favorite or my daughter's favorite. Or
Oh,
this or
yeah,
this
yeah.
or this. And my wife actually helped me along and said, because this has been a movie that I've said is my one of my top movies
Sure.
for a long time. So yes, well, I'm going to leave Finding Nemo on my list. It
Yeah.
was there originally.
Because, yeah, it is like over 15 years old now,
Yeah.
isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, right when you made your
We
list
saw it
originally,
when
yeah.
we saw it. It was in a movie theater in the 61 movie theater.
Oh, wow.
Highway 61, which is still open, I believe.
Nice.
So
That's cool.
I know what that means.
that was the first one.
Where's that? What's that
On
movie
Highway
theater?
61.
It's on Highway 61.
Where's that at?
Don't worry about it. If you know, you know.
Okay, all right.
That's all you need
Cool.
to
You
know.
went there, didn't you guys go once? No.
Is that
Maquoketa.
the
It's Maquoketa.
outdoor?
It's Maquoketa, yeah.
Oh yes, I have.
Sorry, I did not say it was a drive-in movie theater.
Yeah.
I did not clarify that. I
It's off
apologize.
Highway 61, bro.
I've been on that road.
Yes.
Everyone has.
Okay, so that was number 5.
Well, hold on. Why Finding Nemo? Like, what about Finding Nemo makes you?
I knew you were going to ask that. And this one's really hard. I don't know what it is, and that's why I come back to that. I just saw it so many times with my kids, but it just got to me every time.
Yeah.
It's probably even a father son kind of movie. That could be it. I think probably my favorite character in it was Dory.
Nice.
And just that last scene when she's lost.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, it gets you every time. But yeah, and just very playful, lighthearted movie. It just Pixar at its finest, I guess.
Fun fact about that movie, Darcy's gotten into kind of this phase where she shakes a lot of things, and it's a lot more like Darla than I thought she was going to be. And obviously much prettier than Darla is in the movie. But yeah, she's gotten into the thing where she just like shakes things, or like she wanted to grab a puppy the other day and wanted to put its hands around its neck to like give it a hug. It's like, it's not quite how you hug a dog.
Good intentions, but
so yeah, we've brought up Darla a little bit. So great film.
Finding Nemo is the first movie I saw in theaters with my dad.
Wow. Okay. Awesome. Your story's better than mine. Nice. That's wow. That's awesome. Great.
I'm like 90% sure, but yeah.
Very emotional.
Yeah.
Good movie. Perfect. Is that your only animated film?
That is my only animated film.
Okay.
There's just not space in 5 movies.
Fair enough.
Tiny E's not going to get on here.
It's okay.
That's
Some
fine.
people even forget to put an animated film, so I'm glad you did.
Some people, so it's interesting. Some people are like, I want to do like one genre per film, or I want to do like, I just want my top 5. It's interesting how people.
Yeah, it's really tough. I had quite a few conversations with I had an email, text chain going on with my brothers, and I asked them first what their thoughts were, and then came back, and I don't know that an animated one came on the list, but with them, but obviously growing up in the same household, we came to similar choices.
You sought counsel from your older brothers, younger brothers.
Nice.
All younger.
Okay, got it.
So
That's awesome.
I guess the next one I will throw on the list is, and this was not in my original list, but I brought it back as something that when I grew up, I loved this series, but I don't do series. I'm just going to give you a single movie.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you Terminator.
Let's go.
The original Terminator movie is just,
Terminator.
it was groundbreaking.
Yeah.
And just for it to have done as well as it did.
Sure.
With, kind of not expecting to do that. And I've rewatched all of these, actually, except Nemo. I think I've rewatched all the rest of them here in the last few weeks, and it holds up.
You've been doing your homework.
I have.
The original Terminator. Nice.
Original Terminator. It's just, that was kind of before there was just every other movie's a time travel movie, right? So it was pretty original.
Added a little bit to it. That's fair.
Sneaky Adam, you came over to my place and helped me with a fence, and you were talking about like Terminator, and you're like, I just saw Terminator the other day. It's really good. I think I like that movie a lot.
What a random thing to bring up.
I'm like, that's cool.
I was trying to hold off on letting him know exactly what movies were in the
interesting, huh?
It's tough. Yeah.
But yes, Terminator
is
is
a sneak peek.
It's a series that the second one is just as good or better than the first, but I will say that the original is
okay.
Gotta pay respect.
Yeah.
Now, was that when was Arnold's breakthrough? Was it? Did
Was
he
it
do
Terminator
Predator first, or
No,
did
it
he
was
do
Terminator
Terminator
first.
first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like pretty sure it's Terminator first.
Probably was.
Sounds
I was just
about
curious. Okay. We'll do a research.
Yeah.
And not.
We won't tell anyone.
We're
about
not gonna
it.
tell
Well, we
anyone,
will
yeah.
research it, but we won't
I didn't
tell
know if
anyone.
that was the big breakthrough or not. Okay. Never mind.
So that would cover my sci-fi genre. That would cover.
That's
and I got the animation, and the next one I'm going to throw in there is Shawshank Redemption, which I think one of you guys gave crap in one of your episodes about.
Couldn't tell you who.
I think we both are like we think Shawshank is good. I think Shawshank is like the textbook movie. Like there's nothing wrong with Shawshank, and it's just
correct.
it's like probably one of the best made films. Period. I just haven't loved it, but it is great, and and it's a respectable pick.
Yep.
I think
Not
it just has a
yucking your
big
yum.
target on its back
Yeah.
because it's
So
IMDb's
loved.
top one
Yeah.
for forever.
Yeah.
But I think that speaks volumes that at least most people have it on their top 10 list of all time.
Yeah.
Enough
Even if
people
it's
think
not the greatest
great.
movie of all time.
Enough people think it's at least top 10
Yeah.
that it's so highly regarded.
Yeah. And so I guess if we give it crap, it's it's not number 1, but it's in the top 25.
Yeah.
I don't know
something.
exactly
You know what I
what
mean?
year it came out, but it would have been pretty close to when I was, 17, 18, 19 years old.
Yes.
So it was a time that you're going to see that to begin with, and that's going to kind of
100%.
define you.
Yeah, yeah.
if you grow up with it as a movie
sure.
that wasn't fresh at the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a great movie.
Oh yeah, it's
Great
so
choice.
good.
Honestly, you might be the first person to actually say it though.
I think so.
Because I did consider dropping that. Almost did, and my wife wouldn't let me.
So this is really your wife's list?
It's not my wife's list. It's my list. No, she's holding me accountable to myself.
Yes.
I've said for so long it was on the list.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway.
I get you.
And eventually, and I think what may have put me over the edge is as I was taking pictures of movies that I have DVDs of, there was multiple copies of that in there. So it's like,
You must have liked
obviously,
it
if
enough.
you purchased it multiple times, that.
Grace helps Michael with that a lot because I try to bring him. I try to like make him change his mind. He's like, I changed my mind. And Grace is like, you can. And he's like, you're right. I need to stay strong. I'm like the devil on the shoulder, and Grace is like, "You gotta stop."
Like you literally never thought that a second in your life. I'm like, maybe the movie does suck.
There needs
Nick's
to be
right. Maybe it does.
like a bloopers recap of every episode. It's like, and Nick screwed me again.
I feel like Grace has called me out a few times on that, where she's like listened to the podcast. And she's like,
you said you love that.
We
movie.
watched that movie together, and you said
podcast.
you liked it, but when you talked to Nick about it,
You're right. It really is just a 3.
oh, Nick, you're right.
Classic.
I've become more strong. Yeah.
Ish.
You're right.
I know where to poke. I know where to poke.
So yes, that was my cliche, I suppose, movie, but it really did have
Hey,
to stay.
you know
there
what?
for me.
That's your top 5.
Thanks.
No cliche movies.
All right. Number 2. You probably give me more crap for this one, and you probably know this one's in my list. 50 First Dates.
Dude, all right.
Classic, and that gets you into the rom-com and the
Yeah,
whatever genre,
sure.
and you know, just a strong comedy. But
Hey.
I still say that Rob Schneider should be lifted out of that movie, and it would be just as great of a movie, probably better. But of course, he has to put all of his buddies in it. So
Yeah.
Fair.
not a huge Rob Schneider fan, but I will.
Yeah.
That one's good.
And you set that one aside. I mean, you could like literally probably reduce the rating of the movie and let me show it to my younger kids if he was not in the movie at all.
That's totally fair. Yeah.
Anyway. But
yeah.
just watched that one the other week and I love it. It just even with the repetition, everything, that's just a movie I could watch every 6 months or a year.
That's a good one.
It kind of feels. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good.
No, you go ahead.
Please.
I'm
Okay.
being
Okay,
strong.
okay.
I'm giving you the choice.
Wow, thank you. That's very nice of you. This was like one of the like 2 or 3 Adam Sandler movies that were not just stupid funny, but there was kind of like a little bit of a heart to them.
Yep.
Like Click was another one that got me, where I was like, oh wow, okay, you're actually like not the like SNL guy that I thought you were. Like you are completely ridiculous and super talented, you know. But I like when there's a little bit of heart to him, and I feel like 50 First Dates didn't sacrifice that to be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously the two of them work very well together, Drew Barrymore and Sandler. They've done a couple of other ones together, and this is the only one that I consider to be great. But
I have a soft spot for The Wedding Singer, but that's just just me.
Yeah.
Okay, great pick.
Does that lead me to my number one?
And it leads you to number 1.
Well, in no particular order.
In no particular, your last one.
I was attempting to work my way backwards. I didn't have a strong order up until then, but I did have to end with, of course, the new remake of the Planet of the Apes.
But which one?
The reboot. What was it? 2009?
The original reboot.
2011.
Yeah, 2001 by.
No. Also
Andy
heard that
Serkis
on your
one.
Yeah.
episode.
Yes.
The Andy Serkis.
Yes.
Beautiful movie.
Rise.
Yeah.
And I'll lead you back to my episode of this podcast.
Wow. He's a professional now.
Yes, that's right. What? Oh, it was movies we love. Planet of the
Yes.
Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, why were we talking about? Yeah, that's right.
Because we specifically got him on so
For
that we
Planet of
could
the
talk
Apes.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That one.
Dude, this is 100 episodes, bro.
Yeah.
There's a lot in my noggin when I'm like trying to look back at like history of like even though
of
it's only been
course
2
you were
years.
going to have that movie in your first 100 times.
That's
but
fair.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dude, there's some interesting movies that made it into our 100
Yeah.
episodes.
Yeah.
Like,
Looking back, we probably shouldn't have done most of them.
there's definitely some weird ones.
Yeah.
for sure.
Yep.
But
There's some dry weeks.
there's some dry weeks of reviews. But it was fun.
Well, obviously, we Rise of the Planet of the Apes was a given. I would be surprised and shocked if that wasn't on this list. If somehow in the past year or so something else has knocked it down.
No. So that would of course be the newest movie on my list. And I did try to think of some other movies that would be newer, and that's
So the rest of the 4 were constant
no.
from.
No. I did move Terminator into the list. That was not
that's right.
originally in my list.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
Nice.
So I had to drop 2 off of a top 5.
Wow. That's a big change.
Oh my gosh, guys. Too old for this kind of stuff.
You were stressing a little bit.
Yeah.
It was fun to
could
see you
feel the
squirm
heat.
a little bit. Yeah.
I don't remember what top 5 interview we did, but Nick asked the question of, do you think have you seen your favorite movie of all time yet? Like, have you, or is your favorite movie of all time a movie you haven't seen yet? Did I say that right?
Like, is there an upcoming?
Is there an upcoming movie that, like, in 20
Are
years
you
you're like,
optimistic that maybe you haven't seen the greatest movie of all time?
yeah, or did you peak with Rise?
Yeah, I don't know, because right. I mean, if you
It's true. Is it foolish to say you've
already seen your favorite
it's
movie?
pretty arrogant,
Cinema
but
is-
maybe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did adjust it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought about some of your Marvel movies.
Yeah.
And would have considered, but it would have been bumping.
Something
else that
too
you
close
yeah.
to, yeah.
Yeah. So
It's also interesting to know like what some of these movies will eventually become classics, because we still call the classics. There isn't like past 2000 we can't like call anything a classic yet, which is weird. But I'm excited to see how some of these will shape up, because I don't know. I think there's like Planet of the Apes like had that history and was like, these were great movies. But then they like killed it with these new ones.
Yeah.
And it almost makes me feel like 50 years from now we're gonna look back and be like, man, that was the classic like Planet of the Apes.
yeah,
And that
you
was
won't, you won't remember that there was an original.
Yeah.
Variation.
So I don't know. Kind of interested to see if some of these movies will be like, forever.
Remembered, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and to your point, have I hit my movie yet? Right. It could have not lived up to the hype.
Sure.
Not that it had a great hype, because the original movies were before my lifetime. The remake with the Tim Burton remake, that
Mark Wahlberg one, yeah.
we will not speak of.
Correct.
That was a foolish attempt. It was a fine movie, but it was not something I was going to remember forever. And I'm glad they brought this back, and I'm glad they're going to try and do another one.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, I would advise you not to listen to the director's draft and listen to my list, because somebody may be on my list that you just mentioned.
Yeah, I know. I listened. That's why I said I just listened to that.
But don't knock me for it, because I didn't mention that
You
movie.
should. Yeah.
I didn't.
I forgot. I should have brought that up to knock you.
You brought that movie up, and then I think there was a couple other movies that I'm like, oh, okay, if he did that and that, maybe I'd be okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah. For the most part, there's not many Tim Burton movies that I'm finding that I like too much.
Yeah, so you had a bad draft. It's cool.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
He came back to Zemeckis, though.
Boom. Told you.
Okay, he's
That's
got like
the dad pick right there, baby.
The old school pick, right?
I'm doing great. 40 and up. 40 and up. I'm killing it
Now
right now.
apparently I need to rate your every episode you guys do, but definitely director's picks. That would be a hard one for me to do.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, we should have going forward. We just need to have like somebody submit like voice. It just says Nick wins or Michael wins.
Yeah, the voice of the people, Adam.
The vote has taken place on one person, and this person wins.
If voting happens, I will try to do a better job of listening to them soon enough and voting on them.
Oh, there you go.
Didn't I miss a vote on one of your last ones?
Probably, but one of them, the poll didn't work
They
last
glitched
time.
out on the poll at one point. That's whatever.
We should do that. We should give a draft and have a third party be present, and like try and persuade them. And like they're like the final ruling.
You should just have May do that.
Yeah.
Just have like a straight up fight right
Yeah,
then and
get
there,
around.
and then see who wins.
Yeah,
I
we do
told
the
May-
draft, but then
I told May she could have come and be your live studio audience too.
oh, she was like,
Yeah! Woo! He's at Planet of the Apes.
yeah,
He kept Terminator.
that would have
2
been
in.
great. That would have been
Or
great.
Shawshank Redemption. That's awesome.
Yeah, she could have been the fourth party.
It's true. Also, you were the most concise with your thoughts, because most people take like 45 minutes for some reason.
Straight into the point.
You're just like, boom.
Because I was planning on it.
I know. You came well prepared. So
I respect that.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us? Can you guess one of our top 5 movies?
Yes, I can guess.
I will say yes if you guess it, but if you don't,
you'll say no.
I'll say no.
His is Arrival.
Yeah.
And his is
should be.
Do I have to remember the name?
You don't have to
of
guess
it?
the best one. You can just guess a top 5.
Do I have to remember the name of it?
That would be.
I would assume so.
About Time.
Wow.
He did it.
Yeah, you're
See?
correct.
Super fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Super fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's why we paid you your money right before you get in here.
You'll get it in 2 to 3 business years.
Check your Venmo in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, Adam, it's been a pleasure. Have the super fan on.
Heck
Yes.
yeah.
Always.
Thanks for bringing me back.
Yeah.
Anytime. We finally did it.
Yeah.
After you begging for another spot on this.
Wait, now it's...
Well, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is coming out, so
Huh?
We should go see it together.
Mark your calendars.
Sounds
That'll be
fun.
That sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Goodbye.
See you guys.
Our next guest is one of our latest guests, Sam, who joined us for our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles episode, which you've all heard and probably thought, wow, how can they outdo themselves this time?
Well, guess what?
That's what this whole episode is devoted to. I don't know what number of guests you are at this point, but it's probably up there.
Yeah.
That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
But with everyone, to celebrate our 100th episode, please tell us what your 5 favorite films are, and we will tell you if you are right or wrong.
Yeah. And we'll kick you out.
Didn't realize I was being graded.
No, yeah. Yes or no?
Okay, just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it. Start.
Yeah.
Do you want to start with? You want to build up to 1, or do you want to just break the?
I can do
Okay.
that.
Oh yeah, and are they ranked? Because I told you 5, and I said you could have ranked or unranked.
I do have them ranked.
Okay.
Ooh.
I will say it was
beautiful.
difficult. It was difficult to come up with just
Okay.
5.
Yeah.
With just 5. Okay.
Yes. So my thought process, I was pretty easily be able to be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, easy. And then it's not even like there's a huge gap
Dude,
between 4 and
yep.
5.
Yeah.
It's just there are like
A lot of 5s.
5, 6, and
Yes.
7 are
Yeah.
like the hardest because they feel like they are the exact same.
Yes.
Because what do you want to
Yes.
represent as your like top 5 movies?
Yep.
You know.
So I was pretty easily able to come with 4, and then I had like 5 that I was like, these could all be
Oh man.
in
Yep.
5th place.
I think
Oh,
we
I
could do
love
an
it.
honorable mention. Probably.
Can I do a
How
couple
dare you.
honorable mentions?
How dare you?
I'm sorry. Is that fair?
No.
All
Can't
right.
do it.
All
Then
right.
do you want to do 5?
We got a hard and fat. We
All
got
right, high five.
We
It's
gotta
okay.
have
A
structure.
little behind the scenes. This is our first recording, technically, of this whole thing.
That's fine.
And it's coming at the end of the episode, probably when it gets edited.
If we add honorable mentions, this list could just get out of control.
Okay,
Right.
we need to be hard on
Okay.
5. I agree. Okay, 5.
All right. Well,
Hard
then I am
recording.
on the spot going to.
You're
okay.
setting the
Let's go.
rules.
I was
You're
able-
picking your 5th one
Okay.
right now?
No, I was
Oh.
able to narrow it down to 2.
Oh my god.
I'm going to choose one of them right now.
And is it Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem?
It is not.
Oh.
It was a great film, but it did not make my number 5, sadly. But okay,
From the bottom.
we're gonna go with this.
I'm
number
nervous.
5.
Why am I nervous?
Because we made him choose.
Number 5, I have Signs.
Oh,
Wow, you
dude.
You're after the episode of we recorded TMNT, your respective Nick grew because you said signs. His respective you just grew.
And
So
Mike
you guys mutual
Shyamalan,
respect.
my man.
Incredible.
And just think, I could have chosen the other one on the list.
Nope, but you can't
We
say
did,
it.
but we don't
I'm
know
not-
what
I
it is.
can't
and
even
We're
no
gonna
say
one
find
will
out
know.
right after this, though.
Yeah, but-
Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Or you can pay us $5 a month, and we'll tell you what the
Patreon
movie
special of Sam's 6th favorite movie of all time.
Oh, jeez.
limited a dish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Signs. Tell me why signs.
Yes. And one interesting thing, and there are actually 2 movies in my top 5 that I
Eminem.
watched for the first time this year.
Incredible.
Whoa.
Which
Wow.
that was one of the reasons why Signs didn't make almost didn't make the top 5, because that my 6th favorite movie I've seen longer, and I really love that movie. But I still think
It's that good.
Yep, and I watched it for the second time this past weekend to
solidify.
It's so good,
Came prepared.
Dude. It's a great movie.
Yeah, because like I said, I narrowed it down to maybe 4 or 5 that could have gone to the number 5 spot. So I watched a couple of them this past week in preparation for this.
You guys,
Dude, someone did his homework.
And I rewatched
Integrity.
Signs this weekend with my wife. Watched it for the first time with her family. Actually, Christmas, I guess, would have been last year, but around Christmas
Within the
last
year,
within the
yeah.
year. And yeah, I love it. Great movie.
What about it?
Great movie. What about it? I would say one of the biggest. Okay, you bring in Christianity and you bring in aliens and put it together.
There it is.
And to make it work and actually be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are two really cool concepts in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And to kind of bring it together, I think, was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Definite Christian themes in this movie. And one thing that I love about this movie is that it has a lot of Christian themes and it's not cheesy.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you don't watch it and be like, I don't know. Like we all probably can think of some Christian movies that are overly cheesy. I feel like this one was not. And you see some really real scenes where, yeah, he's just, obviously doubting his faith after experiencing loss and,
them just having conversations and
Having
being like, this is
conversations,
riveting.
And
And
it's
those
not
aliens in
typically
this movie.
the Hollywood treatment that
Yeah.
Christianity can get. So
Yeah.
it's cool that
like even just, I love the scene where it's late at night. He's sitting there with his brother and like he's saying there are 2 types of people in the world: people who believe in faith and people who believe in coincidences and luck. Yeah.
Dang.
And then the ending, just how it all comes together, seeing how all these supposed coincidences led to this final act of the film was just so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are at least a couple of different
Okay, great.
Yeah, because you're left at the end of that movie going, you really want to call that
Like
a
coincidence.
bunch of coincidences, or
Right.
do you think that this was somehow predetermined? Like, that's
Yep.
awesome.
Yep.
And it gives you that little stinger at the end that he is back, like, and he's going back to church and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So,
Yeah.
all right, M. Night Shyamalan.
One
my
of your
man.
favorite probably movies of all time.
It's up there, dude.
It's just been you watch it a lot.
You know what? It just skyrocketed. It's number 1.
Oh my god, it's overdue.
I'm so excited that someone else likes it.
Just based on my explanation. Of
Yeah,
it.
I'd never seen it until I saw it with Nick for the first time.
Oh,
A
really?
few years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, back
Yeah.
when we used to hang out.
Yeah.
My man.
We used to. What are we doing right now?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
He used to have to date nights with me. Now he has date nights with his
My wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
My
happens.
sister.
It
Yeah.
happens. Yeah.
It's all. Yeah. It's all.
Sure.
It's all
Full
mixed up.
circle.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Coincidences?
Oh.
All right. Hit us with number 4.
All right, number 4, I have Muppets from Space.
No, you did put it on the list.
I did put it on the
Incredible.
list. This-
Incredible.
This is my favorite kids movie. It's a family favorite. And honestly, even just sitting here thinking about this movie, I'm smiling.
Oh,
Pretty
wow.
much if you turn that movie on, I'll be smiling the entire time. I'll be
wow.
quoting every other line.
Yeah.
Great choice.
It's hilarious. I enjoy it a lot.
Muppets from Space. Like you guys watched it growing up.
Oh yeah,
all the time.
It's probably the movie I can quote best, and part of it
Yeah.
is because it's cheesy dialogue, but it works because it's Muppets. It's literally puppets walking around saying cheesy things, but it works for the film.
Dang.
So
I get it.
Mine's blown right now.
I say something like Signs followed by Muppets from Space.
Yeah, there's just a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack.
Yep.
All right.
Never seen it until we watched it on a honeymoon.
There you go.
So
you
changed
go.
my life. Muppets from Space.
I have more questions. Wait.
Yep. My sister's teaching you right.
Yeah.
Wait, why would you watch that on your own? Never mind.
Because it's the 4th best movie of all time, Nick. That's
According to
why.
Sam. I called Sam on my honeymoon. I was like, "What's your 4th favorite movie?"
Oh,
We're watching
man.
We're watching it.
It
It was something to honor my wife through.
Okay, got it.
It's a great movie. Love it.
Yep.
You've got to be the only person who's watched that on your honeymoon.
I know. That's what makes it special.
Oh, dude, that's funny.
It's the most romantic thing I could have
Wow.
ever done.
Yep.
So many questions. I'm gonna stop it.
It's ironic that my family loves this Muppet movie so much because if you look up like Muppet movies ranked, it's like towards the bottom.
I know. Yeah, we looked it up afterwards. She was so
in
sad.
Space.
Yeah,
Come on.
which is honestly I found
People love.
that
Yeah.
funny.
Have you
I mean,
seen
I
like
guess
the
it's
other
not quite
Muppet
as
movies?
I have. I've seen a bunch
Okay.
of them, and I enjoy them. But this
They're
is
all trash. I'm just kidding.
this is definitely the funniest.
Okay.
And I think most people would agree with that. That it's
just
goofy. It's
goofy.
goofy.
Yeah.
you know? And that's part of the reason I like it.
Yeah.
You know?
Dang. Oh, now I really want to know what number 6 is. Anyway, it's
Hey,
right.
Patreon. That's why we're selling
Patreon.
Patreon.
That's right. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, number 3.
Number 3. This is the other one on my list that I watched for the first time this year, and it is Memento.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Already up to the 5. All right.
Yep.
Top 5.
And yeah, so I first watched it, I think just 2 months ago, maybe it was 3 months ago, with my wife. My dad and my sister had watched it recently, earlier this year, and they were telling me about it. And I like a couple of Christopher Nolan's other films. So after they were telling me about it, I was like, oh yeah, I'll give it a watch. So my wife and I watch it some night. Literally, I think, we get to the final scene, we turn it off, and my wife's like, that was boring. I was like, best movie ever. So
completely different.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's so good. I love Memento. Incredible. But to put in their top 3.
Oh yeah.
Like what about it? Is it just like the idea of it, just like the way it's put together?
Yep. I would say it's different than any other movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So that for one.
Amen.
Unique.
That for one.
You're right.
I think the fact that and I won't spoil the ending, but the fact that you're working your way backwards, I mean, you figure that out pretty quickly watching the film, I think is so cool, partly because you're wondering what the heck's going to happen next, but also it's the only way to get into his mind. Because for those who haven't seen the film, in Memento, he can't create new memories. And so the only way for us as the viewer to experience that, like not knowing what previously happened, was to start at the end and kind of and work our way backwards.
Yeah.
Wild.
It's probably like one of the more unique concepts you can make in a movie, and one that now that you have that movie out, you kind of can't do it again.
Right.
Until like 20 years
true.
from now.
Yeah.
It's like to be like, you're just doing Memento.
Yeah.
Would love to see too, like not only how he got the okay to do it, but how early on they put their trust in making a movie. Maybe it was cheap. And I know back then you could make like anything and it would probably make money. But
movie, right?
I think it was his
first movie?
First official.
Yeah.
movie.
He did like a lot of shorts.
But it's just
and
like,
stuff.
dude, how do you tell like a studio, hear me out, backwards, forwards, doesn't matter, and they're just like,
sorry, it's okay, just sneezing.
And then there's like, yeah, here's millions of dollars, go make it.
Yeah.
I mean, to the general audience, I think, how do you even market that?
Yeah.
So it would
how
have
do you
been
even
wild.
explain the movie? How do you
seeing
pitch
that in
the
the
movie to
theaters
someone?
with just like no context?
Yeah.
The amount of coordination too that would have to go into creating and filming and writing this film,
Yeah.
because you're working your way backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Revealing enough that your viewer's like, okay, I'm starting to follow, but not enough that they're like, understand.
Where do you make the cut so that it's still mysterious?
Yep.
Because I mean, in theory, you could technically film from start to finish.
True.
But where do you like?
Yeah.
Piece it, because you're still telling a story backwards, which means you have to film it in a way that makes sense telling it that way. So that's wild.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep.
Cool.
And and just the ending.
Yeah.
I love a good ending that maybe with a twist and just like a what the heck.
Yeah.
And you definitely experience that when you get to the end of that film. So
good.
Amen.
Yep.
Dude, Memento. Great choice.
Nick, what are you feeling right now? Because I feel like the range of emotions that like Signs, Muppets from Space, The Wild Card, and then like probably one of your least favorite Nolan films.
I'm not in my body at the moment. I'm watching from like that light bulb. That's where I'm at right now. But I'm here.
Well, hit us with number 2.
All right, number 2. This should come as no surprise, but the original 1990 TMNT movie.
Okay.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yep.
Okay.
So
I'm coming back into my body a little bit more. So
that one makes more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting the context. It's making sense.
You know who you're talking to.
Okay,
now,
got it.
Yeah, I want to say I was 8 or 9 when my parents bought me the original live action trilogy. Because I'd, since I was 4.5, I had watched the 2003 animated series. So then to see, as I was a little bit older, a darker, grittier version of the Turtles, but still, have the, it's still the Turtles. I think I loved that. The Shredder is a great version of the Shredder. He's dark and menacing. And the Turtles are just so fun to hang. Like I would want to hang out with these turtles, similar to Mutant Mayhem. They're just fun.
So we've seen a lot of from childhood movies, but also like some recent ones.
Yeah.
So that's a complex. You're a complex man,
both.
Sam.
Yeah. Stand the test of time, but also willing to change.
Right, but which is why it was so hard to kind of rank these. Like
Yeah.
Some of these movies I have so much sentimental value towards because I remember watching them with my family or watching them as a kid and loving them. yeah, it's just sometimes hard to compare a kids movie to a, Memento versus a Disney movie. How do
Right,
you
just
compare
different
those?
scales, really.
Yeah.
As fun as these lists are, I feel like it's always one of those things that you need to like have an asterisk next to be like, have I even watched my favorite movie of all time yet?
Sure. Whoa, that's a
scary
great point
thought.
because Dune 2 hasn't even come out yet.
Exactly. I still think I have yet to see my favorite movie of all time.
Wow.
That's a really interesting. Do you think something was going to beat About Time?
I think so.
Do you think?
I think Dune 2, if it is delivered correctly, could potentially be the best.
Okay.
My favorite movie.
Because
of all
that
time.
was going to be my follow-up question. Do you think you haven't seen it because it's already out and you just haven't watched it yet, or do you think it is yet to be made?
That's a great question, and I think I'm open to both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if it necessarily is going to be a future movie.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be my favorite, but it could be a future to me movie.
So you think it's more likely that you haven't seen your favorite movie?
Oh, 100%.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. I bet there's something that just hits everything.
Mm-hmm.
Before AI makes like a personal movie for me that is the perfect movie that I can just prompt it and be like, hey, make me
Nick's movie.
a Christopher Nolan, Denis Villeneuve mashup thriller murder mystery
with vampires.
And then it'll be like and send me some sort of weird movie.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be the greatest thing ever.
Okay.
But all the characters are named Nick. Let's go. Yeah. A narcissist's dream. That's what it'll be called. Anyway, go ahead. What's number? What are we on to?
Big drum roll. Number one.
Oh, it is number one.
It is number one. Yep. So number one is The Case for Christ. Yes.
All right. Based off of the book?
Based
No.
off the book.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say it came out in 2017. I watched it as I want to say fall of my junior year of college, which is definitely at a pivotal time in my faith journey.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it with my roommates who were, especially the one, was definitely a role model for me, poured into me as far as the faith goes. And it just, I watched it at the right time with the right guys.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of my faith journey and I guess skepticism about the faith had to do with kind of the same things that he's struggling with, the apologetics, the defense, the logical defense for the faith. So that's part of the reason why I was at least interested in it. And then I think, again, kind of like Signs, for a Christian movie to not be overly cheesy and to feel real, I think is pretty awesome. And and there may be a couple lines where I'm like, maybe a little cheesy, but still, it doesn't take away from the arc that he experiences, Lee Strobel. And then having read the book after the fact, probably made me appreciate it even more.
Yeah.
The film.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
Usually it's the other way around. So it's like,
yeah.
Cool.
No, I think that speaks to like just movies in general, like the powers they have of like they can be like fun and they can be like things from your childhood, but also like really pivotal things that can like affect faith and like progress you in different ways.
Yep.
And so like that's cool. That's your number one.
Yeah.
That's really neat.
It's funny because the version of the book that I read, and I read last year, it came out after the movie. So he kind of like talks a little bit about the movie at the beginning of the book, which is interesting because he said really that it was pretty much spot on. And the only difference is that what happened in what appeared to be like 2 months in the movie happened actually over like 5 years or something.
Yeah, you shorten it down.
Pretty much everything in the movie was real and actually happened in his life and in his faith journey, but except that it was a little more condensed in the film. But yeah,
cool.
That's cool.
Very cool.
I like to hear that because I would say some of the most pivotal things that have helped me in my faith have been film or films and not even necessarily Christian films.
Right.
Well, like it's been weird just to like walk through stories and see brokenness or see things like this and then like take it through the like a biblical lens and actually like one of the honest things the other like 2 falls ago.
Yeah.
Midnight Mass.
Best podcast.
We watched
one of best.
Yeah, one of our favorite. Yeah. We jointly watched a show that was like a horror show about like vampires. And for me it was like, wow, this is actually really good and like encouraging for me. Like it's weird, but like I think that's just how I process and how I learn is like more through the visual media. So I like this whether it be through actual I think I'm less prone to watch Christian films because they're more misses than they are hits, but when they do hit, like Passion of the Christ, which I guess I don't even know if at the time, like, was Mel Gibson even, like, I don't even know if he believed.
I don't know.
But anyway, whatever. There's just movies that, like, hit for me that I don't even know if that's what they were intended to do.
Yeah,
but
like
because you're just
seeing
kind
it
of thinking through
like,
that lens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I noticed also as I was creating this list is that one theme that I think is really interesting to watch in a film is obsession. And I think you definitely see that in The Case for Christ, and you see that in Memento, and you see that in my 6th favorite film, which will go unnamed.
Whoa.
You thought I was going to try to squeeze it in there? Yeah, just seeing him in The Case for Christ, like, slowly go from a, like, oh yeah, I don't believe it's, it's just kind of crazy, to, like, I need to know the answer. You know, I think that it was interesting to see him kind of, like, just, like, kind of his life slowly derail to the point where he finally just gave in and was like, I don't need to be obsessed with this anymore.
Yeah.
You know, and kind of the whole idea that he had already made up his head about God, or made up his mind about God in his head. And there's an interesting parallel with a case that he was reporting on, where the guy who he convicted, who was sent to jail, based on his article, whatever, the guy that he, sent to jail said something like, "You had already made up your mind about me. Like, you didn't actually look." And that I think is a really deep theme, especially in Christianity, outside of Christianity, whatever. The idea that we oftentimes make up our mind about something
For sure.
before we actually do the digging.
Yeah.
But
That's cool.
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay.
All right.
Well, thank you
There
for
it is.
joining us
Top
on our
five.
Top
100th
five.
episode.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you the last guest we talked about? I don't know. But
I
this
don't know.
might be the end of the podcast. We don't know. Here we are.
Here we are. Not us united.
Not us united. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Well,
Wow.
how was that episode
I just
for
wanna
you guys?
take a nap.
What? Jeez, it felt like it took 100 minutes
Yeah.
to get through that.
It took a significant amount of time that we don't know because
Yep.
I haven't edited it yet.
It was
It
definitely
was
some minutes.
It was definitely that long.
It was definitely long.
Yeah.
How do you feel about doing our top 5 to cap this thing off?
I thought you would never ask.
Perfect.
I actually have my top 250 movies.
Don't.
So if you guys have another 2 hours,
jeez.
I could. But do you want me to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't mind.
No, I think I already know it.
Okay.
I know what I'm not.
Well, I
Okay.
don't have to interview you. You've already talked about a lot of movies you like. So if you just want to keep it
Yeah, I have 100 episodes about movies that I like. So
exactly.
some of these we've already talked about. I think
Yeah.
2,
'cause
3
Pow-
we've done
Power
episodes
Rangers, Ready Player One. And then what are your other 3?
on. Werewolves Within,
That's right.
Haunting in Venice,
Oh man.
and Black Phone. That's my
Perfect.
top 5.
Dang. Sheesh. That's a hot list.
That's a hot list. I'll tell you what.
It's a hot pile of
I think
something.
I think we guessed each other's top 5 recently, and I think you got all of mine.
I think it was off one.
Yeah, I think it was my
But
number
yeah.
5. My number 5 is a movie that we reviewed on this podcast, the anime classic
Your name.
Your Name.
Perfect.
This movie makes me feel things. Mitsuha.
Drinking some tea and stuff.
Yeah, dude,
Nice.
some tea with some spit in it. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not
Nice.
selling the movie well, but
Classic
yeah,
anime.
it's just good and just
It
like
is.
makes
It's
me
quite
feel things.
Yep.
And it's just beautiful.
Mhm.
Just the art design of it all, and it's like I believe some true love, man, and
Mhm.
that's in it.
Here's one thing I'm going to tell you,
Yeah,
and then I'll tell you some other things.
thanks. Cool.
One thing before this podcast that I am ashamed of is that I thought live action was just the superior way to tell a story.
Wow.
It was naive of me,
Yes.
and I've changed since. And I now realize that there are just things that can't be told in
Yeah.
live action where it would just be told so much better in animation.
Wow.
And
I respect that.
I think it's because I've read some more.
Mm.
So now I know more good words. And I know a lot word. And but also just like seeing some of these stories, I'm just like, ooh, I just don't see that playing off well live action.
Yeah.
And getting to see even some of the stories now reach live action in shows and things like that.
Like a One Piece.
Mm-hmm. Which I particularly liked One Piece live action, but like this Wheel of Time is starting to kind of like, is
is season 2 out? And
season 2's out, and it's just not quite, I think, what people were hoping for, and just things like that. But that's not the only example. It's just I now understand that like sometimes power and like way things are like displayed just don't make sense unless you do it in an anime.
I don't think this movie could have been told live action.
Yeah,
This movie had to have been animated.
It helps with like their perspective and things like that.
Yeah.
So.
I think just like visually, just like the colors used. Like there's like this shooting star that's a big part of the movie. Like just visually.
Yeah.
Like it in the sky and just the awe that it kind of has.
Right.
So good.
Perfect.
I love the movie. I cry every time.
Dude, I cry thinking about you crying.
Thanks, buddy.
So don't do it.
Thanks for reviewing that podcast. That episode on this podcast.
Dude, thank you for telling me to. Because then I got to watch it, and it was good to watch.
Cool. And then I got to talk to you for an hour about it. Do you want to bounce back and forth, or do you want me to just do all 5?
Oh, yeah, I can do 5.
Yeah. Do your 5. Are yours ranked, or?
Yeah, mine are ranked. Number 5 for me is Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Wow.
Yep, this is my annual time for Nick to cry.
Dude, we both picked cry movies.
Dude, we like cries.
We
you know?
we are tearful men.
Yeah, I think I don't know what it. I think it captures the awkwardness of being a teenager, but also how hard it is to deal with really difficult things, and how some of those things can be silly, and some of them are not silly at all. And so I just think it did a really good job of capturing how someone that young would deal with the things that they deal with. And so it makes me laugh a lot, and then I get to like an hour and a half in, I'm like, oh wait, I forgot, even though I've seen this movie 20 times, that awful things happen. And then I'm like,
no, I'm sad.
And then it's cathartic and it's great.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to get a good cry out.
I also have a very soft spot for Logan Lerman. I think I'm very excited to see like what the next few decades bring of his career, because he could play just like the heartthrob rom-com guy, and I think he's choosing to do different things, like we've seen him do like with Fury, and at first I thought he was just going to be like typecasted as like the Percy Jackson thing, but then that thing didn't like pan out, and so it's just like I'm really excited to see where this goes, because I've gotten to see him do some more like adult and mature things, and I've got a soft spot for him.
Really pulling for you, Logan.
Logan and Dylan O'Brien, those are my two.
Oh,
like,
dude, Dylan O'Brien.
I want to see them like get it.
Yeah.
Those are my boys.
Amen.
Maybe both be Spider-Man
at the same time.
Maybe multiverse. Who cares?
You could be
the rules are
Spider-Man.
made. I could.
Yeah.
Or Uncle Ben.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 4.
Number 4.
Bring the heat.
Well, number 4 is Children of Men.
Oh yeah.
I think that's probably the one you missed.
That is another.
That one's just one we haven't talked about. But this movie, I don't know if it makes me cry. It makes me cry. It makes me feel things.
Well,
Makes
you
me
do
sad.
like babies, and there's not a lot of them in there, so maybe it makes you sad.
This is this movie is about sometime in the future, women can't get pregnant, and so babies stop having kids, and so like what happens to humanity when there's no like future.
Yeah.
And about slight spoilers, but 30 minutes in, the main character encounters a pregnant woman. And so what happens in a world where for 20 years there's been no hope of anything?
Yeah.
And what do you do with this hope that is there? So I think it is a movie about hope, and like what is important, and just like I think there's just some awe things that happen. And there's just some like great war sequences, just like these like great like on the floor like moving through just destruction, but then also beauty and like in catastrophe.
Dang,
I think it's
deep,
very powerful movie.
I need to change mine then.
Yeah. Number 4 is All Children of Ben.
Yeah, so my number 4 is the first Avengers.
First Avengers.
Yeah, this one I think I've seen better Marvel movies. But there's something to be said about setting the foundation correct. And while this is an overly safe movie, it also felt in a lot of ways like if this doesn't work, none of it works.
Yeah, it's done.
And it was really fun to see something that has never worked before work in real time. And to know that for like the next 10 years, those characters were going to affect my life so much. And so I just owe a lot to that movie because it really got me invested not only in that fandom, but also just like it made me want to just keep supporting like film, all of it, because it got me invested in like 6 people's careers that I never would have given a rip about. And then I was like, I'll go watch their movies. And then that got me connected to other ones. And I would just do deep dives into other actors, like videography, just to see, or filmography. That was a catalyst movie for me.
Yeah. That's a special
much
point.
as it was for the MCU. So
I mean, a lot of things don't happen if Avengers isn't good. Not only MCU wise, but just like cinema wise. Like that's a really pivotal moment.
Yeah, because like I've said it time and time again. I mean, the movie is very plot wise bare bones. It's like get everyone to parking lot, unpark car, now go save city.
Yeah,
like that's the whole thing.
Sure,
that's the movie.
Yeah.
But for the first time, you're finally getting people of different powers, people of different backgrounds. You're also recasting one of your major 6 characters that hasn't shown up anywhere else. And so there's just a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
And I think they handle it really well.
Yeah.
So it's super good.
It is good.
So that's
super
my number 4.
good.
Superhero good.
My number 3 is a little ditty called It's a Wonderful Life. You want to talk about crying, Nick? This movie makes me cry. Yes. I always know it's going to happen. I always know at the end, all his friends are going to show up, and they're going to support him and love him. But it gets me, man. It gets me. A man is never truly alone as long as he has friends. I'm crying right now. I'm crying right now. That's it. That's all I got to say. It's a Wonderful Life. It's so good.
It is.
It's the best Christmas movie?
Maybe.
Fight me.
All right.
Literally, fight me right now. Right. It's... don't let the black and white scare you guys. It's okay.
It's okay to watch
It's okay. Yeah.
Nice. My number 3 is one that has also been on quite a few lists, but that is Prisoners.
Yeah. I mean, you got to.
Yeah, this movie I went and saw in theaters and was very surprised that for like 5 years afterwards, how many people didn't see that movie. And I left there going like, surely that changed so many people. Surely this is going to be talked about. And it was like the 3 people I went and saw the movie with were the people I could talk about it with. Until I found you. And look at us.
Yeah, there you go.
Not as United.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We've talked enough about it. So I won't go into details, but
great movie.
Yep, great movie.
Great.
I even cut my hair to look like Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yep.
Which now, having become a Swiftie, I do really regret. So I will probably post like an official apology.
That's okay. It'll come out soon. A 10-minute version.
Yeah. I messed up.
Yeah. That's okay.
Listen.
But now I think Jake Gyllenhaal wants to be you.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Long live now, Jake Gyllenhaal.
All too well. I know it all too well.
You're going to know this all too well, my guy.
Oh, got it. How did that feel?
Pretty good.
Great. Prisoners. It's so good, man.
Dude. It's all time.
It's not the best Denis Villeneuve film, but we'll get to that.
Oh, yes, we will. Wink.
And speaking of, number 2 is my
Denis
second
Villeneuve.
favorite, my Denis Villeneuve movie.
Perfect.
Prisoners, but it's actually called Arrival.
Nice.
Yeah. You like how I did there?
You made word sound good.
I don't know if it sounds good.
It's a little late. We'll get through this.
Yeah. Arrival. It's one of the tattoos on my body. So I got
tell you where.
Where's the other one? Yeah. Yeah, this movie also makes me cry. Yeah.
Yeah, you do like crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently.
You're
man.
probably okay.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it was one of those like I was like, I believe you.
Yeah, okay.
You want to talk afterwards?
Yeah, if you watch Arrival.
Sure. Yeah, sounds good.
This movie is I think I like it for multiple levels. I mean, the emotional level, but also like it's a movie about aliens coming to Earth, but it's not like, oh, we got to fight them. Let's blow them up.
Yeah, it starts first with language.
Yes, and I'm a big language guy. I
Yeah.
love languages. I love learning languages.
Yeah.
And so it's like finding a way to communicate with not even something that you haven't talked to, but just something that no one has ever talked to on this entire Earth.
Yeah.
How do you translate something from a different planet?
Yeah.
Like that's insane. And just I think there's something about like the scale that Denis does very well, of just like the size of like the ships even that are coming in. I mean, that's why I think he does a great job at Dune. Is he does scale really well.
Yeah.
I know there are flaws to this movie, but
Sure.
I ignore them.
Yeah. It's a interesting movie too about how it doesn't always have to just start off in violence.
Yeah.
Like, yes, their ships are ominous, but they're overall not like that threatening looking.
Yes.
They're very just like they almost just seem like carriers.
Yeah.
They don't seem to
They're just a big old beam.
Yeah, weaponize anything. So
Yeah.
yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah. Love that movie.
Great movie. So that'll help me shift over to another Denis Villeneuve movie. I'll be picking Dune Part 1
Wow.
for number 2.
Denis.
I think even if Part 2 never comes out, this will still be just one of my favorite movies. I just love the way it feels. I love, again, just the atmosphere, the scale. I couldn't tell you what was real and what was fake. They do a really good job. I think just Arrakis as a whole, they did a good job of having sand like fly through the air, so it kind of made some of those CGI parts just kind of blend a little bit smoother. The music, the costuming, there's something like really simplistic and almost like so old school that it feels like Star Wars thinking about what the future would look like. But the devices are very futuristic.
Yeah.
And yet a knife made out of a tooth is maybe the most dangerous weapon. You know, it's just a very interesting concept that like hand-to-hand combat is the only way to fight.
Yeah.
50,000 years in the future.
That's the beautiful thing about Dune is
really
like
cool movie.
they have the shields, and so they've kind of like
They've made
solved.
blasters like not a thing anymore.
And so that makes it like, okay, well, I have to get through you with a knife and get close
Yeah.
to it. So it just makes it all that more personal again.
Yeah. Like we've made firearms just like obsolete because everyone can have a shield on.
Yeah.
It's kind of an interesting concept. So yeah, I just felt it's weird when a guy who makes just like great movies just happens to also be a fan of something and then goes, "Hey, let me take a
shot at it."
Yeah. And I feel like he just really cares about it.
Yeah.
It was also one of the movies where Denis Villeneuve's kind of interesting because it feels like he gets to make a movie no matter what, but he doesn't always get to make another movie.
Yeah.
Which is weird to me. And so when this movie first came out, it was unclear if part 2 was even going to be a thing.
Financially, he does not make
He doesn't
money
make
back
money
really.
for some reason.
Yeah.
And even though like all of his movies, people are like, great movie, but they just like must have rented it from Redbox. I have no idea like why it doesn't make money. But it was fun to be in that theater and then see Dune Part 1.
Yeah.
And that happened to be during one of the times where they were a little worried about people going into theaters, so it was the same day HBO release. And
That's
so
right,
I could have put it on that day, and I was just like, no, fight it.
I remember that, yeah.
It was really tough.
Yeah.
So I could have watched the movie like 3 times before going to the theater.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I went
Restrained.
to the theater.
Good.
It's good?
Yeah.
All right. Take us home.
Number 1. I could cheat here and say a series,
You can't.
but I'm not going to.
So don't.
So I won't.
Perfect.
So that problem solved.
Okay.
My number 1 movie, I'm sure most people know, is Lord of the Rings. Specifically, The Fellowship of the Ring.
Okay.
The first one.
That was not the franchise I thought you were going to go with.
What did you think I was going to go with?
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah. That was a close second, man. It's a close second. That's my other tattoo I got on my body.
Full circle. We made it. All right. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to hear that, this was our 3rd or so episode, 4th episode. Man, the movie's just so good.
It's well done.
It's just so it is, and I love the first one particularly because of the way it just really goes into the characters.
Yeah, and
that's like the focus of it all. I love the fellowship coming together. I love just the history of it all. I just love the characters just interacting with each other and with the environment, and it looks beautiful. And I watch it probably every year.
Yeah,
and I don't get sick of it. And I think that's something that just can stand the test of time if I keep watching it. And I'm like, every time I'm like, this movie's great.
Yeah, it's an interesting series in that it doesn't seem like there were really any adaptations until there was just one really good one. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, there was some animated stuff before.
Sure. But like,
there was never really a crack.
It seems like you would see a lot of failures and then somebody nails it.
Yeah.
Like after 40 years of trying. And it was just like Peter Jackson's like, hold my beer. I got this.
Be one shot.
Just boom.
Yeah.
And to be like so bold and know that like maybe they just knew the fan base was just gonna go, but to like give funding and just say go film all 3 of them, just do it all right now was pretty wild.
Yeah,
at that time. So that was pretty good pick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was.
I would say it's a number 1 pick.
It's my number 1 pick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which brings me to mine, which is About Time.
Oh,
I've already talked too much about this, but it's perfect in every way. I quote it all the time, and I just love this movie.
If you could go in the closet and close your eyes and squeeze your hands real tight and watch About Time again for the first time, would you?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I cried a lot.
Yeah.
I cried a lot watching it the first time. It just turned 10 years old this week, I believe. Wow. That's when it came out. This one just has a special place in my heart because of just how genuine the story felt. It doesn't hold your hand. It doesn't rely so heavily on a gimmick to make it good. It relies on the characters to make it good. And I just think it does a really good job.
And with a movie that has a pretty strong gimmick, it doesn't feel gimmicky.
Exactly. But I don't think that's a surprise to anyone.
No.
So there you go.
Wow.
There's your special little dessert at the end of this glorious episode.
Yeah, a feast.
What an extravaganza. One thing we did want to tell you guys, though, was that this is our 100th episode. A lot has changed from the start of this podcast to where we are now, just like in our lives. And things are just busy. And the amount of effort and creativity that goes into keeping this thing going hasn't like become too much, but I think like we can see where it's starting to wane with just where our lives are at currently. And so I think we wanted to treat this episode kind of almost like a sabbatical, or like we're going to go away for a little bit and just kind of like rest.
Like a love letter to the podcast.
Yeah, like thanks for listening to us for 100 episodes. But that's not to say we're not coming back, that we're not going to release more stuff. We might even release different stuff. The thing with Michael and I is that like we always have these fun ideas and like things we want to do, but we also just like want to hang out with each other. And some of this podcast has like taken up some of that time from us too. So I think it would just be fun to like hang out with each other instead of having to have mics between us.
Yeah, the only mic you want is me.
That's right. There's too many mics in this room, and we just want one. But that's not to say that we're like going away for forever. But I also don't want to say that we're like coming back in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But we just want to take a little rest, and we hope everyone kind of understands. And yeah, we're excited to see where this goes. If this is it, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
It was super fun. And thanks for staying with us to this episode. And thanks for all the people who were guests, and it was just a blast.
Yeah. It's been an incredible time. Like I've loved doing this podcast.
A lot of people have like constantly asking like how things are going and like wanting to be involved, and it's just been really encouraging.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I mean, basically that, like, people will ask, I mean, particularly, like, Adam, but also, like, just people who are like, oh, how's the podcast going? Like, they know that I have the podcast.
Yeah.
Or, like, oh, I listened to this. And I'm like, I didn't know you even listened at all. Like, but you listened to one episode about, like, one movie that you were interested in, and then we just started a conversation. I think the podcast has just been really nice, not only just to hang out with you, but just talk to other people, and just to, like, expand thoughts on cinema.
Exactly.
And, like, watch movies that I probably wouldn't have watched if it wasn't for the podcast. Or just learn more about the people that, even like find out, oh, you love Power Rangers. Well, also Andrew loves Power Rangers. Yeah. And just like figuring out things like, oh, these are like this list of movies that people love. It's like, oh, these is like their whole lives dwindled down and like distilled into like, here are the 5 movies that I just like represent myself.
Yeah.
Which, it's been a really, really fun project. Like Nick said, it's, I think we have these creative juices that we just want to do, like cinema related things, but also just like something podcast or something else. Yeah. Well, we want to take some time and distill
we at least
those
wanted to get
down.
to this though.
Yeah.
Like we
was
knew
the
that
goal.
100 was doable, and we had been kind of toying around with it over the last few months, and so it just felt like a good landing place for now. But all that to say, like, thank you for all the support. Thank you for jumping in and hanging out with us and listening. But I can confidently say this won't be the last you've heard from us. Not Us United.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We'll see you later.
You've just listened to Not Us United. You can find us under Not Us United on Spotify, iTunes, and YouTube. Please leave us a review and consider subscribing to our podcast. You can reach out for future podcast topic suggestions at notusunitedpod@gmail.com.